said, in India's success lies Europe's security. All kinds of nice statements were made. And that is the head of the European Security Group, whatever it's called. I think Maria Kayas is the name from she was from Estonia. And then she talked about if India didn't behave, we'll use a carrot and stick policy with India. And we politely said, ma'am, jump off the Qutb Minar if you want to. And then she completely changed her tune a week later. Oh, India is a great country. We love you. So what I'm trying to say, ma'am, that they know that they have to deal with India and deal on terms of equality. Yeah. That is the biggest takeaway.
Yes, certainly that message, Ambassador Sajjanhar, has gone, right? That, I think very importantly, what did establish that also, that for all the pressure that America tried to put on India over the last couple of years, India hasn't bent as much as many other countries did, many European partners did. We've stood firm on several of our red lines. Some of the issues still need to be worked out, surely. But did that send a message to other global economies that, this is a serious partner and needs to be dealt with seriously?
No, absolutely. You're absolutely right, Shivani, when you say that, because, India has been following this path of strategic autonomy that we'll do whatever is good for our own people, for our own country, for our own economic good, for our own security. Because, when we are buying oil from Russia, it is not only because India is dependent to the tune of about 85% on foreign imported oil, but it's also as far as our security linkages are concerned. So I think India will keep that front and center. And that will be the first priority. What are India's interests? And it will be guided by that. That having been said, I think it is also the global common good, which is a part of our foreign policy. It is not that, we are like what Mr. Trump is doing, totally transactional. Today you are with one country, tomorrow you are with another country, because you have these short, limited transactional interests. No, India has long-term interests with countries. It has, it builds relations. There is confidence, there is trust. And I think that is the basis of long-term partnerships. That is what India is doing. Both these things are not contradictory to each other. Some people might think that strategic autonomy means that you will continue to pursue your interests, but you're also looking at the long-term interest. So you are not hiding behind, some sort of a veneer or some sort of a facade that, this is what your policy is, this is what your approach is, a moralizing approach. You're very clear about it, but you're also clear that there are issues on which you agree. There are certain issues on which you do not agree.
Yes, and that maturity, quite clear about that. That maturity needs to be there from both sides, that it's not going to be, a meeting of the minds on every issue, because strategic issues for both sides can be very different sometimes. And India has in recent months or years managed some of those tightropes very well, because some of its relationships were never pursued to a certain extent with the fear, because of the fear that it may affect certain other relationships. But that, at least I think, that is no longer, writ large. But I do thank both of you for joining us. Thanks a lot for your comments as we build up to the exchange between the two premiers of India and Italy. But in an exclusive interview with CNBC TV 18, Parle Products Vice President Mayank Shah has spoken on the Melody moment. Let's listen in.
Right now is that of Prime Minister Modi going to Italy and meeting Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and giving her a packet of Melody. Remember, if anyone who's watched the internet social culture, they will know that Melody is what gets the algorithm buzzing every time Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni do come together. And the leaders obviously played to that algorithm as well, and to a lot of buzz on internet right now. But as an FMCG curious enthusiast, what caught my attention was the fact that Melody is owned by Parle, and that logo was fairly prominent in that video as well. So what to do? Call Parle itself. And we do have with us Mayank Shah, who's the Vice President Sales, Vice President of Parle Products. Mayank, the video went on Prime Minister's Twitter handle just moments ago. Did you have any inkling on something like this actually having been planned, or was it absolutely a surprise for you as well?
Honestly surprised, very pleasantly surprised, nothing planned. And while, every time both the leaders met, we had a lot of memes going around with, Melody being tagged and they being fondly called, a Melody. But this was, I think, really big for us. Grateful to our Prime Minister. I think this is also a nice way of pushing Indian products and probably giving them a global stage.
Take that point, take Indian products and give them on a global stage as well. But just out of curiosity, what is the annual sales of Melody? And every time, the internet buzzes with the Melody hashtag, do you see an impact on sales because of that?
Well, I mean, I'm so inclined to bring in the tagline of Melody Khao Khud Jaan Jao. But if you're talking about the sales, yeah, it's one of the top confectionery brands in India today. When you're talking about, confectionery brands available in India, it's one among the top confectionery brands. It's, we don't normally share figures because we are a private limited company. But as I shared, it's one among the top brands, confectionery brands of India today.
Since you called yourself a private limited company and someone who does not share figures, with the Prime Minister actually taking your product to, the European Union, do you want to now turn public? Because our, sources do indicate that you are considering listing. Is that on the cards now? What better moment than, the Prime Minister actually using your product?
No, we are not considering listing right now. We have been a private limited company since years. And we would prefer to be like that. So there's a lot of speculation that keeps going around it. We continue exploring, opportunities, but that's not on cards currently.
All right. How much are you saving on marketing costs just because of this post? And how much are you reinvesting to boost this and increase the sales of Melody because of this?
It would be substantial, definitely. I think, it's all over, as you rightly said, is breaking internet right now. And honestly, as I shared, pleasantly surprised, thankful to Prime Minister Modi ji that, he has given us the global stage. And while the brand has been doing well, and as I said, it's one of the top confectionery brands of India today, I think this will further accelerate the growth of the brand.
How much can, according to you, it accelerate the growth by? I mean, I'm sure you're getting real-time data on quick commerce and e-commerce. Is there a spike in the sales just immediately?
It would happen. So, it's all going viral right now, and we would be seeing that happening in next 1 or 2 days as we go forward, and it would, further get viral. That happens, with brands. But anyways, as I said, this is one of the top brands of India today.
Just a final question before I let you go. You said that this is one of India's top brands. Do you export this product? And if not, then do you think this is a good time to start exporting to Italy to start with?
Italy should be the next big market, but yeah, we do export and it's available in more than 100 countries today.
Will this also be benefiting from the India-EU FTA that will come by?
Absolutely. I mean, given the kind of, I was also going through, various posts on internet, and I think Prime Minister of Italy herself has also, posted. So given that, we are very hopeful, and we would be seeing a lot of traction around this brand going forward, not just in India, globally.
All right. Take that point, Mayank. Thank you so much for a quick stop by and joining us, for what is actually an internet breaking moment right now, and of which Parle obviously is at the forefront as well. Melody Chocolates. Prime Minister Modi currently is in Italy as a part of his 5-nation trip, and obviously as part of this trip, he's gone ahead met the Italian Prime Minister as well and given her the packet of Melody. Just take a look, come back, and we take a short break.
Prime Minister wrote us a gift.
On that note, we slip into a very short break, but stay with us. We'll get you a roundup of all the South stories up next.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky we're on, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The two that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries?
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into two parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be three stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE. That part is done and dusted, and there's a clear agreement with the UAE. The next bit is the tricky, that overland and by rail link, there would be a connect of goods from UAE through Saudi Arabia, through Jordan into Israel, and Israel possibly with Haifa as the end port, and then across the Mediterranean again by sea to Europe with
Hello and welcome to Simply South. I'm Harish Upadhyaya. Time to look at all the major stories emerging from South India. Joining me today, Nabila Jamal.
Harish, let's start with our state, Karnataka. Beginning with the power tussle that still continues in Karnataka amid the power struggle. Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar, on going to Delhi, has now said, and I quote, "I will go to Delhi when they call me." They have said that they will call me. I've never spoken about leadership change. I don't have any loyalists. All 136 MLAs are my loyalists, including my chief minister. This is D.K. Shivkumar's words. I'm going to take you through what he said.
So you've been called to Delhi, so finally.
No, I don't want to discuss anything. Whenever our party high command will ask us to go to Delhi, we definitely will go to Delhi. Because a lot of things the Chief Minister is also keeping on his cards on the interest of being announced by the court within 31st August. We'll make this a trade right, and our plan of action will be.
So the Congress senior leader K.N. Rajendra says Parmeshwar should be made the CM if the Sidramaiah is made to step down. How do you see these statements, sir? Because many of your loyalists have been waiting to see you as the Chief Minister.
I don't want to react to any of them. I don't know. I never knew that Rajana is also a part of the High Command. I never knew that he is going to. We have not spoken anywhere that who is going to resign, who is going to step down. I have not spoken anything of that. If he is also a part of the High Command, this is
But your loyalists have asked, sir, for you to make the Chief Minister.
I don't have loyalists. All 136 people are my people.
So many leaders,
including the Chief Minister, my Chief Minister.
So many Congress MLAs have been waiting for the cabinet reshuffle to happen, sir. But you have often said that all the MLAs, you are the leader for all the MLAs. So when are we expecting this, sir, a call for Delhi?
I'll discuss with my Chief Minister.
So when are you going to Delhi, sir, for the good news?
Every day is good news to me. Every morta is a good morta to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
There you go. That's Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar saying every day brings good news to him, towing the party line. But Afreen, he doesn't forget to mention that the High Command had told him that they would call him to Delhi when they are about to make a decision.
Well, absolutely, Harish. The statement of Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar comes at a very significant time. Remember, he had recently met with AICC President Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi at the swearing-in ceremony of the Kerala Chief Minister. So there should be some indication given to him from the High Command that he would be called to Delhi. And that's the reason why he's making the statement today. And he's saying that if the High Command calls me, and he says that they have called me and he will go to Delhi when they call him. And he's also said that all MLAs of his party, there is no DKS camp, there is no Sidramaya camp, all MLAs of the party are his loyalists, and that even his chief minister, that is Sidramaya, is his loyalist. He's made this statement today. And when questioned about former Minister K.N. Rajana saying that he supports Home Minister Parmeshwara as the next Chief Minister, he said that he doesn't know when Rajana was made a part of the High Command. He takes a jibe at Rajana, and he says that D.K. Shivkumar, he clarifies, has said that I have never asked anyone to resign. I have never asked anyone to get down from their position. I've never spoken about leadership change. I've made it very, very clear. He clarified yet again to the media today.
Well, that's a very diplomatic face that he's put out. We know for a fact that his camp members have been rallying behind him, and that also is the reason to why we're not seeing a cabinet expansion or a reshuffle. Afreen?
Well, absolutely. Remember, Nabila, the leadership change and the cabinet reshuffle, it seems to be interlinked. If the Congress High Command goes ahead with the cabinet reshuffle, then it makes it even more stronger for Sidramaya to remain the chief minister for the rest of the 2 years. Remember, Congress has completed 3 years. And if the Congress High Command goes ahead with the cabinet reshuffle, then it is most likely that Sidramaya will continue as the chief minister. But if there is no cabinet reshuffle, then it could be likely that D.K. Shivkumar could be made the next chief minister. It is up to the High Command to weigh the pros and cons. If they would be willing to let go of Sidramaya as the chief minister and bringing D.K. Shivkumar, what would be the losses and what would be the gains?
Yeah.
Would this affect the next elections in 2028? All of these are factors that the High Command has to consider before they take a decision.
Absolutely. And has the time come now, especially now that 5 state elections are over? We'll have to see. Thank you, Afreen, for joining us with all those details. Shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, where the new formed government by Vijay is facing some pressure. This time round, it's the CPIM which is now told that it will reconsider its support to Vijay's government if the party decides to go ahead and induct the AIADMK rebel MLAs into the cabinet. This is Mr. Shanmugam of the CPIM, which has said that they might have to reconsider if these MLAs are now officially part of the government.
Well, here Shanmugam has said that the left, the reason to why they backed Vijay was to ensure political stability and to prevent a possible backdoor BJP entry. So according to the CPIM, allowing any rebel MLAs of the AIDMK into the TVK's fold would only mean, in other words or other ways, giving entry to the BJP, according to the left. However, the TVK has now moved quickly to contain the row. Tamil Nadu Minister Adava Arjuna of the TVK says that the issue has been discussed with left leaders and clarified, adding that the reports about AIDMK rebels joining the cabinet are only speculations. On the remaining cabinet expansion, Adava Arjuna has said that the chief minister will make the announcement soon enough.
ஏற்கனவே அதிமுக திமுக அணி ரெண்டுக்கும் எதிராகத்தான் மக்கள் வாக்களித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அத்தகைய அணியினுடைய ஒரு ஆதரவை பெற்று தாவேகா என்பது ஆட்சியில் தொடர்வது என்பது மக்களுடைய தீர்ப்புக்கு விரோதமாக அமையும். நிச்சயமாக அத்தகைய ஒரு நிலைக்கு அவர்கள் செல்ல மாட்டார்கள் என்று நான் நம்புகிறேன். மீறி அவர்கள் அதிமுகவுடைய ஒரு கோஷ்டியை சேர்த்துக் கொள்வதோ அதிமுகவோடு சேர்ந்து கொண்டு ஆட்சி அமைப்பதோ என்கிற முடிவுக்கு தாவேகா செல்லுமானால் நிச்சயமாக எங்களுடைய முடிவை நாங்கள் மறுபரிசீலனை செய்வோம்.
So your alliance is all intact?
Yes, we have intact. Our leader will announce soon. Thank you.
Hello.
So what about the ministry expansion, sir?
The leader, CM, will announce soon.
Will ADMK MLA
No, it's a speculation. Thank you.
ministry, sir?
More on Tamil Nadu cabinet expansion buzz. Big update coming in on that. VCK, the party that's backed Vijay, is likely to be part of the cabinet. That's the inside information that we have, that VCK is likely to be part of the cabinet, will likely get 1 cabinet berth. And that was expected. The Congress has got 2 cabinet berths for 5 MLAs that they have. VCK for 2 MLAs to get 1 cabinet berth. What a big deal and a big day indeed, Harish, for allies of the TVK with 1, 2 MLAs, etc. They all find their way in the cabinet, which they never had with the DMK.
Absolutely. And perhaps the TVK will feel a little more confident having these smaller parties being part of the cabinet, especially with some of the leaders constantly talking about reconsidering their support. Perhaps this is a shot in the arm for Vijay if VCK is officially part of their cabinet. We'll have to see if they can manage to get the other two allies, whether it's both the left parties and IUML, also to be part of the cabinet.
Well, Purnima brings us a little more on that. But before she joins us, Harish, VCK is a party that really held on announcing support to Vijay until the last moment. That real pain point for the TVK was by and large because of the VCK party, because of Shanmugam. I mean, beg your pardon, Tol Tiruvalavan. It's a tongue twister, his name, I always get that. But Harish, after all that wait, he finally finds his way into the cabinet. There was talk that he also wanted Deputy Chief Minister's post. But somewhere in the middle, it seems they've settled.
Yes, and two reasons for the TVK to feel a little relieved. One, as you rightly mentioned, VCK was drawing a hard bargain or was taking a lot of time. After the entire swearing-in ceremony, we had seen how Tirumavallavan spoke to a sister concern, News 18 Tamil Nadu, and said there was a proposal that he had heard about making him the chief minister when DMK, IDMK comes together. Perhaps now with his party officially being part of the cabinet, perhaps they'll feel a little more relieved. Purnima Murli now joins us now from Chennai. Purnima, a little bit of relief for Vijay and TVK that the VCK has now agreed to be part of the cabinet?
Absolutely. In fact, TVK is now happy that VCK is likely to accept the invite. Remember, yesterday, the CPM had held a press conference and said that if the rebel AIA-DMK faction is part of the coalition government, then they will have to reconsider their decision on support extended to TVK and Chief Minister Vijay. However, earlier today, Tamil Nadu Minister Adhav Arjun had clarified that it's nothing but speculation and invited VCK and parties like the IUML to be part of the coalition government. VCK Chief Tol Tirumavallavan, while responding to that invite, said that earlier they decided to just support TVK from the outside, but now that TVK has once again invited them, they will have an internal party meeting and take a decision. Sources from VCK say that they are likely to accept this and they will be part of the coalition government. They are likely to get one cabinet berth. Congress sources say gets two, and IUML is offered one. IUML, we'll have to wait and see because they so far have not confirmed to us, but looks like they are trying to ensure that the coalition government continues for the next 5 years and also bring in stability.
Absolutely. Stay with us, Purnima. The next story is also from the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, this is the BJP that is hitting out against Vijay and the TVK. The BJP has slammed the Congress party, accusing it of choosing power over principle. In fact, this is a major backlash that is coming in after Congress MLAs prepared to take their oath as state ministers in Chief Minister Vijay's government.
All right. So the political storm basically erupted after Chief Minister Vijay posted a highly controversial public tribute, widely seen as honoring the ex-LTTE chief, Velupillai Prabhakaran. In fact, the BJP has now heavily targeted the Congress, demanding to know how the party can share power with a leader who glorifies the very militant group responsible for the assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi.
Tomorrow, swearing in, will cabinet be part of the government? Two cabinet berths is what we are given to understand.
We will do the press release, Amma. Okay. We wait another 3 hours. Yes.
Okay. And sir, yesterday, BJP had raised the issue of Vijay's, Chief Minister Vijay's tweet on late Prabhakaran, even though the word was not mentioned. So it's all well between
we are discussing.
Purnima Murli continues to be with us. Purnima, the BJP is slamming the Congress, saying that they can go to any level just for power. And that's why they're looking at now Congress MLAs being part of Vijay's cabinet, especially after what he said about LTTE.
Well, Harish, sources from the TVK say that it was only a tribute to thousands of Tamils who were killed in the 2009 war. There was no mention of the LTTE chief Prabhakaran in that tweet, and that is being said by the BJP when that was not mentioned by TVK, and said this is not the first time. Every year on the 18th of May is when they pay tribute because it's also Remembrance Day where thousands of Tamils were killed, and that is why this time also they've tweeted the same. There's nothing more than that, and they also allege that it's the BJP that's trying to misconstrue their statements. On the record, TVK does not want to react on this. Congress too does not want much. Selva Perendagai said that we are discussing, did not want to add more to it.
But so could you give us a little take on what the Congress's response has been by and large? The man associated with the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi, on his death anniversary, the Congress's ally pays tribute to the LTTE founder. So, you know, if the BJP is asking questions, I wonder how come the Congress hasn't really raised this.
Well, it indeed puts the Congress in an uncomfortable position because the issue here between the LTTE issue is something that many parties here are in favor of the LTTE founder. They've always celebrated the LTTE founder, even the DMK, which was in an alliance with the Congress before. So TVK also is echoing the sentiments that have played by and large by other regional parties in Tamil Nadu. And that's why they say that there's nothing more to read to it. This happens every year. Every year we pay tribute. So this should not be connected to our alliance partner, the Congress. There may be issues that we may differ, but that will not ruin this alliance. Is the communication that's coming in from both the TVK and the Congress, but on the record they don't want to respond to this.
Right. Thanks very much, Purnima, for joining us on that. Let me shift our focus here now to Kerala. A big controversy now erupting in Kerala because the full rendition of the Vande Mataram was played during the swearing-in ceremony of VD Satheesan. Of course, the reason why this has become a controversy is because the Kerala Chief Minister now, who's a congressman, and the Congress by and large was not okay with the added stanza to the Vande Mataram rendition. And at that very oath-taking of VD Satheesan, the full updated version of Vande Mataram was played, exactly what the Congress has been opposing. That said, it was played on the direction from the Raj Bhavan, and we understand that VD Satheesan's party members, Kerala Vikayan, has responded saying, without our knowledge it has happened. We didn't know it was happening. It was on the direction of the Raj Bhavan. We didn't have any idea about it. We thought it was national anthem that will be sung in the beginning. We didn't know that the full rendition will be played. Neetu joins us more on that. Neetu, what an irony. A controversy has erupted because the Congress forgot what they were protesting against, and the full version of the national anthem ended up playing precisely what they have been opposing.
The full version of the national song that was played, the Vande Mataram that was played, yes. That is where the controversy has erupted. Now, it began because it was pointed out first by PM Mohammad Riaz, the left MLA and former minister, who came out and said, we are not criticizing every move from the beginning itself, but this was unacceptable, what the Congress did. This is against secularism that needs to, and they shouldn't have let this happen. And Riaz even went on to say that there were several other directions from the Raj Bhavan, including saying that guests should not be on stage. But the Congress government decided that they will go ahead with guests on stage. But when it came to this particular thing, they couldn't control it, or they couldn't follow what they have been saying. To this, the Chief Minister have responded today by saying that this was done under the direction of the Raj Bhavan. They were unaware of this. Satheesan in his Malayalam bite even went on to say that only when they started singing, they realized when he was on stage that this was happening. This is what Satheesan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, had said while responding to this.
All right. Harish, Vande Mataram's full version that is being played in Kerala, which some of the members within the party itself very unhappy, and some Muslim MLAs opposing this. A little more, what's your take on that full version? Parts of the south of India not very happy with it.
They're not happy with it. It is also perhaps an indication on how this equation between the UDF government and the governor will proceed from here. Let's not forget, Pinarayi Vijayan and the governor had a long history of bickering over several issues. We'll have to see if this will just be a one-off incident, or will we see a lot more friction between Raj Bhavan and the Kerala Chief Minister. Well, thank you, Neetu, for joining us with all those details. Well, those were the top stories from across South India. We'll be back tomorrow with more stories. News and updates continue on the other side. Thank you for watching.
The two that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries?
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into two parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be three stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE. That part is done and dusted, and there's a clear agreement with the UAE. The next bit is the tricky, that overland and by rail link, there would be a connect of goods from UAE through Saudi Arabia, through Jordan into Israel, and Israel possibly with Haifa as the end port, and then across the Mediterranean again by sea to Europe, with Trieste in Italy as the endpoint. So it is these three stages. The first and the third are no problem at all by sea from India to UAE. Then from Haifa, say, to Trieste in Italy. Is the middle part that's difficult, and the Gaza war has held this up. And now, of course, the Gulf War, or you call it the Gulf War or the Iran War, this is something that is holding this corridor up in the middle. That link and a substantial bit of that is intended to be a rail link. That is proving the obstacle, and the two leaders are set to hold talks particularly on this. The Prime Minister has indicated that this will be a priority to these talks, and in the best case scenario, we will have some movement forward, but we do need to remind ourselves that the middle section of this proposed route is the tricky one.
And as we keep up with these visuals there, the camaraderie is very much at display. But Sanjay, let me quickly ask you about the trade, defense, artificial intelligence, clean energy that we are talking about between both the countries. If you can talk to us specifically in these areas, what are the advantages that both the countries can look into?
You know, it's a wide range of issues that will be discussed, as you quite rightly point out. But the one that stands out really is now defense. 3 weeks back, Guido Crosetto, the Italian defense minister, was in Delhi. He was there at the end.
There's new melody to the India-Italy partnership. A very warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. And Prime Minister Modi's visit to Rome is going to be our top focus this hour. But first up, let's get you the headlines we're tracking. Ties between Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni witness a sweet moment. Modi gives melody toffees to Meloni during his visit to Italy. Prime Minister Modi and Meloni define a new partnership roadmap in a joint article that's pitching India and Italy as strategic anchors linking the Indo-Pacific and Europe amid global geopolitical churn. Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump likely to meet on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France. Trump confirms his presence. Macron invites Prime Minister Modi as well. And as Congress laps up Norwegian journalists' hit job on Modi, Sharad Pawar sends a stern message to allies, says political differences should not come in the way when it comes to protecting India's prestige. Tisha Sharma death probe intensifies. A lookout notice has been issued against accused Samarth Singh. Efforts to trace accused continue across multiple locations. After CPM warns Vijay government of pulling out support if TVK takes support of rebel AIADMK faction, Tamil Nadu minister says differences with CPM have been cleared. Bengal government restores OBC status of 66 communities that had been included in the state's reservation list before 2010. Heavy rain triggers landslides on Kedarnath route. Sonprayag Gaurikund route has been blocked. Thousands of pilgrims have been rescued in a massive overnight operation as well. Russian President Vladimir Putin has met his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping as he begins a high-profile two-day state visit just days after Donald Trump wrapped up his high-stakes deliberations in China. On that note, we're getting in some breaking inputs. All right, we're being told that while Prime Minister Modi is on the last leg of his five-nation tour to Rome, putting Desh Seva first, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, is now attacking Prime Minister Modi yet again, which almost seems to have become his favorite pastime. He's in fact attacked Prime Minister Modi over his foreign visit. Rahul Gandhi is called the Prime Minister a traitor. He goes on to say, and let me quote, "When these RSS workers come before you and speak about Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, you should tell them to their face that your Prime Minister is a traitor, your Home Minister is a traitor, your organization's traitorous. You have worked to sell out India." BJP goes all guns blazing after Rahul Gandhi's attack against Prime Minister, that too calling him a traitor. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi's had to say.
जब ये आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता आपके सामने आएंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी की बात करेंगे, अमित शाह की बात करेंगे, उनसे आप सामने उनको कहो कि आपका प्रधानमंत्री गद्दार है, आपका होम मिनिस्टर गद्दार है, आपका संगठन गद्दार है, आपने हिंदुस्तान को बेचने का काम किया है। हॉर्मुज स्ट्रेट को बंद करने का मतलब दुनिया का 20% तेल, 20% तेल का सप्लाई खत्म। इसका नतीजा आने वाले समय में महंगाई आसमान तक। आपने अपनी जिंदगी में ऐसी महंगाई नहीं देखी होगी। फिर से दोहराता हूं, जो आने वाला है 3-4 महीने में ऐसी महंगाई आपने अपनी जिंदगी में नहीं देखी होगी। दूसरी चीज, खाद, किसानों को खाद नहीं मिलने वाला है। तीसरी चीज, गैस का सप्लाई खत्म होने जा रहा है। केरोसिन, सारा का सारा बंद होने जा रहा है। और नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कहता है? कहता है विदेश मत जाओ, और फिर अपने जहाज तोड़ के विदेश चला जाता है।
The language of Rahul Gandhi is exactly how anti-nationals speak. Rahul Gandhi has called more than 140 crore Indians as Gaddar. This tells you that Rahul Gandhi's remote control is with anti-India forces, and his language is that of an urban Naxal who is irritated and angry that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is united. Rahul in the past has said that he wants to fight the Indian state. His statement against the Honorable Prime Minister has made it clear that whether it is Rahul Gandhi or those terrorists in Pakistan, the language of both of them is similar. because Rahul Gandhi is fulfilling the agenda of anti-India forces in India, and Rahul Gandhi is under the remote control of Pakistan. He is nothing but a fringe leader who supports, backs, and has ideological mentors as urban Naxals. This is why the Congress party today is Muslim League Mawadi Congress.
All right, let's quickly take this entire debate with Pallavi forward. Pallavi, at a time when only trade, especially partnerships in investment, energy, all of this is only going to rescue India, given that a geopolitical shock is the kind of energy crisis the world has been plagued by, why should Prime Minister be labelled with a derogatory term like traitor?
You know, Akanksha, I've also covered during the UP at times, and Dr. Manmohan Singh also would travel extensively. These are not holiday trips. They were actually seen as big deals being signed, whether they're energy, they're trade deals, economic packages. And, you know, these are trying times. We are seeing the impact of the Gulf crisis, Akanksha, and why it is very important to sign up those FTAs, bilateral trade agreements, energy projects. Like with Norway, we've signed up the semiconductor deal, making it one of the biggest recipients, energy inputs, all of that coming in. So therefore, the Prime Minister's visit, and you know, he's packed in a lot, many countries in the 5-nation tour, and that is the importance on why the Prime Minister needed to go abroad at this point of time. So, and Rahul Gandhi always chooses this moment. Whenever the PM is traveling abroad, whenever he's signing up deals which would benefit us in terms of jobs, in terms of other opportunities, he calls him a gaddar. He also questions the need for the Prime Minister to travel. So he invites criticism not just from the BJP, but he also invites criticism from many of the economic experts as well. The two grounds on which, Akanksha, one, when he's signing up these business deals or economic deals for India, which should benefit us in these trying times, why so? The second is that when the Prime Minister is traveling abroad, you know, this is Shishtachar, this is also Maryada, this is diplomacy. That, you know, especially someone who occupies a constitutional positions like Rahul Gandhi, why do you have to make these kind of comments when the Prime Minister is traveling abroad?
I want to quickly bring in Arun also into this conversation. Arun, this is not the first time, as Pallavi has highlighted, that Prime Minister has been attacked when he is traveling abroad. Yesterday, we've seen how when the Norwegian press reporter had heckled Prime Minister, in fact, Rahul Gandhi took up for such an incident instead of condemning it. And today, he's in fact gone on to call the Prime Minister a traitor. What is one to make of such kind of attacks, which no longer have only domestic dimensions?
Look, Akanksha, one thing is, of course, very clear here that Rahul Gandhi, of course, being leader of opposition, your role is to oppose the government where government is not doing well. You have to keep a check on government, but there is a way to do it. I mean, this is not the language which anyone would expect from a leader of opposition, you know, a constitutional post. Calling Prime Minister of the country a traitor is something which is not right. And therefore, we've seen that a wide range of criticism is coming from you know, different set of people, whether it is from the BJP leaders or, of course, those people who have been criticizing government. But even on you know, these sort of statements, they are not in favor of Rahul Gandhi. We have seen some of the opposition leaders also not on board with Rahul Gandhi. They say, we just heard in the morning a statement of Sharad Pawar saying that he opposes Prime Minister Modi and the BJP, but when it comes to foreign visits, when he is, of course, representing our country on the foreign soil, we really need to, you know, back him. We need to stay behind him. That's what Sharad Pawar said. And we have seen even in the past various other parties who are part of India Alliance have spoken out of you know, the turn which of course Congress party would not want them to speak. But the fact here is that at this point, when, as Pallavi was also speaking about this, that India is trying to find out you know, different avenues to really settle things here in the country, especially what is going on in the Gulf, the war, of course, between Iran and Israel and United States. At this point in time, Prime Minister Modi, of course, traveling to different countries, trying to find out different ways and mediums to actually maneuver around how he can get some benefits for the country. At this point in time, Rahul Gandhi's statement is not something which is which is worth it, and that therefore we're seeing that.
Like you rightly said, that questioning the government is the job of the opposition, but can you get low about it? It almost seems to have become the new normal for the Congress party to use such kind of derogatory language for the Prime Minister. But I'm going to, in fact, request you and Pallavi to continue staying with us. Let's also listen in to the reactions. It's certainly not going down well with the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let's listen in to what Manjinder Singh Sirsas had to say.
राहुल गांधी जी ने जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनता, ये उनकी छोटी सोच और उनके परिवार का कैसा पोषण हुआ उनका ये दर्शाता है। राहुल गांधी जी एक नाकाबिल आदमी है, एक नालायक राजनेता है, क्योंकि उनको जबरन उस कुर्सी पे बिठाया गया है जिसके वो काबिल नहीं है। परिवार की लेगेसी के कारण, परिवारवाद के कारण एक नौसिखियों को उस कुर्सी पे बिठा दिया गया है। यही कारण है जब डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी देश के प्रधानमंत्री थे, 10 साल तक वो रहे, वो कांग्रेस को 15-16 स्टेटों में सरकार देके गए थे। लेकिन राहुल गांधी जब से आए, इनकी नाकाबिलियत, इनकी नालायकी और केवल गांधी परिवार का नाम, वो भी जो इन्होंने चुराया है नेहरू परिवार ने, उसके कारण ये देश के ऊपर राज करना चाहते हैं, कुर्सी पे जबरन बैठना चाहते हैं। और जब आप किसी नालायक को बिठाओगे तो उसका यही खमियाजा भुगतना पड़ेगा। इसलिए ये राहुल गांधी का कसूर नहीं है, ये कसूर उस कांग्रेस पार्टी का है जिन्होंने एक नालायक को उस कुर्सी पे बिठा रखा है, एक नाकाबिल को उस कुर्सी पे बिठा रखा है। दूसरी बात, जब देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी की हम बात करते हैं, जब उनको पूरी दुनिया में आज सम्मान मिल रहा है, वो सम्मान 140 करोड़ लोगों का है, वो सम्मान मोदी जी का अकेले नहीं है।
All right, staying with the news story, we're getting in more breaking inputs. In fact, reactions after reactions continue to pour in amid the Congress questioning Prime Minister Modi's foreign tour. Sharad Pawar, in fact, has now said that Prime Minister Modi is working to protect India's prestige on the global stage. Political differences should not come in the way when it comes to protecting India's prestige. Sharad Pawar has said even though he may differ with Narendra Modi politically, one must not forget that as Prime Minister, he's working to uphold India's prestige internationally as well. Before we take it forward with our correspondents, let's listen to what Sharad Pawar has had to say.
देश को रेगुलर दिशा दिखाता नरेंद्र मोदी देशाचे प्रधानमंत्री आहेत। काही राजकीय विचाराच्या संबंधी आमची त्यांची भूमिका ही वेगळी असू शकते, पण आज भारताच्या बाहेर देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जपण्याचं काम मोदी करतात ही गोष्ट आपल्याला दिसून चालणार नाही। तिथं देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जिथे येते तिथं राजकीय मध्ये हे करायचे नाही।
All right. Let's quickly go across to Shahzad Poonawala of the BJP, who's joining me on the phone line. So, Shahzad, on one hand, you have Rahul Gandhi going to the extent of labeling Prime Minister as a traitor. On the other hand, you have a Sharad Pawar who's still upholding that basic, conscientiousness as a politician. That is, you do not attack the Prime Minister on foreign soil.
Actually, nobody takes Rahul Gandhi seriously except for certain news channels, and therefore Sharad Pawar has shown him his true position that, look, you may say whatever about PM, but we consider PM is doing great job and great work. So please don't criticize the PM. In fact, you should not undermine him. And this shows that Rahul Gandhi is only spreading lies and propaganda. And on the other hand, it is the India Alliance partners who are showing in the mirror. Now, I think Rahul Gandhi should stop this propaganda and he should tell us, is Sharad Pawar also BJP agent? He is with the India Alliance. And therefore, Rahul Gandhi is the one who, in Modi Virod, does Desh Virod. Whether it's AI Summit, whether it's economic growth, whether it is the manner in which he criticized Operation Sindhu. So just to score a point against Modi, he tries to undermine the country, and Sharad Pawar has schooled him for that.
He's also saying that Prime Minister is on a foreign tour when he's already told everyone to not pursue foreign travel, and he himself has been on a foreign tour. He's going and selling out India. What do you make of such an attack when he's actually saying, I'm sure you'll hold us responsible for giving him a platform right now, but he's at the end of the day the leader of opposition.
Rahul Gandhi, no, I don't hold CNN News 18 responsible for Rahul Gandhi's stupid utterances. CNN News 18 is doing a great job for the country. But having said that, Rahul Gandhi is an illiterate fool. Does he not know that Prime Minister's trips, these are diplomatic visits and the hosting country is the one that is taking the care of it. And therefore, there's no foreign exchange spent on it. Unlike you and me, if we travel, we have to spend the foreign exchange. PM doesn't spend foreign exchange. And instead, he goes there and he acquires and achieves things for India. For instance, our SPR, Strategic Petroleum Reserve, has been enhanced by 30 million barrels. So Rahul Gandhi is a fool. Only in his family, when the leaders used to go abroad, they used to sell our interests and rights. And therefore, he thinks everyone does that.
Just hold on to those thoughts, because attacks after attacks, another attack has just come in. Shehzad, Rahul Gandhi also going on to attack Prime Minister Modi's moment with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, saying an economic storm is hanging over our heads and Prime Minister is distributing toffees in Italy. Farmers, youth, women, workers and small traders are all suffering, while Prime Minister is smiling, making reels, and BJP leaders are applauding. This is not leadership, it is theatrics. I quickly go back to Shehzad to take this forward. Shehzad, I think it's time we have you put this into perspective. Is Prime Minister making reels, or is he out there for serious business?
First of all, I think that somebody is getting melody, but why is Rahul getting jealousy? Rahul is getting just easy. In fact, he should celebrate that Italy-India relations are going stronger. Next time he wants to go to Nani house, it will be easy for him. Italy-India relations should be something that should be core interest of Rahul. Anyway, on a very serious note, see, Prime Minister, you, Akanksha, covered diplomacy so much. Diplomacy is about hard numbers, give, take, but it is also about soft gestures. And it takes our bond, our chemistry with the nations forward. This camaraderie that is being shared by Meloni ji and Modi ji, it is actually a reflection of the growing ties of India and Italy and our position in Europe. So it should be celebrated with sweetness. But dekho, Rahul Gandhi is that Naraj Pupa. You know, in a wedding, when there is everything is going right, there's a Naraj Pupa who says, why I did not get paneer, why I did not get roti. He's like that. So if we are giving melody to Italy, why is Italian Putra so unhappy? He's Italian Putra. He should be very happy.
It's a very interesting attack that you've chosen today. I can't really contradict that. But in fact, stay with me. We're getting in some new shots of Prime Minister straight from Italy. Remember, it is only the Italy leg of his five-nation tour which is currently being discussed. But in fact, Prime Minister being accorded the Royal Guard of Honor, all set to, in fact, interact with the Italian president. And there he's also supposed to be dining with the Italian Prime Minister, is what we're being told. But right now, most important to highlight is the fact that this is serious business. We've seen all the color and the pageantry that's taken place. But right now, what you're seeing is the bilateral meet that is currently underway. And as far as businesses is concerned, let's also listen in to that Guard of Honor that was presented to Prime Minister. All right, a firm handshake over there with the Italian delegation as Prime Minister now gets down to business. Here's what you can expect in that op-ed that's been penned by the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, and Prime Minister Modi. Both have in fact spoken about how this is a new strategic chapter between India and Italy. As far as the camaraderie between both prime ministers is concerned, it's always the talk of town. But remember, that camaraderie is yet to translate into hardcore business. Because if you look at Prime Minister's five-nation tour, especially the one that he made to the European nations, the Netherlands still is doing more bilateral trade with India. If you were to look at the figures, it stands at 27 billion euros in 2025 compared to Italy, which is yet to even cross 20 billion euros at the moment. For more details, let's quickly go across to Siddharth Mishra, who's joining us with the latest details and more perspective from the newsroom. Siddharth, now this is the moment which is going to spell hardcore business. Take us through what's going to be on the agenda. There's trade, there's connectivity, and very interestingly, defense that's going to be deepening this partnership.
Of course, Akanksha, red carpet welcome for Prime Minister Modi at Presidential Palace in Rome. In fact, right now, delegation level talks with the President of Italy is underway. Perhaps these are the fresh visuals we are putting out for our viewers, latest visuals from the Presidential Palace. In fact, in these pictures, these footages, we can see Prime Minister Modi holding delegation level talks with the President of Italy. Now, as you rightly said, that from a cordial friendship, this relationship has been evolved into special strategic partnership between India and Italy. Perhaps going by what both prime ministers wrote in today's op-ed, then the entire idea of both countries coming closer is perhaps Italy's designs, manufacturing expertise, India's scale, economic growth, so on and so forth. The collaboration between the two is going to be the focus of the talks between the two leaders today. And ahead of key bilateral meeting with Prime Minister Meloni, Prime Minister Modi is right now at a presidential palace in Rome, where he's holding talks, delegation level talks with the President of Italy. Other than this defense cooperation, Italy's industrial defense complex is quite advanced. Perhaps India must be looking at a possibility of co-production, joint production here in India. Then the new word which has been used by both leaders this morning, Indo-Mediterranean, perhaps for the first time being used by both the leaders in the op-ed, sends out the message that India and Italy may be poles apart geographically, but these two spaces can be integrated in one and can be formed into a strategic framework, just like Indo-Pacific, where Indian Oceans and the Pacific Oceans have been integrated. So, a lot of things on the agenda, Akanksha. And as I said, that in some time from now, Prime Minister Modi will also be holding talks with Prime Minister Meloni.
Absolutely, Siddhant. And as you rightly highlighted, it is going to be also defense. And the word that's being used is Indo-Mediterranean, because remember, Italy and India are two countries that not only have focus on the Mediterranean, but also on the Indo-Pacific. And to India's advantage, Italy happens to be one of those developed nations which transcend boundaries all across G7, meeting India in the G20. And so here you have a developed partner which can very much join hands to not just look after India's growth or grow together, but also India's assistance in sort of aiding the global south.
That's right, Akanksha. In fact, at the time of G20, the IMEC project was announced, and the whole idea was to connect the South Asia with Middle East and Europe. Of course, because of the ongoing conflict in West Asia, Akanksha, this project could not take off. But a lot of work is being done, as far as UAE-India leg is concerned. The European countries like France, Italy, they have their own IMEC envoys. They are focusing on perhaps taking this project forward. In fact, India is also keen in building this project. This is not only about getting a container or a vessel passing through the waters smoothly or swiftly, but this is all about building an infrastructure, in terms of underwater fiber cables, full infrastructure, development of ports, etc., etc. So all those components are part of this project. So the key focus is going to be the IMEC project. That's what we've been told, Akanksha. Defense collaboration between the two countries. Of course, the collaboration between the designs and the manufacturing expertise of Italy and the scale and the economic growth of India. And as this is the first bilateral visit of Prime Minister Modi to Italy, so there is lot of things on the agenda to discuss. And already there is a strategic plan which is implemented to achieve goals by 2029, to take trade to certain levels by 2029. So that agenda will also be coming up for the review.
You know, on a day the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, is training guns at Prime Minister Modi for not caring enough about the farmers, it's important that we highlight the point that Prime Minister will also be visiting the Food and Agriculture Organization. Now, help us understand why this gains special significance, Siddhant, because remember, we are talking at a time when supply chains have been completely decimated. You're also looking at the interest of the farmers. Both the countries stand to only gain, especially when it comes to our agro trade, exchange of technology to take agriculture forward.
Well, of course, Akanksha, India is one of the largest producers of the agro products to the world. In fact, if we talk about the Middle East, India is exporting huge quantity of the agro products to Middle East. We are, in fact, their food security providers. So India is also being seen as the food basket of the world, and also today Prime Minister visiting this food and agriculture headquarters perhaps also has to do with the smooth supplies of food, fertilizer. Perhaps because of the crisis in the West Asia, these sectors have been impacted, Akanksha. In fact, the other day when Prime Minister made an appeal to the people of country, perhaps his focus was that how the fertilizer is a major issue, fuel is a major issue, foreign exchange is a major issue, perhaps the challenges before the country. So his visit today to this particular office is going to be very, very important.
Stay with me, Siddhant. In fact, we are also joined in by Sanjay, who is currently stationed in Rome. He's been tracking Prime Minister's visit very closely. Sanjay, before we begin about business, give us a sense of what's the mood like, some pageantry up for our consumption as we see Prime Minister being accorded that guard of honor in the Royal Presidential Palace.
Well, consumption of all sorts. The guard of honor symbolically, melody, sort of chocolates and cakes more substantially. And therefore, we've had quite a range, and it's been a bit of fun and games so far. And we've had the rather unusual spectacle of Prime Minister Meloni taking the Indian Prime Minister on a guided tour of Rome through the Colosseum. And then, of course, very shortly, we're going to have talks beginning in the famous park here in Rome, and the talks will be held in a casino there. This is Italy, and that is the conventional place where heads of government are invited for talks. So there is an element of fanfare and an element of fun surrounding this visit. But of course, that alone is not what this visit is about. It obviously cannot be. And we're going to have very substantive talks underway. We've had the two prime ministers signing up to a written joint vision of the Mediterranean region, India's place in it, along with that of Italy. That will be taken forward. The IMEC corridor issue, which has been so troubled, will be taken up. Bilateral trade, and not least defense ties. All that will be taken up. And of course, as Siddhant was pointing out, very soon after that, we'll have the Food and Agriculture Organization meeting.
So it's interesting that both prime ministers in their op-ed have stated that it's a decisive phase for India and Italy. There's been, of course, a lot of growth, but if we were to go through, say, trade figures, the Netherlands still is doing greater bilateral trade with India compared to Italy. And of course, there's been a renewed push and momentum that we've gained ever since the EU FTA had been forged in January this year. How are India and Italy looking towards taking this to the next level now as far as trade partnership is concerned?
You know, the motivation word for this sort of thing is aspirational, which acknowledges that something isn't, but of course also announces a determination that something must be, and that we are taking steps in that direction. So if you look at it positively, that is what this meeting intends to be. it tends to be aspirational in firming up defense ties. There's an element of commerce in that too, needless to say. There always is with everything, and an element to step up trade and also to step up investment. Of late, Indian investment into Italy has been outpacing Italian investment into India. And not that that is necessarily a matter of concern or alarm at all, but this is a two-way flow, and the attempt will be to try and step up a two-way flow both ways, so that once there is a greater degree of cross-investment, a greater level of trade, the two countries will become more politically integrated. And whatever we may say by way of symbolism and statements and the fun and games of it, ultimately it's trade and investment that really firm up the basis of ties going forward. And the attempt will be to get past these pleasantries, get past even perhaps the politics, and anchor the ties in trade investment into strong economic growth of trade and these across.
Oh, absolutely. As they say, much of trade and diplomacy stems from commonalities in the culture as well, whether it's India's philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam or Italy's own beliefs in humanist traditions that go all the way back to the Renaissance times. We can expect this partnership to only go forward. Many thanks to you, Siddhant and Sanjay, for sharing all of those inputs. That's all we have packed for our viewers in this newscast. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue on Wednesday.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky over all, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
The two that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries?
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into two parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be three stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE.
Welcome back. The hunt for Samarth Singh is intensifying in the Tisha Sharma death case. Multiple police teams are carrying out raids in and outside Madhya Pradesh, while a lookout notice has also been issued. Police are also moving to cancel his passport amid fears that he could flee abroad. At the same time, the investigation has thrown up new questions. The post-mortem report and especially the ligature reports classify Twisha's death as a suicide, saying a gymnastics belt was used as a noose. But a major procedural lapse has now surfaced. The autopsy was conducted without the belt, which police handed over only 2 days later. Twisha's family has now approached court seeking a fresh post-mortem, even as police say no evidence of the murder has emerged so far. Listen into the reactions that have come in.
जो सास हैं ट्विशा की, उनका कहना है कि भाई अगर वो हमारी बहू थी, हम उसको अपने बहू जैसे रखे हुए थे, और ड्रग एडिक्ट की बात हमको पता चली थी, उसका इलाज हो रहा था।
नहीं सर, देखिए, अब बच्चा जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है उसके बारे में कुछ भी ऐसा गलत आरोप लगाना ना बिल्कुल बेसलेस है। सेकंड थिंग, वो हमारी बच्ची को ड्रग के लिए वो अक्यूज कर रही हैं, तो हमारा उसका ब्लड टेस्ट भी हुआ होगा ना इसके टाइम पे, उसमें रिपोर्ट्स में आ जाएगा कि वो ड्रगी थी कि नहीं थी। मेरा मेन क्वेश्चन इसमें ये है कि जब वो जिस त्रिशा दीदी को ये बोल रही हैं कि वो ड्रग एडिक्ट थी, क्या पुलिस ने जिस टाइम पे ये बॉडी आई है, क्या पुलिस ने उनके लड़के का ब्लड टेस्ट किया? क्या उसके लड़के के हाथ पे मार्क्स वगैरह चेक किए कि कोई आपस में गुत्तम गुत्ता हो या कुछ ऐसा हुआ है? तो क्या उसकी बॉडी पे कोई स्क्रैच मार्क्स तो नहीं? लड़का 7 दिन से गायब है सर, पूरा डिटॉक्स कर लिया होगा उसने अपनी बॉडी को।
पिताजी ने बताई थी उस दिन की फोर्स्ड प्रेगनेंसी टर्मिनेशन के लिए उसको ससुराल वालों की तरफ से स्थिति ऐसी बनी। इस बात से भी वो पूरी तरह इनकार कर रही हैं सास।
सर देखिए, हमारे पास तो मैसेजेस में प्रूफ है जिसमें वो बच्ची अपनी मम्मी को लिख रही है कि ये मुझे बोल रहे हैं, समर्थ मुझे बोल रहा है ये बच्चा। किसी लड़की को प्रताड़ना करेंगे तो कोई लड़की वो बच्चा पैदा होने के बाद ये चीज नहीं आएगी सामने, इस बात की क्या गारंटी है? तो उसने सोचा कि इससे अच्छा इसको मैं अभी टर्मिनेट कर देती हूँ।
कि इस पूरे मामले में ये बात लगातार कही गई कि आपका एक पॉलिटिकल क्लाउड है, जुडिशियल क्लाउड है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव क्लाउड है, जिसकी वजह से जांच प्रभावित हो रही है। उनका कहना था कि आपको अग्रिम जमानत जो दी गई वो गलत दी गई।
क्लाउड का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। एंड दैट इफ यू आर अ जुडिशियल पर्सन तो आपका क्लाउड कभी नहीं रह सकता। जुडिशियरी तो आप आसंदी पे बैठता हो तो आप एकदम निष्पक्ष होते हो। आपका इवन सामने भी अगर लड़का बहू कोई भी खड़ा हो तो उसके ना कहू से दोस्ती, ना कहू से बैर। तो हम लोग उस पद्धति से ट्रेन हुए, तो वेयर इज द क्वेश्चन? बल्कि इनका क्लाउड मुझे दिख रहा है कि दैट दे आर ऑल ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स सो दैट दे सी अस बिहाइंड बार्स। मुझे उनका दुख समझ में आता है, लेकिन ये होना कि हम जेल जाएं जिसके लिए हमने कभी कुछ किया नहीं, ये एकदम गलत है। इज इट अ ग्राउंड कि हमको जाएं हम जेल क्योंकि वो व्यक्ति की इसकी ट्रीटमेंट हो रही है एंड शी इज नॉट रेडी फॉर ऑल ऑफ दिस?
मैम, आप तो खुद जज हैं और डाउरी के आपने 50 केसेस के पहले आपके सामने आए होंगे जिसमें कहा जाता है कि 7 साल से कम अगर शादी को हुए हो, ऐसे केस में बेल की बात करना कि मतलब इसमें तो ये अगर ये तो 6 महीने ही हुए थे। परिवार का कहना है उनकी तरफ से कि 7 साल से कम केस में शादी को वक्त बीता था, ऐसे में अग्रिम जमानत तो स्वीकार हो ही नहीं सकती।
देखिए, जहां दहेज लेन देन की बात ही नहीं हो, दहेज प्रतिषेध अधिनियम ही कहता है कि शादी के समय अगर कुछ भी दिया गया तो लिस्ट बनती है। अगर उनको लगता है उन्होंने मुझे दिया तो बताए ना वो लिस्ट। और रूल्स हमारे कहते हैं, सेक्शन 7 कहता है मध्य प्रदेश के कि उसमें उनको लिस्ट जमा करनी चाहिए। तो अब कुछ उन्होंने दिया है नहीं है तो वेयर इज द क्वेश्चन? दहेज। तो जब दहेज नहीं तो दहेज हत्या का मामला ही कहाँ है?
All right, staying with the story, we're getting in breaking inputs. As far as Tisha Sharma death case probe is concerned, the Bhopal police have now issued a letter to the family regarding the retrieval of the body. They are citing concerns over possible decomposition of the remains at AIMS Bhopal. Authorities have instructed that the body be collected at the earliest. The police have urged swift action from the family in view of procedural and medical considerations so far. So it almost seems like a catch-22 for Tisha Sharma's parents and even the Bhopal police at the moment. Let's quickly take it forward with Simran, who's been tracking that story for us. Simran, why aren't the parents collecting the mortal remains of Tisha Sharma till date?
Well, their contention is that there has not been the impartial inquiry in this case. Their demand initially had stemmed out from the influence, which has led to them demanding again and again for the postmortem to be conducted at AIMS, Delhi. Even the letter that has been addressed to the family for collecting the body mentions that for storing the dead body of Tisha at this AIMS Bhopal facility, the temperature required is not appropriate. The temperature of the facility only allows to maintain the temperature of -4 degrees Celsius, where it is in fact required for -80 degrees to be stored the body further, as it has been 7 days now. that the crime has committed and the body has been languishing in the mortuary or even in the place at AIIMS Bhopal. And the family regarding in this very incident, after receiving the letter, is also expected to make a statement on this, although there is also a hearing in the court regarding their application for the postmortem, same to be diverted to AIIMS Delhi, where they are requesting that the postmortem proceedings will be far away from the influence of the mother-in-law and their state machinery that has been used to actually divert the facts and the evidence on the matter in this investigation.
All right. Many thanks to you, Simran, for bringing us all those latest details. We will keep coming back to you as and when more information pours in. But staying with the story, we're getting in more breaking inputs as far as the Tisha Sharma death probe is concerned. In the latest, we are being told is that NCW has now initiated suo motu cognizance proceedings in the case. NCW has sought action taken report from Madhya Pradesh DGP and Chief Secretary. NCW is also seeking call detail records of Tisha Sharma, the CCTV footages, etc. as well. So clearly, the case is now gaining special ramification. This as the NCW also now steps into the picture. Tracking that story for us is Ananya Bhatnagar. Is joining us on the phone line for more details. Ananya, high time the NCW actually steps in, but also goes on to indicate the need for NCW to now step in, given that you also have influential people involved in the case.
Well, absolutely. In fact, there have been allegations of influence in this particular case from the very beginning, and now the National Commission of Women also stepping into the picture, saying that it has taken a suo motu cognizance. Not only has an action taken report been sought from the Madhya Pradesh Police's DGP, but also the Chief Secretary of the state has been asked to submit a status report as far as this particular case is concerned. Since the very beginning of this whole case, there had been a lot of questions that had not been answered, and in order to find those answers, not only the police but also now the NCW has called for the call data records. Not only that, they've also called for the CCTV footages of various places connected to this particular case from the Madhya Pradesh Police. How much of it would it help the National Commission for Women and in fact the victims kin to actually secure justice is something that only time will tell us.
Many thanks to you, Ananya, for bringing us those details to that news story. Let's in fact also bring some more reactions and ground reports. In fact, Manoj Sharma had a conversation with the DGP of Madhya Pradesh. Let's listen.
मतलब क्या मांग कर रहे हैं आप लोग? न्याय की मांग कर रहे हैं। अभी पुलिस का कहना है कि ये सुसाइड का केस है। पुलिस कौन होती है? जज बताएगा वो सुसाइड है कि पुलिस बताएगी? पुलिस का जो साक्ष्य पुलिस जज को देगी और दोनों पक्ष अपना वो रखेंगे और फिर देखा जाएगा। अगर ये आ जाता है कि ये सुसाइड है तो जो कुछ भी चीजें नहीं हुई उनके ऊपर एक्शन लिया जाए। अगर 3 दिन पहले उन्होंने मान लीजिए उसके अंदर डिले किया है तो जो अफसर ने डिले किया उसके ऊपर एक्शन लो। क्या लैकुना आपको दिख रहा है? जो लैकुना दिख रहा है वो पूरा सिस्टम जो है वो बिल्कुल एक तरह से प्रभावित दिख रहा है। जैसा शुरू से हो रहा है, वो नहीं लिख रहे हैं, पट्टा नहीं भेज रहे हैं, उसका पोस्टमार्टम के अंदर की रिपोर्ट्स के अंदर सब कुछ हो रहा है। पट्टे की रिपोर्ट आ गई है, पट्टे और गले में लगे निशान है, दोनों मैच कर गए। सर, जो कुछ भी आ गया है वो सब ठीक है, उनको लेना चाहिए, लेकिन जो कुछ नहीं आया था तब तक क्या हुआ, वो क्यों हुआ, उसके ऊपर जिसने नहीं किया उसके ऊपर एक्शन लीजिए और उनको न्याय दिलाइए। दोबारा से पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट कराइए, दोबारा सारे के सारे साक्ष्य कराइए, दोबारा फॉरेंसिक की जांच कराइए और उसके अंदर कुछ नहीं मिलता है और ये लगता है कि उसने पक्का सुसाइड किया है तो केस खत्म कर दिया। हम ये थोड़ी कहते हैं। आप किससे मिलने वाले हैं आज हम लोग जो है सबसे पहले डीजीपी के पास जाएंगे, उसके बाद गवर्नर साहब को देंगे, उसके बाद चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास जाएंगे, क्योंकि हम ये फील करते हैं कि ये तीनों के तीनों जो हैं अगर इसके अंदर चाहें तो ये सारा का सारा न्याय मिला जा सकता है। पुलिस की जांच कहाँ तक पहुंची?
नहीं, हम मामले का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी हमें वो जो 304B का जो केस है वो लड़के की गिरफ्तारी के लिए हमने पार्टियां लगा दी हैं। बाकी जो दूसरी एक्यूज्ड है लड़के की जो मदर हैं उनके खिलाफ हमारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है।
सर, इसमें एक बात आई है कि इससे अब जो केस आपका है वो तो सिर्फ खुदकुशी का है, हत्या का तो दूर दूर तक नहीं है।
अभी तक का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें ये सुसाइड नेचर का केस ही आया है। अभी तक हमें हत्या के कोई एविडेंस नहीं मिले हैं।
लिगेचर स्टफ जो है, मटेरियल है, जो कहा कि वो जो भी ट्रैप था, फंदा था, उसको लेके क्या जो परिवार ने भी आरोप लगाया, क्या लापरवाही हुई, दोबारा जांच हुई कि नहीं हुई और क्या रिपोर्ट आई?
नहीं, उसमें जांच हो गई है। वो पहले वो एफएसएल ने उसको जब्त किया था, थाने वाले उसको नहीं भेज पाए थे। वो क्यों नहीं भेज पाए थे उसका हम अलग से जांच करवा रहे हैं, लेकिन कई बार हो जाता है। लेकिन उस आइटम को हमने दोबारा भेजा और दोबारा डॉक्टर की रिपोर्ट भी आ गई है, तो उसका हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे कोई एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ा है।
फिलहाल अभी तक समर्थ की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई है।
ये बड़ी चिंता का विषय है। जो उनकी माताएं हैं वो चैनल पर आकर के इंटरव्यू दे रही हैं और बोल रही हैं कि वो हमारे उसको लीगली हम देख रहे हैं कि समर्थ के साथ में क्या किया जाए। तो इसका मतलब वो साफ साफ दिख रहा है समर्थ उनकी कस्टडी में है, समर्थ की प्रेजेंस उनको पता है कहाँ पर है। जब मीडिया में आकर के एक लेडी ये बोल सकती है तो पुलिस क्यों सो रही है, क्यों नहीं गिरफ्तार कर पा रही है पुलिस? ये जवाब हमें चाहिए कि कितना बड़ा इन्फ्लुएंस है, ये साफ साफ दिख रहा है।
वो कह रहे हैं इन्फ्लुएंस तो, प्रभाव तो आप लोग दिखा रहे हैं, दबाव तो आप लोग बना रहे हैं।
हम कहाँ से बना पाएगा गरीब आदमी? ये तो आप लोग मीडिया लोग नहीं होते तो हमारी तो हम तो भगा दिया जाता है, यहाँ से मार के भगा दिया। हमारी तो एफआईआर भी लॉन्च नहीं होती। आप तो साथ पल पल साथ हैं हमारे। आप लोगों का पब्लिक का सहयोग मिला है तभी तो एक गरीब आदमी को न्याय मिलेगा।
पूर्व जज हैं गरीबाला, उन्होंने कहा कि भाई जमानत अधिकार है, समर्थ का अधिकार है जमानत के लिए लड़ना, नहीं मिली अगर जिला अदालत से तो हाई कोर्ट जाएंगे।
अधिकार है पर उसको जब पुलिस ने इनाम घोषित किया हुआ है, कस्टडी में उसको देना है, तो क्यों नहीं दिया जा रहा है? अगर आप अपराधी नहीं है तो क्यों डर रहे हैं आप? देखना चाहिए कि एंटीसिपेटरी बेल वाला आदमी किसी मृतक की चरित्र हनन कर रहा है, मीडिया पर आकर के स्वयं में एक अपराध वो कर रही हैं। वो खुद जज हैं, वो जानती हैं इस बात को। मीडिया को ब्लेम करके बाइट्स देना, जानबूझ करके केस को इफेक्ट किया जा रहा है ताकि केस की प्रोसीडिंग्स हर्ट हो जाए। सीसीटीवी में 50 फॉल्ट है,
वो देखा आपने, उसमें क्या है? ये वही फॉल्ट बताइए।
डॉक्टराइंड सीसीटीवी है, इसकी फॉरेंसिक जांच होकर के सही सीसीटीवी पूरी वीडियोग्राफी मिलनी चाहिए।
And breaking news coming in from West Bengal, where bulldozer action under the jurisdiction of the Asansol Railway Division is underway. The railway administration carried out a major eviction drive against illegal encroachers in the Baraka railway quarters area. Now, around a dozen illegal quarters and homes located near the old barracks of the Baraka RPF and along the railway tracks near the Baltoria Ganesh Maidan were demolished using bulldozers. The sudden operation created a stir in the area and spread panic among the encroachers. Now, according to the railway authorities, the eviction drive was conducted to facilitate the progress of the proposed 4-lane construction project under the railway corridor. Now, it was stated that the projected work had been hindered for a long time due to the illegal occupation of railway land. So you can see the action taking place on the ground in West Bengal ever since the change in dispensation over there. I'm joined by my colleague Anindya Banerjee on the broadcast. So Anindya, clearly it's a welcome move when it comes to the expansion of the railway infrastructure in the area. But clearly the opposition party in the state up in arms saying that this is just a heavy-handed tactic.
Absolutely, and you just had the former Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee yesterday in her internal meeting said that in the garb of removing the hawkers or removing enclosures, the present government is targeting minorities. But be as it may, the visuals speak for itself. There are two kind of. This is not the first thing. First cleanup or bulldozer actions. There have been other instances. There have been Bardhaman railway cleanup. There have been Howrah station cleanup. There have been Sialda railway cleanup. There have been a slew of railway station cleanup or around there and so on. But one thing that sets this station, that is Asansol, away apart from the others, is that this is not just hawkers that are stood apart along the enclosures. These are actually proper houses that have been settled for years over there, and those visuals speak for themselves. And this is the constituency of Agnimitra Pal. So there you have it. The BJP government, the new BJP government in West Bengal, in full bulldozer action.
Right, and Anindya, thank you for getting us those updates coming in from West Bengal. So clearly this has become another flashpoint between the BJP and the TMC. We're shifting focus to Tamil Nadu. A massive political showdown has exploded in the state. Just hours before the high-profile cabinet expansion, the BJP has fiercely slammed the Congress party, accusing it of choosing power over principles. The major backlash comes as two Congress MLAs prepare to take their oath as state ministers in Vijay's new government today. The political storm erupted after Chief Minister Vijay posted a highly controversial public tribute, widely seen as honoring former LTTE chief Prabhakaran. The BJP has targeted the Congress, demanding to know how the party can share power with a leader who glorifies the very terrorist group responsible for the assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi.
Tomorrow, swearing in, will cabinet be part of the government? 2 cabinet berths is what we are given to understand.
We will do the press release, Amma. We wait another 3 hours. Yes.
Okay. And sir, yesterday BJP had raised the issue of Vijay's Chief Minister Vijay's tweet on late Prabhakaran, even though the word was not mentioned.
So
it's all well between.
We are discussing.
So as you can see, the Congress camp over there extremely tight-lipped about this tribute coming in from Vijay to the former chief of the Lashkar-e Tigers of Tamil Elam. And Purnima joining us on the broadcast. So Purnima, clearly this is quite a controversial position the Congress finds itself in. The Vijay creating another kind of quagmire for the Congress politically, given the fact that this tribute to Prabhakaran coming right ahead of the cabinet expansion.
Well, 18th of May is also a Remembrance Day where they pay tributes to thousands who were killed in the 2009 Sri Lankan war. TVK sources say that they did not have the mention of LTTE chief Prabhakaran. It was only about the Tamils who were killed during the war. It's a tribute to them. It's a Remembrance Day as well. So that's the clarification that's coming from TVK. On the record, TVK does not want to speak about this. Even Congress continues to remain tight-lipped. Yes, of course, it does put Congress in an uncomfortable position. But Congress on the record, Selva Pirandagai, the state president of the Congress, says that we are discussing, did not want to comment on that. But this comes exactly at a time when the Congress is offered 2 cabinet berths as well. That's the confirmation that both sides have said. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out, whether there will be this issue that will be raised by the Congress with the TVK going forward. All eyes on that.
Absolutely. But Purnima, when it comes to the politics in Tamil Nadu for decades, the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam have been a very potent political tool that has been weaponized in Dravidian politics. Does it seem that the Congress party is falling into the same trap?
Well, most of the parties in Tamil Nadu, even with the DMK, when Congress was in an alliance with the DMK as well, this was one issue where most of the regional parties in Tamil Nadu are always on the same lines. Even as far as LTTE Chief Prabhakaran is concerned, there's no opposition or no statements made against him. And TVK says that this is not the first time they've paid tributes. Every year on the 18th of May, they do pay tributes, and this is being taken out of context. So even parties like the DMK are more or less sharing the same sentiments that the TVK shares. That's something that the Tamil Nadu regional parties will have, and Congress, which was in an alliance with the DMK, now in an alliance with the TVK, will be put in an uncomfortable position. But this is one issue where they do differ in terms of what their stance and their party stance is.
Right, and time again, when it comes to the entire politics surrounding the pardoning of the killers of Rajiv Gandhi, we've also seen that Congress has always been kind of pussyfooting around this entire issue, given the fact that the DMK as well as the Dravidian parties have been in favor of pardoning the killers of Rajiv Gandhi. But this puts the Congress party in a fix once again, given the fact that the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Elam was central to the assassination of Rajiv Gandhi.
Absolutely. We've seen in the previous years as well, whenever it comes to the 7 convicts involved in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, who were also part of the LTTE, the DMK, the AIA-DMK, were all in favor of the release of all the 7 convicts. But the Congress
the Congress time and again had in fact distanced itself from commenting on that. They did not want the convicts to be released. So there were issues that the Congress had earlier faced with its previous allies, including the DMK as well. But as far as Tamil Nadu and the sentiments of Tamil Nadu parties are concerned, they almost echo the same views that they will offer tribute to those who were killed in the Sri Lankan war, the 2009 war, and there is nothing wrong. This should not be linked to the alliance with the Congress, because there are issues where they may differ, but that will not have an impact on the alliance going forward, is what both the Congress and the TVK sources tell us off the record.
Right. Thank you, Purnima, for joining us on the broadcast and decoding that for us. You can see the political gymnastics currently taking place in Tamil Nadu, given the politics surrounding the liberation tigers of Tamil Elam. So this political showdown only exploding, giving more ammunition to the BJP to take on the ruling dispensation inside the state of Tamil Nadu, with Congress party hoping to get those 2 extra cabinet berths in Vijay's government. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, a quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
The tool that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries?
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into 2 parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be 3 stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE. That part is done and dusted, and there's a clear agreement with the UAE. The next bit is the tricky, that overland and by rail link, there would be a connect of goods from UAE through Saudi Arabia, through Jordan into...
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into CNN News 18. You're watching this broadcast with me, Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Ties between Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni witness a sweet moment. Modi gives melody toffees to Meloni during his visit to Italy. Indian and Italian Prime Ministers define new partnership roadmap in a joint article, pitch India and Italy as strategic anchors linking the Indo-Pacific and Europe amid global geopolitical churn. Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit sparks a political fight here back home. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi takes a swipe at the Prime Minister for gifting toffees to his Italian counterpart. In a social media post, claims Prime Minister Modi was laughing and filming reels while farmers, India's youth and women are in tears. Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump likely to meet on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France in July. Trump confirms presence. Macron invites Prime Minister Modi. No confirmation from New Delhi yet. As Congress laps up Norwegian journalist's hit job on Prime Minister Modi, Sharad Pawar sends a message to the allies. Says political differences should not come out in the way when it comes to protecting India's prestige. Probe into Tisha Sharma death case intensifies. Lookout notice issued against her husband, accused Samarth Singh. Efforts to trace him continue. After CPM warns Vijay government of pulling out support of TVK takes the backing of AIADMK rebel faction. Tamil Nadu minister says differences with CPM clear. Bengal government restores OBC status of 66 communities that have been included in the state's reservation list before 2010. Heavy rain triggers landslides on Kedarnath route. Stoneprayag, Gaurikund route blocked. Thousands of pilgrims rescued in a massive overnight operation. And Russian president is in Beijing. Vladimir Putin meets his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping during his high-profile two-day visit. This comes just days after Donald Trump was hosted by Beijing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's five-nation diplomatic tour, which the BJP says is focused on strengthening India's global outreach, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has launched a fresh political attack, and that has triggered a major storm here in India. Rahul Gandhi, while addressing party workers, accused the BJP and RSS of selling India out. He used some strong language. A stronger rebuttal came in from the BJP. He referred to the Prime Minister as a traitor once again. He escalated the political confrontation sharply by claiming that the people of this country were suffering while the Prime Minister was on a jaunt abroad. The BJP has now strongly hit back. They've called Rahul Gandhi's remarks completely irresponsible and an insult to India's global image at a time when Prime Minister Modi is representing the country abroad. The war of words is now intensified into a full-blown political clash between the ruling party and the opposition.
आज मोदी जी का वीडियो देखा नहीं देखा व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने देखा वो इटली की राष्ट्रपति मेलोनी है उनको नरेंद्र मोदी जी टॉफी खिला रहे हैं रील बनाई है हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री इटली के प्रधानमंत्री को मेलोनी टॉफी दिए हैं अब देखना नोटबंदी के बाद नरेंद्र मोदी ने रोते हुए कहा था मुझे फांसी पे चढ़वा देना अगर काला धन खत्म नहीं हुआ याद है आपको रोते हुए कहा था कोविड के समय में लॉकडाउन कर दिया मजदूरों को मरवा दिया किसानों को खत्म कर दिया हाथ जोड़ के रोते हुए कहा मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो फिर से हाथ जोड़ने का टाइम आ रहा है फिर से रोने का टाइम आ रहा है फिर से हाथ जोड़ने का टाइम आ रहा है हॉर्मुज़ स्ट्रेट को बंद करने का मतलब दुनिया का 20% तेल 20% तेल का सप्लाई खत्म इसका नतीजा आने वाले समय में महंगाई आसमान तक आपने अपनी जिंदगी में ऐसी महंगाई नहीं देखी होगी फिर से दोहराता हूं जो आने वाला है 3-4 महीने में ऐसी महंगाई आपने अपनी जिंदगी में नहीं देखी होगी दूसरी चीज खाद किसानों को खाद नहीं मिलने वाला है तीसरी चीज गैस का सप्लाई खत्म होने जा रहा है केरोसिन सारा का सारा बंद होने जा रहा है और नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कहता है विदेश मत जाओ और फिर अपने जहाज तोड़ के विदेश चला जाता है
Well, the BJP is lashing out at Rahul Gandhi for his remarks. BJP chief Nitin Nabin has come out and called Rahul Gandhi's statement extremely unfortunate, saying that it reflects frustration after repeated defeats for the Congress party across the country.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं ना कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता सामाजिकता और कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार निराशा कहीं ना कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है। और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी, आपके पूर्वजों ने इस देश की जमीन और जमीर को हमेशा गिरवी रखने का काम किया, कभी हमारे सैनिकों के मनोबल को बढ़ाने का काम नहीं किया। और मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति का आप राहु हैं, जो कहीं न कहीं पूरे तरह से देश की राजनीति की वातावरण को गंदा और दूषित करते हैं।
The language of Rahul Gandhi is exactly how anti-nationals speak. Rahul Gandhi has called more than 140 crore Indians as Gaddar. This tells you that Rahul Gandhi's remote control is with anti-India forces, and his language is that of an urban Naxal who is irritated and angry that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is united. Rahul in the past has said that he wants to fight the Indian state. His statement against the Honorable Prime Minister has made it clear that whether it is Rahul Gandhi or those terrorists in Pakistan, the language of both of them is similar, because Rahul Gandhi is fulfilling the agenda of anti-India forces in India, and Rahul Gandhi is under the remote control of Pakistan. He is nothing but a fringe leader who supports, backs and has ideological mentors as urban Naxals. This is why the Congress party today is Muslim League Mawadi Congress.
ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಿಶಿಸಿದ ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿ ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರಧಾನಮಂತ್ರಿ कई राष्ट्रीय विचारों संबंधी आंशिक तंत्र भूमिका की मेरी असू सकते, पर आज भारत का सब है देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जपण्याचं काम मोदी करतात ही गोष्ट आपल्याला दिसून चालणार नाही. तिथं देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जिथे तिथं राजकीय मंत्री हे करायचे नाही.
Pallavi now joins us, getting us more details and perspective on this. Pallavi, the kind of remarks that have come in from Rahul Gandhi are on expected lines. I mean, he's said this in the past as well. He's been taking on the Prime Minister ever since some of these measures were announced by the government, ever since Prime Minister Modi made that appeal twice in 24 hours.
Yes, and he's always been very critical and cynical about, one, the Prime Minister's trips abroad, and second, about the economic policy of this government. Like COVID, the present Gulf crisis is not of our doing. We have little control over it. And every country across the world, Poonam, has been going through their share of economic crisis. And this is something which we all have been reporting upon. The increase in the price of petrol and diesel has happened after much time. And this is after we were left really with no choice. And the oil manufacturing companies were going through a lot of loss, and the finance ministry was limited as far as its resources were concerned. And in contrast to other countries, India's stand has been much more consumer friendly, is what the government has been telling us. So two quick points which are being made by Rahul Gandhi. One, saying that he's known to have a very poor track record as far as handling the economy is concerned, and as acting as a naysayer, Rahul Gandhi also made the larger point that look at the days to come, there will be a huge staggering inflation, people will lose their jobs and they're going to be suffering. It's only because the Prime Minister is globe-trotting. And you know, we know this, Poonam, that these are not holiday visits, these are diplomatic visits, and each one of them, and we have been reporting on all of them, each one of them has ended up in signing up of trade deals, economic ties, procuring energy, semiconductor deal with Norway for that matter. That is why it was a packed visit, 5-nation tour, and that is why this trip needed to be done, particularly in a time of economic crisis like this, the world over, where we need foreign investment, and we also want to propel a whole indigenous economy as well. But that hasn't convinced Rahul Gandhi. He's taken pot shots at the Prime Minister, which is why not just the BJP, many of the economic experts are also wondering that why does someone who occupy a constitutional position makes these kind of charges against the Prime Minister when he himself has been a part of the government, and as a UPA person and as a the late Dr. Manmohan Singh also had to travel extensively to get many of those deals signed.
Absolutely. And it's not just the BJP or the experts that are questioning, Pallavi, isn't it? It's also allies of the Congress party that don't seem very pleased with such comments coming in. Sharad Pawar being the latest one to sound out that alarm.
Absolutely, Poonam, and it's not the first time. Both Mamata Banerjee specifically earlier and Mr. Sharad Pawar also now and even earlier have never been comfortable with the idea of Rahul Gandhi and Congress party
These visuals on your screens are of Prime Minister Modi with his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni, hosting Prime Minister Modi for those bilateral talks that will begin in just a short while from now. It is going to be a marathon meeting between the two leaders and the delegation from two sides. Giorgia Meloni, in fact, has just taken to Twitter just a short while ago before this ceremonial welcome for the Prime Minister there. And she's been talking about how ties between the two countries are at a decisive phase now. In fact, in her tweet, she talks about the relationship between India and Italy, which has reached a decisive phase. In recent years, our ties have expanded with unprecedented momentum. That's what Meloni says. Evolving from a cordial friendship to a strategic special partnership that's founded on the values of freedom and democracy, as well as a shared vision for the future. And that's exactly what these two world leaders are taking with them into this meeting as they sit down for the bilateral meeting in just a few minutes from now as they enter that venue to get down to business between the two sides. Trade is going to be high on agenda. The India-Europe economic corridor is also going to be discussed between the two leaders. We're going to be seeing partnerships as far as manufacturing, innovation and artificial intelligence is concerned as well. That is something that the two sides are going to be discussing when they get into that room and that bilateral meeting begins. This is that ceremonial welcome for Prime Minister Modi right before that bilateral meeting begins. All smiles for the cameras there as the press waiting to get a glimpse of another moment between the two leaders. Melody, as they are tagged on social media, the two leaders have been hopping on that social media trend, using that term, using that hashtag, that meme to put in focus the rapport that the two leaders share, the kind of tone and tenor that the two countries share before they get down to business, before these bilateral talks begin. Akanksha joins us, getting us some more perspective on this. Akanksha, it was all about the rapport up until now. It's now down to business as the two leaders talk with each other, with the two sides, as trade, defense, innovation, tech, all of it is going to get discussed.
Absolutely, Poonam. Pageantry has certainly been the centerpiece of Prime Minister's visit to Italy, the last leg of his 5-nation tour. As you can see, there's a lot of chatter as far as Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni are concerned. But is that camaraderie also translating into real concrete trade is something that we'll have to look at, because if you were to compare the bilateral trade figures, even say with the Netherlands, we stand at 27 billion euros in 2025 alone, and that is something that India wants to surpass for India-Italy bilateral trade, which still is slightly below 20 billion euros. So there's a lot of scope, and interestingly, in that editorial piece which has been penned both by Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni, they both have talked about how this India-Italy bilateral relationship has entered a new decisive phase. Why is it decisive? Because even though we've held, we've in fact had a very healthy partnership, it needs to gain momentum, much of which has already started happening after the EU FTA was forged. There's a lot of focus on the IMEC, the India-Middle Eastern Economic Corridor. And the word that's the key word for today, which will be trending across social media, is going to be the Indo-Mediterranean Corridor, because both countries are treating Mediterranean and Indo-Pacific as two strategic spaces for us. Interestingly, Italy also happens to be that one partner to India which transcends the grouping like G7, comes all the way to G20. So it can also aid India in sort of assisting it as a leader of the global south. There in those visuals, you can see the chemistry speaking for itself as both prime ministers dressed in white, being accorded that guard of honor. We've seen Prime Minister also being received by the President of Italy, where there was a bilateral discussion. But after this, we will be made privy to a host of MOUs that will be signed. One of them, very interestingly, is going to be the one on defense. Defense will, in fact, also prove to be that turning point or that pivot for the India-Italy partnership, because not only are we looking at co-technology, developing technology together, co-production of technology as far as defense is concerned, but you're also looking towards forging deeper maritime security, and perhaps can expect more naval exercises also to take place between India and Italy. As we said, these are two countries which both have interest in Indo-Pacific and the Mediterranean itself. In fact, it should be highlighted, Poonam, that soon after Prime Minister wraps up his Europe tour, he will be hosting the President of Cyprus, who will be in our country just from Friday. Friday is when the briefing is. So why I mentioned Cyprus is also to indicate the kind of focus that India and Italy both are placing on the Mediterranean, and so connectivity also becomes extremely significant through the IMEC.
Yes.
We'll have to see what all come out of the bilateral meeting.
Yes, do stay on with us. Sanjay Chituri is also now joining us. Sanjay is reporting live for us from Rome, from where all the action is currently at. And Sanjay, the two leaders have just gotten into that building, into that bilateral meeting. It is going to be a marathon one. About 3 hours have been allocated, is what we're given to understand. Perhaps post which we will be seeing a joint statement come out with the outcomes.
Yes, we certainly are expecting a joint statement, and we are going to see very likely a fleshing out of some of the concepts that have been floated, the Indo-Mediterranean, rather an interesting concept. It's a broad concept in two senses. One, of course, it is an idea that turns the very idea of an Indo-Middle East economic corridor into a concept. That this is not just something that is as specific as sort of an arterial link across many different levels by way of goods, by way of data, by way of power. It's more than that. It's just a way of a grouping. But also it seeks a broadening where it may seek to bring in countries other than those that are simply directly on the axis of this proposed corridor. The axis countries, if you want to call them those, are, of course, the UAE. After India, it's the UAE, then Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, Italy. So if these are connected through this corridor, a part sea, part rail, part road too, then you have a corridor in place. But if there are countries adjoining these axis countries that also come into this, well, Cyprus, as Akanksha mentioned, there's a conversation on that due very soon. There could be others looking for this kind of grouping. Potentially, it can be quite a powerful bloc for trade, and as a regional bloc that goes beyond any one region and spans two regions thought of as diverse. So it's a very promising concept, a very interesting concept. Again, as with IMEC, we just have to see how far it goes.
Absolutely, and trade is going to be a key focus because on both ends, Donald Trump and the frustration with his administration, with his policies vis-a-vis tariffs, is something that both sides have been reeling under, both the European Union, Italy, and India. And that's something that India is also looking to balance out, which is something that India eyed with the EU FTA that concluded not long ago. So based on that, or building on that, is something that India is also going to be looking at, Sanjay, to try and diversify markets into these countries that we may not have had great presence in up until now.
Well, Trump has been the trigger, but it's not likely that exit Trump or 2 years, 2.5 years, 3 years down the line, and everything goes back to the way it was before. There is a feeling, certainly gaining ground in Europe, that the policies of Europe cannot be decided every 4 years in Wisconsin. You have Trump out, you have a Democrat in or another Republican in, and they do things very differently. They get in a new set of advisors, and they decide that what happened before was not quite right at all. They may not use as vivid language as Trump does to describe Obama and Biden, but clearly stepping away from those policies. So therefore, there is no faith left in continuity in policy in the US. Continuity is essential for being able to predict and to plan ahead. And with that now missing in the US, and it will be missing post-Trump as well, these groupings are now looking very much more promising. And countries that would not have taken this kind of thing very seriously are going to consider this very seriously. But we do need to be mindful of a threat to this. The threat is the parallel, not quite parallel, the very much more advanced Belt and Road Initiative of China.
Yes.
And there is very likely to be a move to undermine these kind of grouping, to undermine IMEC through the BRI. And when we're talking BRI and countries that may undermine it, we're talking certainly about China, Pakistan, Turkey. So there is a threat to this. We are not there yet, but it's a promising concept.
A promising concept that the two sides will want to build on. And speaking of the United States and Donald Trump, Akanksha, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi could be meeting in about 2 months' time. So the outcome of Prime Minister Modi's visit from his 5-nation European tour perhaps will have some sort of a bearing when he meets President Trump as well, given the circumstances we live in.
Well, then it's also going to have a bearing for Europe as well, because remember, he's already threatened the EU with additional tariffs, something which they are trying to negotiate because July is when the deadline expires. And in fact, on the day he was issuing those threats to the EU President Ursula von der Leyen, she had some very heartwarming and heartening words for the bilateral relationship that India shares with EU. Italy happens to be the 4th largest trading country from the EU bloc, which is why India is now looking towards deepening this partnership into a strategic partnership. What are going to be the main pillars of it? You're looking at technology, you're looking at trade, you're looking at AI, you're looking at defense. And so, yes, if the US president wants, he can perhaps raise an eyebrow, something that's not really new to him. But at the same time, as long as his own business is going, he shouldn't have reasons to frown, because at the India is also expected to finalize the BTA. Remember, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to be in the national capital in a couple of days from now, and so we are being told that there could be some forward movement even on the trade front. So if both are, smiling all the way to the bank, you can expect the US president also to be equally cheery. How the EU, in fact, manages to walk that tightrope with the US president is their headache. But it's also an important reminder to the US president that if they are going to add more pressure, India is very much in a position to diversify. That is exactly how multipolarity, or call it strategic autonomy, has helped India in sort of diversifying its trade partnerships, which is when the EU FTA was announced with India as the mother of all deals. We did see the US, in fact, get riled up, but the US cannot deny the fact. It's, in fact, being made to confront with reality that we are living in a very closely connected world, as Prime Minister calls it, a world where he believes in the philosophy of Vasudev Kutumbakam, that the world is one, and that also happens to align with the Roman belief of humanist traditions that go all the way back to the Renaissance. So it is these common civilizational beliefs also that bring EU and India together, particularly Prime Minister's chemistry, or call it camaraderie, with the Italian Prime Minister Meloni. Let's see what it has in terms of offering on paper. We can't wait to, in fact, see what the MOUs are going to look like. Poonam.
And one of those MOUs, Sanjay, could also be on agriculture, is what we're given to understand. I mean, both countries have been strengthening partnership as far as the agri sector goes. There is, in fact, a visit to one of those units by the Prime Minister after this bilateral that's scheduled too.
Well, we'll have to look at these MOUs, but we do want to, qualify and perhaps limit our enthusiasm. An MOU is just that. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's not a contract. It's not a binding document. It's very often a statement of intention. And, it's rather nasty to bring a cynical note into all this. But a lot of MOUs tend to go nowhere. So this is a matter of announcing intentions and announcing plans, announcing concepts, very promising. But of course, the test is going to be in the performance. The test is going to be what really results from this. Will a lot of Italian businesses get excited? And will they explore opportunities they did not before? Will they look for these enable mechanisms to work them to increase business with India, to step up investment into India. That will be the test for all this. And it is really business and business alone that can make these things happen. You can set up a corridor, but what's the point of a corridor if there aren't enough goods going through that corridor one way or the other? So it's the enabling environment that we are looking at. What follows will be the final test.
Of course, we'll have to wait for that joint statement to find out more about what the outcomes are, what the MOUs are that are signed between the two sides. But clean energy, Sanjay, has been one of the cornerstones for this government here in India, for Prime Minister personally as well. And he's been pushing forth with that every single time that he travels abroad, especially to these European countries. Even during this trip, clean energy and focus on that was something that the Prime Minister and India stressed on. Is Italy going to be seeing their fair share of on that front as well?
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Clean energy is now a matter of survival. Everyone is shaken by this crisis and what's happening or not happening through the Strait of Hormuz. And that has been a crisis for just about every country to some extent or the other. And clean energy, you thought of this as something that some of these peripheral faddists would speak of, and the supposedly progressive who are not to be taken very seriously. That certainly was the view of what is normally described as the mainstream. Not anymore. That is now a matter of survival. It is just a matter of economic survival and just human survival as well. And that's why you've seen that thread running right through this tour of the Prime Minister. Petroleum reserves in the UAE, in the Netherlands. The Netherlands makes the machines that makes the chips, which are at the heart of computers, which are at the heart of just about everything from cars to rockets and you name it. And that is a very important an agreement that India has signed with the Netherlands. Sweden, again, very strong on clean energy, and little Iceland, with the population of 300,000, has remarkable progress with geothermal energy. Denmark with the wind turbines in the seas, and that supplies about 30-35% of all of the electricity in Denmark. All these are models that India is looking at. All of this has been discussed. The Prime Minister has met leaders of all of these countries, and energy security now and green energy security really is a compulsion. It's a compelling need. It's a matter of survival now.
Absolutely, especially given the crisis that we've seen in the aftermath of the West Asia war. And Akanksha, as far as that war is concerned, could that be one of the issues that gets discussed in Italy as well? India has always stood on the side of peace. That's something that has been maintained by the Prime Minister, even when we spoke about the Russia-Ukraine war or the Israel-Palestine war. Now that we have another war amidst us while this trip happens for the Prime Minister, is that something that two leaders could also discuss?
IMEC, it's been said umpteen number of times that IMEC is not just a connectivity corridor, it's also a vision to bring countries together through trade, technology, investment, and energy partnership happens to be one key pillar to this overall vision. And as you were just now discussing, India stands to gain a lot through Prime Minister's tour over here. Sanjay was also talking about how India can borrow when it comes to clean and green energy initiatives of these various countries, whether it is Sweden, whether it is even Iceland. But more importantly, India is looking towards partnering. And I must highlight that India has its own set of initiatives. Let me take our viewers through that. The International Solar Alliance having been one of them, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure being one of them, Global Biofuel Alliance is another one. So it's not that India will be only taking or borrowing from these countries. India is looking towards partnering and taking forward their own initiatives where these countries, these European nations can perhaps collaborate with India on these initiatives. Why this matters from the Italy-India point of view is also because Italy happens to be part of G20. India also wants to aid other developing economies, other emerging economies through its energy partnerships, and perhaps Italy, when compared to other European nations, could be in a better position to do so, because it's not just a member of the G7, it's also a member of the G20 countries. And which is why energy partnership could in fact be very important today if discussions do happen. As much as Sanjay may want to reduce the MOU to a piece of paper, the fact is this is what leads to or gets the work going. But more importantly, Europe in itself has borne the brunt of an energy crisis ever since Russia waged that war against Ukraine. And so India can perhaps learn a lot and take its own momentum, which it's trying to build as far as clean energy is concerned, even forward. Because remember, if China has an edge over us, it's also because they are already specializing in sustainable energy, in renewable energy, and that is giving them that advantage which they hold over India, not to forget the fact that they also have bigger reserves than us. So India is looking towards it, and Prime Minister himself is a massive endorser. He believes in green and renewable energy himself, so you can expect energy partnership also to be taken forward during this visit.
Another aspect, Sanjay, that could be looked into is that of artificial intelligence. And these are pictures coming in of the Prime Minister and his Italian counterpart there, Giorgia Meloni, introducing her delegation, her team to Prime Minister Modi before they sit down for that bilateral meeting, where a lot of these issues are going to be discussed, one of which would be artificial intelligence. And Sanjay, Italy has been a trailblazer of sorts, isn't it? I mean, it was one of the first countries in the European Union, if I'm not mistaken, to actually pass a comprehensive legislation on the use of artificial intelligence. And that's something that India could take lessons from. The Indian Prime Minister, the Indian government have been talking about a more responsible approach towards AI.
Oh, yes, the Indian government has taken a strong initiative. We had the summit in New Delhi. The Italian government has taken steps. This is an area where everyone is taking steps, not just in development, but in also attempting some sort of legislation, or if not legislation, some sort of regulation to manage this. Again, to manage, if not entirely to control it. This is a challenge that just about everyone is taking on, but it's very difficult to now conceive of an agreement on AI that will last a year. AI, before we knew it, you and I are relying on AI 10 times a day for this, that, and the other. And this has just happened in a matter of weeks, if not a couple of months at the most. This kind of movement is moving so very fast that it's very difficult to have a static regulation or agreement in place that can last us considerable period of time. Therefore, there are going to be some basic principles that will have to be agreed upon, but those will inevitably run into confrontation and competition. Nobody is going to want to be limited because someone else thinks that they should limit themselves. Limits are for others, freedom for yourself. That is the urge, that's the instinct. Will there be agreement to control that? Will Trump stop somewhere? Will the Chinese stop somewhere? Unlikely. So much as the countries might want to legislate or reform some sort of a framework, implementation of that is going to prove very challenging.
Right. Akanksha, who's with us on this, give us a little more on the sweet gesture. It all started with those melody sweets that was given to Meloni, and the internet has exploded. And of course, this is a form of diplomacy. And certainly one would say it need not be cold cut dialogue. It could be a little more, some emotion, unscripted emotion that was seen play out right from the start of today, where Prime Minister Modi met Meloni, gifted her those sweets, and that really grabbed attention enough to be the dominating headline across. So in the backdrop of that, talking business, how much of room does India have to benefit?
And Nabila, it's indeed arrived at a very critical juncture, remember, because what happened in Oslo did leave a bitter taste in everybody's mouth, especially when India was being asked about the press freedom, and then one of the leading magazines coming out with such a caricature, which is extremely, say, backward and, regressive to say the least, where Prime Minister Modi is being displayed as a snake charmer. So after all of that, perhaps the Italian Prime Minister has reminded the world in terms of what weight the Indian Prime Minister or India's own economy carries, because as you rightly said, diplomacy need not be accompanied by a cold cut. And that's exactly what this meeting has done. It's in fact sweetened the overall bilateral discussions, and hard business talks that will be taking place are already taking place. And it all began with Prime Minister's visit to the Colosseum. He was also hosted to dinner by the Italian Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni. And much of their camaraderie or chemistry was very apparent in the pictures and the photographs that we've already seen. Let's see that that chemistry also translates into the kind of business Prime Minister brings back to the country.
And that's precisely what he's there for, to talk business. Achal Malhotra, who's a former diplomat, also joining us. Achal, your take on this. Prime Minister Modi, the honor he gets in Italy time and again, the equations that he holds with the Italian Prime Minister. Meloni has become, the friendship between Modi and Meloni now turning into melody memes all across. They very well knew what they were walking into. And it seems like the two are feeding the internet that's now exploding in joy. Sweets that were given to, melody sweets that were given to the Italian Prime Minister, Modi and Meloni clicking those pictures. And that exchange was certainly warm. And now it is going to be leading up to talks. How much of this provides a cushion for Indian strategic talks?
Good afternoon. I think the kind of chemistry which Prime Minister Modi and the Italian leader Giorgia Meloni have enjoyed is very well known to all of us. I think it's more than just chemistry between the two individuals. I think on the ideological plane, both relate to each other. I mean, they are on the same side of the ideology. That's how I look at it. Coming to the substantive part of the visit, I think, it's part, much of the Prime Minister's tour this time has been to the smaller European nations. And in the past, we have been focusing on France, Germany, UK, and also Italy to a certain extent. But I think this visit is loaded with the desire to give an entirely new direction. I mean, the focus is going to be on the advanced technology, whether it's artificial intelligence, whether it is innovation, and energy security. But in the context of energy security, it is obviously not fossil fuels. It is transition to, green energy and everything that is related to advanced technologies and, working together. Ideologically, Italy and India are more or less on the same page. And this visit assumes particular importance after the India-EU free trade agreement, which has been signed and should be operationalized, I think, in the next few months, if not weeks. So we have to look at it from the conventional, trade and investment aspect, but more than that, from the point of view of entering into advanced areas which are very, very much important for the overall development.
Yeah. Tell us why Italy now emerges as India's consequential global partner. What kind of business that we have had in history with Italy, and today Prime Minister Modi pushing to strengthen ties, underline for us why it is a very important strategic partner.
So, as I mentioned, Italy, as part of our European, foreign policy, has been an important partner. But now that the free trade agreement has opened many more possibilities, and the desire on the part of the two countries to forge closer relations is more evident today than probably it was in the past. And the areas which have come up for, which has been identified or which are being discussed, they all belong to the futuristic. They are all futuristic areas of cooperation. And where the two of them, I'm sure you must have read the article which both of them have authored together. It appeared in the Times of India, where they talk about the synergies, where each of the two countries now appear prepared and determined to make best use of complementarities, and that gives a hope for a stronger relationship in the future.
Right. So information is that the investment, or rather bilateral trade between the two countries so far has crossed $16.7 billion. That's the kind of trade that India is nurturing and wants to further push its boundary to see how far in terms of investment that we could attract to India, which is why Prime Minister Modi is on this five-nation tour. Achal Malhotra, would you be able to establish for us on Prime Minister Modi's decision at this time to move, to in fact travel 5 countries, while he's already brought in some investment from UAE? The idea is to bring in money when the country needs the most.
Definitely, as I very briefly mentioned, that the bulk of this tour is to smaller countries in the Europe, which for various reasons have not received much of attention from India. Maybe it was mutual or reciprocal kind of a thing. Norway, it was the first ever visit by a Prime Minister in the last 43 years. So this shows a kind of reorientation in India's foreign policy. And the push has come from, once again, I will refer to the India-EU Free Trade Agreement. Now the desire is to engage so-called smaller countries, but much which have their strength in advanced technology, and which have the potential to bring in a lot more investment into India, which country needs at this point of time. Because unfortunately, we have seen some outflow of foreign portfolio investors from India, and the current oil crisis and crude oil crisis, the West Asian crisis, is having a bit of toll on our foreign exchange reserves also. So in this context, trade and investment have always been relevant whenever we have interacted. And these are new areas which are capable, but now they have to be given a push, and they have to be given the job at hand is to convince them that India is an attractive destination. India is a reliable destination. Everybody knows about our credentials as a democracy, and the stability, political stability in the country. That doesn't need to be told, but what they have to be told about is some assurances about the ease of doing business with India. And any investor wants to have a feeling of the investments being safe. And you can't blame the investor because they look for the profits. So this is the kind of narrative we have to really build up in these smaller and yet very powerful countries, and powerful maybe not militarily, but in terms of advanced technology, in terms of capital that they have in hands to invest. So we have a job at hand, and I think by focusing on smaller countries, the Nordic countries, our summit level relations with Nordic countries started almost 12 years ago. So having a summit meeting once in 4 years sounds a bit casual. I think we'll have to fast track this interaction and push it in the direction that we actually want. Over to you.
Right. Well, from what we understand, this bilateral meet is also going to be pushing. The vision is basically to reach a 20 billion euro trade deal between the two nations by 2029. And verticals across defense, pharmaceutical, machinery, chemicals, agro-food, tourism. These are areas that India wants to push its ties and trade with Italy. And it seems like the equation that Prime Minister Modi has with Meloni is certainly what's leading towards this established vision. Mr. Suri, who's also with us, this is the last leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation visit. Suri, give us a little more on what's planned today.
Well, we have the meeting underway between the two prime ministers and officials from the sides. We saw them stepping into the meeting. So that meeting is underway, and the final touches are going to be given to the agreement and the MOUs. And I know Akanksha knocked me for some cynicism over these, but certainly we can expect a joint statement, some MOUs to be declared, and those at the very least spell promise and a target and a direction to move into. And we are awaiting those, following which we're going to have a visit from the Prime Minister to the Food Agriculture Organization. That has actually nothing to do with Italy. It's a UN organization that is based and headquartered here in Rome. And in the present context of the food crisis, that meeting can be very, very significant. There is a crisis and there is a need for safety nets. The Indian government has its own, but there's no harm in trying to negotiate or at the least inquire about other kind of support that may be available should a crisis get out of hand. The FAO has a $2.5 billion program underway, which is set to be expanded. It is already helping a number of countries, Philippines with its food needs. And so this is a conversation that is not just usual diplomatic conversation, international group conversation. There is a serious crisis that has precipitated the need for this conversation. And we certainly hope that the outcome of any such conversation is never required. But that is a conversation that needs to be had.
Yeah. So Prime Minister Modi, as soon as he arrived into Italy, he had dinner with Meloni, and then they went over to the Colosseum, where they engaged in a deep conversation over a wide range of subjects. And now we're looking at the bilateral meet where MOUs will be signed. The two leaders have just met, and that's CNN News 18, the only channel reporting from the ground in Rome. Thanks very much, Sanjay Suri. We're going to come back to you in moments from now. A short break. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
The two that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries.
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into two parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be three stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE. That part is done and dusted, and there's a clear agreement with the UAE.
Welcome back. Now, the hunt for Samarth Singh in Twisha's death case intensifies. Multiple police teams are now carrying out raids in and outside Madhya Pradesh, while a lookout notice has now been issued. Police are also moving to cancel his passport amid fears that he could flee abroad. At the same time, the investigation has now thrown up new questions. The post-mortem and ligature reports classify Twisha's death as suicide, saying a gymnastics belt was used as the noose. But a major procedural lapse has also surfaced. The autopsy was conducted without the belt, which police handed over only 2 days later to the doctors. Twisha's family has now approached the court seeking a fresh post-mortem, even as police say that there is no evidence of murder that's now emerged so far.
जो सास हैं ट्विशा की, उनका कहना है कि भाई अगर वो हमारी बहू थी, हम उसको अपने बहू जैसे रखे हुए थे, और ड्रग एडिक्ट की बात हमको पता चली थी, उसका इलाज हो रहा था।
नहीं सर, देखिए, अब बच्चा जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है उसके बारे में कुछ भी ऐसा गलत आरोप लगाना ना बिल्कुल बेसलेस है। सेकंड थिंग, वो हमारी बच्ची को ड्रग के लिए वो अक्यूज कर रही हैं, तो उसका ब्लड टेस्ट भी हुआ होगा ना इसके टाइम पे, उसमें रिपोर्ट्स में आ जाएगा कि वो ड्रगी थी कि नहीं थी। मेरा मेन क्वेश्चन इसमें ये है कि जब वो जिस ट्विशा दीदी को ये बोल रही हैं कि वो ड्रग एडिक्ट थी, क्या पुलिस ने जिस टाइम पे ये बॉडी आई है, क्या पुलिस ने उनके लड़के का ब्लड टेस्ट किया? क्या उसके लड़के के हाथ पे मार्क्स वगैरह चेक किए कि कोई आपस में गुत्तम गुत्ता हुआ है, कुछ ऐसा हुआ है? तो क्या उसकी बॉडी पे कोई स्क्रैच मार्क्स तो नहीं? लड़का 7 दिन से गायब है सर, पूरा डिटॉक्स कर लिया होगा उसने अपनी बॉडी को।
पिताजी ने बताई थी उस दिन की फोर्स्ड प्रेगनेंसी टर्मिनेशन के लिए उसको ससुराल वालों की तरफ से स्थिति ऐसी बनी है। इस बात से भी वो पूरी तरह इनकार कर रही हैं सास।
सर देखिए, हमारे पास तो मैसेजेस में प्रूफ है जिसमें वो बच्ची अपनी मम्मी को लिख रही है कि ये मुझे बोल रहे हैं, समर्थ मुझे बोल रहा है ये बच्चा किसका है। इस तरीके से अगर आप किसी लड़की को प्रताड़ना करेंगे तो कोई लड़की वो बच्चा पैदा होने के बाद ये चीज नहीं आएगी सामने, इस बात की क्या गारंटी है? तो उसने सोचा कि इससे अच्छा इसको मैं अभी टर्मिनेट कर देती हूँ।
कि इस पूरे मामले में ये बात लगातार कही गई कि आपका एक पॉलिटिकल क्लाउड है, जुडिशियल क्लाउड है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव क्लाउड है, जिसकी वजह से जांच प्रभावित हो रही है। और उनका कहना था कि आपको अग्रिम जमानत जो दी गई वो गलत दी गई।
क्लाउड का तो सवाल ही नहीं उठता। एंड देन इफ यू आर अ जुडिशियल पर्सन तो आपका क्लाउड कभी नहीं रह सकता। जुडिशरी तो आप आसंदी पे बैठता हो तो आप एकदम निष्पक्ष होते हो। आपका इवन सामने भी अगर लड़का बहू कोई भी खड़ा हो तो उसके ना कहू से दोस्ती ना कहू से बैर। तो हम लोग उस पद्धति से ट्रेन हुए, तो वेयर इज द क्वेश्चन। बल्कि इनका क्लाउड मुझे दिख रहा है कि दैट दे आर ऑल ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स सो दैट दे सी अस बिहाइंड बार्स। मुझे उनका दुख समझ में आता है, लेकिन ये होना कि हम जेल जाएं जिसके लिए हमने कभी कुछ किया नहीं, ये एकदम गलत है। इज इट अ ग्राउंड कि हमको जाए हम जेल क्योंकि वो व्यक्ति की इसकी ट्रीटमेंट हो रही है एंड शी इज नॉट रेडी फॉर ऑल ऑफ दिस।
मैम, आप तो खुद जज हैं और डाउरी के आपने 50 केसेस के पहले आपके सामने आए होंगे जिसमें कहा जाता है कि 7 साल से कम अगर शादी को हुए हो, ऐसे केस में बेल की बात करना कि मतलब इसमें तो ये अगर किसी ये तो 6 महीने ही हुए थे। परिवार का कहना है उनकी तरफ से कि 7 साल से कम केस में शादी को वक्त बीता था, ऐसे में अग्रिम जमानत तो स्वीकार हो ही नहीं सकती।
देखिए, जहां दहेज लेन देन की बात ही नहीं हो, दहेज प्रतिषेध अधिनियम ही कहता है कि शादी के समय अगर कुछ भी दिया गया तो लिस्ट बनती है। अगर उनको लगता है उन्होंने मुझे दिया तो बताए ना वो लिस्ट। और रूल्स हमारे कहते हैं, सेक्शन 7 कहता है मध्य प्रदेश के कि उसमें उनको लिस्ट जमा करनी चाहिए। तो अब कुछ उन्होंने दिया है नहीं है तो वेयर इज द क्वेश्चन दहेज। तो जब दहेज नहीं तो दहेज हत्या का मामला ही कहाँ है।
News coming in on the conversation between Twisha's mother-in-law and her brother Harshit Sharma over termination of her pregnancy has now been accessed. Giribala Singh, who's the mother-in-law of Twisha, who just spoke to our correspondent, allegedly says Twisha needs a lot of attention. Twisha's brother says, I need to speak about a few things that were there on my mind. He's also said that if a fight has happened, then you could have consoled everyone. Her mother-in-law says that she blocked us all. Twisha's brother says, how is it a logical question altogether to ask if she will be with multiple partners or not in the future, given that she said she had partners in the past? Well, a lot of banter that's going on there. accusations, counter allegations. Simran Babar could probably give us a little more clarity. There's a lot being said here. Simran, break it down for us. What has the mother-in-law said? What has the brother said?
Well, this is a part of the conversation which has stirred another level of debate over how there were fights that have been happening at Twisha's matrimonial house, where the mother-in-law has been seen and heard, in fact, in this entire conversation, engaging with her brother, saying that she had multiple partners before the marriage, and it's my right, by being the mother-in-law, to ask her if she will be having more partners in the future. And she was also arguing with her brother that, and defending that her question was not at all wrong, and she should not be called out for asking this sort of a question to her daughter-in-law. She also said that she's not a person, Twisha, in fact, calling her that she's not the person who can be left out or alone. She said that she needs a lot of attention, and she was not aware of how exactly Twisha's past has been, and they're very concerned about their future, and that is why they are probably asking about if they are going to have more partners, that conversation should happen. Apart from that, she has also said that she has found out that Twisha has been engaged into consuming drugs or into consuming substance. That had also stirred another anger and outrage at her matrimonial house. Clearly, in the conversation, in the audio, it is apparent that the mother-in-law was very furious to find out that there has been any consumption of drug, and she also questioned her character and the family members of questioning her over the series of objections that she has put out on Tisha Sharma.
All right. So the brother of Twisha has spoken in a series of comments that he's made. Listen in.
ये पत्र जो है एक तो बहुत बड़ी हैरानी का विषय है कि एम्स में अगर व्यवस्था नहीं है तो फिर कहाँ जाए, दूसरे देश में जाए बॉडी प्रिजर्व करवाने के लिए, यही विकसित भारत है। दूसरी बात, जिस चीज की एफआईआर होते ही हमने डिमांड करी थी, आपने क्यों फैसला नहीं करा? कितने दबाव में हो आप लोग? कितनी बार हमको जो है ये हमारे लिए हम आते हैं तो रूल, और कोई दूसरा व्यक्ति आता है तो वो बताता है कि अच्छा ये है तो ये वाला रूल लगाइए, ऐसा करके बस हमको नचा रहे हैं।
All right. Well, on that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We will continue tracking news and developments. Stay with us.
The tool that has facilitated a good deal of political dialogue and a good deal of political opening. And for example, the signing of the free trade agreement with the EU, the ambassador told us that the connect between the two leaders was quite instrumental to a considerable extent in opening the doors and setting the scene for that agreement to be signed. Also, we heard from the ambassador that the Italian Prime Minister is not just batting for India before the EU, but also more widely in the Mediterranean region. So this is a personal connect that has a political fallout, and that certainly is what is going to come next.
And in fact, if you can talk to us about this Middle East Europe Economic Corridor, which is also known as IMEC, how that is going to be significant, Sanjay, between both the countries?
You know, that's a long way to go, one has to say. And Italy comes into the picture because currently the proposed end port is Trieste in the north of Italy. But that end looks some distance yet. You know, formally this has been divided into two parts, the North Corridor, the East Corridor. But take a very quick, rapid look at what is envisaged in this corridor. That there would be three stages. Goods would go from India by sea to the UAE. That part is done and dusted, and there's a clear agreement with the UAE. The next bit is the tricky, that overland and by rail link, there would be a connect of goods from UAE through Saudi Arabia, through Jordan into Israel, and Israel possibly with Haifa as the end port, and then across.
A very warm welcome. You're watching News Periscope. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's begin with our top focus on the headlines first. But remember, we'll also be talking about Prime Minister's much discussed visit to Italy, and all of social media now breaking out because of his chemistry with Prime Minister of Italy, Giorgia Meloni. We'll be bringing you all of that. But first up, the headlines. Italian Prime Minister hosts Prime Minister Modi in Rome. Prime Minister receives a guard of honor. All eyes on bilateral talks. Ties between Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni witness a sweet moment. Modi gifts melody toffees to Meloni during his visit to Italy. Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni define a new partnership roadmap in a joint article authored by both of them, pitching India and Italy as a strategic anchor linking the Indo-Pacific and Europe amid global geopolitical churn. The leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, took a sharp swipe at Prime Minister Modi for gifting toffees to his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni, during his visit to Rome, calls it theatrics. As Congress laps up Norwegian journalists' hit job on Modi, Sharad Pawar sends a message to allies, says political differences should not come in the way when it comes to protecting India's prestige. Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump likely to meet on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France. Trump confirms presence as Macron invites Prime Minister Modi. The Tisha Sharma death probe has intensified as a lookout notice has been issued against accused Samarth Singh. Efforts to trace accused continue across multiple locations. After CPM warns Vijay government of pulling out support of if TVK takes support of rebel AIADMK faction, Tamil Nadu minister says differences are with CPM have in fact been cleared. Bengal government restores OBC status of 66 communities that had been included in the state's reservation list before 2010. Russia's President Vladimir Putin meets Chinese President Xi Jinping as he begins a high-profile two-day state visit just days after Trump wrapped up his high-stakes deliberations in Beijing. Amid Prime Minister Narendra Modi's five-nation diplomatic tour, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has launched a fresh political attack on Prime Minister Modi, triggering a major political storm. Rahul Gandhi has accused the Bharatiya Janata Party and RSS of selling out India and used strong language, even referring to Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah as traitors. Escalating the political confrontation sharply, the BJP has strongly hit back, calling Rahul Gandhi's remarks irresponsible and an insult to India's global image at a time when Prime Minister is representing the country abroad. Even Sharad Pawar has cooled Rahul Gandhi, stating that Prime Minister's visit is in national interest, and the war of words has now intensified into a full-scale political clash between ruling party and the opposition. This as Prime Minister Modi continues his diplomatic engagements on the final leg of his international tour. Staying with the story, getting in more breaking inputs.
आज मोदी जी का वीडियो देखा नहीं देखा देखा व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने देखा वो इटली की राष्ट्रपति मेलोनी है उनको नरेंद्र मोदी की टॉफी खिला रहे हैं रील बनाई है हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री इटली के प्रधानमंत्री को मेलोनी टॉफी दिए हैं अब देखना नोटबंदी के बाद नरेंद्र मोदी ने रोते हुए कहा था मुझे फांसी पे चढ़वा देना अगर काला धन खत्म नहीं हुआ याद है आपको रोते हुए कहा था कोविड के समय लॉकडाउन कर दिया मजदूरों को मरवा दिया किसानों को खत्म कर दिया हाथ जोड़ के रोते हुए कहा मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो फिर से हाथ जोड़ने का टाइम आ रहा है जब ये आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता आपके सामने आएंगे नरेंद्र मोदी की बात करेंगे अमित शाह की बात करेंगे उनसे आप सामने उनको कहो कि आपका प्रधानमंत्री गद्दार है, आपका होम मिनिस्टर गद्दार है, आपका संगठन गद्दार है, आपने हिंदुस्तान को बेचने का काम किया है।
All right, a fresh attack now coming in from Rahul Gandhi as he defends his statement of calling Prime Minister and the Home Minister traitor. What would you call a person who attacks and destroys the constitution is now the counter question being posed by Rahul Gandhi. He said you would call him a traitor. That is why I have openly stated that Narendra Modi and Amit Shah are attacking the constitution. You demanded that I apologize, but I will never apologize. I am not afraid of you. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi has had to say.
जो संविधान पर आक्रमण करता है, जो संविधान को नष्ट करता है, उसको आप क्या कहोगे? उसको क्या कहोगे? गद्दार कहोगे। इसीलिए मैंने खुल के कहा है कि नरेंद्र मोदी, अमित शाह संविधान पर आक्रमण कर रहे हैं। आरएसएस के लोग सुन लो, आपने कहा कि मुझे माफी मांगनी चाहिए, मैं कभी माफी नहीं मांगूंगा, फिर बोलूंगा। अमित शाह और नरेंद्र मोदी गद्दार हैं क्योंकि उन्होंने कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन पर आक्रमण किया है। सुन लो अच्छी तरह, मैं तुम लोगों से नहीं डरता हूं और हिंदुस्तान की जनता इस बात को समझ गई है और हिंदुस्तान की जनता भी आपसे नहीं डरती है।
All right, let's quickly take this forward with Pallavi, who's been tracking this entire controversy for us. Pallavi, is this attack now getting more confused than ever? Because first he said that Prime Minister is off to foreign land when he asked us to not embark on any foreign travel. He's not done anything for the farmers and youth. And now suddenly this has become about something else, about destroying the constitution.
And he was actually speaking in Raebareli, which is his constituency, Akanksha, and the entire was at Bahujan Samaj, which is where he was talking about the constitution and Bhimrao Ambedkar. So that is the context in which he's speaking about. And in fact, if you notice when he's addressing the audience, he holds up a copy of the constitution, that trademark red color book he holds in his hand. So what he's saying is that one, there has been a complete denial of the constitutional rights, an attempt being made by the government to silence the common man because the government wants to cover up. There's an economic crisis. And this is where the problem begins. He starts questioning the Prime Minister's tour, one, when the Prime Minister is abroad, and even as we speak, Akanksha, and something which you have been reporting upon, important trade deals, important deals being signed by the several heads of government as well as states as far as five nation trip is concerned. That's one. Second, the Prime Minister is traveling abroad, and normal procedure is that you extend that courtesy despite the political differences you may have, from making fun of the Prime Minister's melody movement to going on to question the need for the Prime Minister to travel when he's asked people to cut down on their non-essential foreign travels. These are a clear sign that Rahul Gandhi has decided that he is going to sharpen his attack on the Prime Minister, on his various economic policies, and take advantage of the fact that India is also, like the rest of the countries, going through a little bit of moment of worry because of the Gulf crisis.
Stay with me, Pallavi. In fact, we're getting in some more reactions coming in. Remember, from the opposition itself, we had Sharad Pawar defending Prime Minister Modi, and now his own, including Nitin Nabin, have in fact spoken out. BJP chief now going on to slam Rahul Gandhi, is calling Rahul Gandhi's statement extremely unfortunate. He also says that it reflects a certain degree of frustration after repeated defeats of the Congress party. Quite a hard-hitting statement coming in from the BJP president. Let's also listen in to what Nitin Nabin has had to say.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं ना कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सूचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं ना कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी, आपके पूर्वजों ने इस देश की जमीन और जमीर को हमेशा गिरवी रखने का काम किया, कभी हमारे सैनिकों के मनोबल को बढ़ाने का काम नहीं किया। और मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति का आप राहु हैं जो कहीं ना कहीं पूरे तरह से देश की राजनीति की वातावरण को गंदा और दूषित करते हैं।
All right, let's quickly take this forward with Arun, who's been tracking the developments within the BJP as well. So, Arun, this is also a reminder to Rahul Gandhi that at a time when a Prime Minister is respected not just by the 140 crore Indians in the country, it's also on foreign land when he's being respected. Is it Rahul Gandhi demeaning his own status as the leader of opposition when he's using such derogatory language?
Well, we've been discussing this earlier also, Akanksha, that being a leader of the opposition, you have a certain responsibility. And while you criticize government or to the Prime Minister, you have to maintain a decorum. And we have seen that even some of those parties who are part of the India alliance, they are also not comfortable with what Rahul Gandhi speaks about Prime Minister. And in fact, we saw Sharad Pawar also speaking about this, saying that he may have differences with the Prime Minister Modi, but when it comes to his foreign visits, when he's representing India, he stands Prime Minister. And we just heard also the statement of BJP President Nabin, in fact, talking about the frustration of the Congress party. He's saying that, of course, all the India Alliance parties are not backing Congress party. Secondly, continuous losses of the election. These two things are making Rahul Gandhi frustrated, and therefore he repeatedly makes that statement against Prime Minister Modi. He's somebody who's being...
All right, stay with me. I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. I'll have to quickly go across to BJP's Shehzad Poonawala also joining me on the phone line. Shehzad, thank you for coming back. And we have another statement coming in this time around. It's become about destroying the Constitution.
No, the person who is the worst offender of the Constitution, whether it's Nehru who brought in the First Amendment, whether it's India who imposed emergency, or whether it is his mother who created an NAC above the Prime Minister and he taught the ordinance of the Prime Minister's cabinet. I mean, those who are Samvidhan Bakshak are teaching us about Samvidhan Ke Raksha. And by the way, when you abuse the Prime Minister who's on a constitutional post, isn't that Samvidhan Ka Apman? What happened in Samvidhan Ka Apman is when you give Muslim reservation, which is against Ambedkarji's Vichardhara. This is Samvidhan Ka Apman. And those who are the worst offenders of the Samvidhan today are claiming to be champions of Samvidhan. I just want to ask them once that what is happening in West Bengal, the 7 judicial officers were taken hostage. At that time, this Samvidhan Rakshak was not to be found anywhere. He was quietly vacationing in Nicobar. So the point is that today, Prime Minister Modi is taking our relations forward. Even Sharad Pawar is acknowledging, but Rahul Gandhi hates India. So in his hatred for India, he's saying all this.
How do you respond to the fact that he's trying to make this as a U-turn or a contradiction within what Prime Minister had to say when he urged public to not embark on any foreign travel, yet he's gone on a foreign tour? That's the analogy he's trying to draw at the moment.
Akanksha, I got the honor of talking to you in the last segment also, and I have said that when Prime Minister goes to a visiting country, it is the host country which is taking care of everything. So Prime Minister is not spending foreign reserves or foreign exchange by going abroad. In fact, he's going and trying to strengthen our relations, whether it's what we achieved in UAE or what we're achieving with Italy or with wider European nations or G7, etc. So in fact, Prime Minister's visits are fruitful. He's not going for massage or for, meditation like some people go to Bangkok for all kinds of meditation. So he's not going for meditation there. He's going for actual national service. Rahul Gandhi should understand what is meditation vacation and what is work mediation vacation. I think he'll understand the difference once he takes up an administrative post.
It's particularly piquing our curiosity when Mr. Nitin Nabin has in fact said that Rahul Gandhi is frustrated after repeated defeats, yet they are forming the government in Tamil Nadu and Kerala.
Yeah, see, what has happened is in Tamil Nadu, so by the way, he is...
All right, we seem to have lost that connection with Shehzad, but we'll try and reconnect with Shehzad. But as you heard, Shehzad, in fact, highlighting the hypocrisy of the Congress party, saying that it is the Congress party which has always disrespected the Constitution. And in fact, it doesn't suit the party to be raising fingers and making these false allegations against Prime Minister and the Bharatiya Janata Party. Let's quickly go back to Pallavi on that note. So Pallavi, what is the frustration that we are talking about over here now that Nitin Nabin has also spoken about these repeated defeats?
But I guess the BJP is again taking its own pot shots at Rahul Gandhi, because remember the elections have just got over, and Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party has also faced large number of electoral losses. Though this time round they formed a government in Kerala and also partly as far as Tamil Nadu goes. But if you remember, just a few days back, the Congress took a pot shot at the Prime Minister and gave all the numbers of press conferences done by Rahul Gandhi versus the number done by the Prime Minister. The BJP responded by giving statistics on the number of elections won by Rahul Gandhi and the one won by the Prime Minister. Now, this is what the BJP is talking about. The BJP is talking about the fact of frustration, electoral frustration of Rahul Gandhi.
All right, stay with me, Pallavi and Arun. In fact, we are joined in by Mr. Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party on the phone line. Many thanks to you, Mr. Alvi, for joining in. I just want to quickly begin by asking you, why attack the Prime Minister when we know that this is not a vacation that he's embarked on? He is on a multi-nation tour only to gain more trade and investment for our own country. Who stands to benefit if not us?
Do you want that every time we should praise Narendra Modi ji like you?
No, please criticize him where it's due, where it merits criticism. That's the role of an opposition party.
Listen to me. Prime Minister, I am sorry to say, Prime Minister is just enjoying his life. Here in India, he gave this statement that people should not go abroad, should not use petrol much. They should work from their home. And immediately after giving this statement, he has rushed to visit 5-6 countries. What is the benefit of our country? We have seen what happened in Netherlands. In Dubai, I think 10 times our Prime Minister has visited Dubai. Just fortnight back, our foreign minister was there.
Are you saying, okay, Mr. Alvi, I just want to pose a couple of questions over here. Yeah. When the EU president herself says that India has forged the mother of all deals with the EU, and that is exactly what's happening right now, through these visits of the Prime Minister, that FTA is also gaining momentum apart from the own bilateral trade partnership that India is forging with these countries. If you talk about UAE, don't you think both countries stand to gain through the energy partnership that has been forged? In fact, in the Netherlands, we've also forged a deal with the ASML that happens to be the world's largest semiconductor company. Are you saying that this is all pointless?
You know, basically you are unable to understand why our Prime Minister is continuously visiting UAE. As far as energy is concerned, petrol is concerned, we have our friend like Russia. We have our friend like Iran. But the problem is UAE is a part of Israel and United States. And our Prime Minister is also standing that side, not this side. That is the reason again and again he's visiting UAE. Our Prime Minister is...
My last question, Mr. Alvi, do you think Prime Minister is on a vacation?
It appears like this.
All right, many thanks to you, Mr. Alvi.
We are unable to get anything out of these visits.
All right, it's unfortunate that you have left it to just mere optics right now, but many thanks to you for joining in with your insights. We appreciate your own thoughts over here on the channel as well. Let me take that forward with Pallavi. So Pallavi, you heard what Mr. Alvi's defense was. There's no really any concrete point of attack coming in from the Congress party, as we can see.
And, you know, the point is that when Prime Minister, and I remember we used to cover the UPA, and the late Dr. Manmohan Singh also used to travel extensively abroad. And, you know, ironically, there was criticism which would often come in from the left allies that why are you making this trip? What's the need to make this trip? And there were austerity measures which were announced by 2022-23. That was a time when I remember many of these so-called austerity measures were announced. And at that point of time, Dr. Manmohan Singh had also advised the people to go in and cut down on needless travel. So the question which the BJP certainly is throwing back is that as a head of government, one does understand the need to take these kind of travels, because these travels are not about just, you know, holidaying or just courtesy calls. They are actually hard business. You negotiate with the corporates, you negotiate with your trade partners, you try and get deals for the country, because at this point of time, the way we can combat the looming economic crisis world over is to ensure there's more and more foreign investment, and also Indian markets are open up to foreign goods. But more than that, we also negotiate with other countries as far as the free trade agreements are all about. So in this short trip by the Prime Minister, we've had 5 nations backed in and multiple trips which have been backed in, running into billions of dollars, which is going to be huge foreign investment and foreign exchange earner as far as the country goes.
Pallavi, is the Congress party also or should be held guilty of normalizing derogatory language against all those in positions of power? Because this has almost become a new normal, whether it is Rahul Gandhi, and not just Rahul Gandhi, even Mallikarjun Kharge or even Sonia Gandhi, who we've time and again heard use extremely derogatory, offensive language against Prime Minister Modi particularly.
Well, Akanksha, the fact is that if Rahul Gandhi is saying it and the leader at the top is saying it, the rest of the party falls in line. And you just have to scroll the accounts of the Congress leaders and even the official ones. I mean, Kerala Congress is one account, then there's a Congress INC handle. All of them are making pot shots, they are making memes, are making fun of the Prime Minister, and all of this is happening when he's traveling abroad. And, now the way the communication is, it's not just limited to one area, only to India. It is being read, it is being absorbed by people across the country, globe. It becomes a part of the political narratives of other countries as well, which certainly does throw up the question is that whoever's traveling abroad, is this the kind of pot shots that you take? But you're right. I mean, it's become now a normalization. I mean, why did Rahul Gandhi pick a day like yesterday and today to make this one of the most vitriolic attacks on the Prime Minister when he's traveling abroad? So the timing was chosen, is what the BJP is saying. And the timing is always chosen by Rahul Gandhi, either when he's traveling abroad himself, or second, when the parliament is on in session, or third, when the Prime Minister himself is traveling abroad to, kind of tie up these deals. You have these kind of attacks coming in from the Congress top leaders.
All right. Many thanks to you, Pallavi, for putting in that perspective for us. That's all we have for our viewers in this segment, at least. We're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18, in fact. But before we slip into that quick break, let's listen in to some reactions also that have come in. Remember, the BJP is not going to be taking this lying down.
राष्ट्रीय विचाराच्या संबंधी आंशिक त्यांची भूमिका ही वेगळी असू शकते, पण आज भारताच्या बाहेर देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जपण्याचं काम मोदी करतात ही गोष्ट आपल्याला दिसून चालणार नाही. तिथं देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जिथे तिथं राजकीयमध्ये हे करायचे नाही.
शरद पवार भी कह रहे हैं कि प्रधानमंत्री के दौरे पे सवाल उठाना सही नहीं, आपके सहयोगी और आप लोग जो हैं मेलोडी टॉप ही पे सवाल उठा. राहुल गांधी कह रहे कि ये नौटंकी है.
वरिष्ठ नेता है, जो उन्होंने सोचा उन्होंने कहा, लेकिन आज देश ये जानना चाहता है क्या इस संकट के काल में प्रधानमंत्री जो ये कर रहे हैं उन्हें शोभा देता है.
जिस तरह से राहुल गांधी ने बयान दिया है, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी और अमित शाह को जिस तरह से उन्होंने शब्दों का प्रयोग किया है, गद्दार तक कह दिया है.
ये राहुल गांधी फ्रस्ट्रेशन में दिमागी दिवालियापन हो गया है. नहीं तो कोई व्यक्ति देश के दुश्मन की भाषा नहीं बोलता. और राहुल गांधी लाख गाली दे मोदी जी को, गाली ही दे रहे हैं. 10-20 साल से मोदी जी को आज नहीं, जब वो मुख्यमंत्री थे उस समय से गाली दे रहे हैं. और गाली देते देते आज 3 इलेक्शन हो गया, धूल चटा दिए हैं मोदी जी ने.
The language of Rahul Gandhi is exactly how anti-nationals speak. Rahul Gandhi has called more than 140 crore Indians as Gaddar. This tells you that Rahul Gandhi's remote control is with anti-India forces, and his language is that of an urban Naxal who is irritated and angry that under Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is united. Rahul in the past has said that he wants to fight the Indian state. His statement against the Honorable Prime Minister has made it clear that whether it is Rahul Gandhi or those terrorists in Pakistan, the language of both of them is similar, because Rahul Gandhi is fulfilling the agenda of anti-India forces in India, and Rahul Gandhi is under the remote control of Pakistan. He is nothing but a fringe leader who supports, backs and has ideological mentors as urban Naxals. This is why the Congress party today is Muslim League Mawadi Congress.
All right, let's now shift focus over to the Modi-Meloni meet. It's a high-stakes bilateral talk which is officially underway between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, marking the final leg of Prime Minister Modi's five-nation diplomatic tour. This summit in Rome elevates ties to a historic special strategic partnership. In a co-authored joint article today, both the Prime Ministers unveiled an ambitious Indo-Mediterranean vision, setting a concrete target to surpass 20 billion in bilateral trade by 2029. Delegation-level discussions have currently focused on IMEC infrastructure corridor, which, remember, is the India-Middle Eastern Economic Corridor, defense manufacturing, AI, clean energy, all under the 2025 up until 29 Strategic Action Plan. Meanwhile, the summit is also dominating global social media. A viral video shared by Prime Minister Meloni shows a light-hearted moment where Prime Minister Modi has presented her with melody toffees, sending the internet's melody hashtag into an overdrive alongside visuals of their late night tour of the illuminated Colosseum. Stay tuned as more updates emerge from Rome. On that note, let's also tell you why Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit matters. It's also elevating India-Italy strategic partnership over to a new level. It's going to be a boost for defense, security, maritime security and cooperation. It's also going to expand existing trade ties between Italy and India. We are looking at greater investment. Also, semiconductor ties also can be expected from this meet. Advances in clean energy, AI, cyber and space collaboration are all on the cards. You're looking towards deepening engagement with the European Union, where, remember, in January this year, we've already forged that mother of all these, the EU FTA. It's going to enhance India's Mediterranean focus, also a European outreach, so to say. If that doesn't explain what the Indo-Mediterranean focus is all about, we'll tell you at more length. And for that, I'm joined by Sanjay Suri, who's joining us live from Rome. Good to see you, Sanjay. What is happening right now? If you can give us a sense of exactly where the bilateral talks have reached, and also why the focus on Indo-Mediterranean.
Well, the talks are underway, and we do know, of course, that discuss has been prepared for earlier, and nobody's going to be springing any surprises here. So the bureaucracy on both sides have prepared what they believe is a deliverable or a set of deliverables, and that is something that the leaders will look at and sign up on, and we should have a word on that fairly soon, on what has been agreed, what has been agreed and declared to be the new aim. And the broad aims clearly are closer cooperation, working together within the wider region and also bilaterally. But these are the broad aims. We're going to have nuts and bolts of this fairly soon, because it will have to get down to nuts and bolts. Business always does. What is quite challenging and interesting is the idea of the Indo-Mediterranean region. And this will really take some sort of concrete shape only if we have some set of deliverables here, and only if we have a number of countries that are signing up to this other than India and Italy. And certainly there would have been some research into this, and other countries would have been sounded, and we can expect some word on that in a short while from now. So very promising signs, and let's see what it looks like once the plans are spelled out.
So, Sanjay, when both the prime ministers in that op-ed that they've co-authored say that the India-Italy relationship has reached or entered its decisive phase, how decisive is going to be the defense partnership between the two?
Well, that is the most crucial now. There is a very, very strong need for India to prepare itself in defense against a very formidable force lining up against India. It's a force of Pakistan and Turkey. Turkey openly, China less openly, but still very substantially. And we have had a leading Indian general
saying that this is simply a given fact that India will have to take on these countries, and not directly by way of direct warfare, but through technology, through weaponry, through intelligence networks, through UAVs, and intelligence that is satellite information, electronic information. There are so many different facets of this formidable force that India faces, and India needs its allies and alliances. And the new word in warfare now really begins with the drones. The Ukraine war changed all that. The development of the drones not only changed the war over in the fifth year now between Ukraine and Russia, it's changed warfare forever. The whole idea of weapon systems has changed. It's now moved into fluid, fast development systems where there is a need to innovate, to share innovation, and to produce fast in line with that innovation. And when you look at that in the context of India and Italy, Italy has a very prominent defense company. Leonardo is the leading defense company. There are others, of course, very innovative and very cutting-edge companies. And there is a possibility here of India tying up with companies like Leonardo, others. And of course, this follows the defense agreement that was signed by between India and Italy when Defense Minister Crocetta visited Delhi last month. That is a visit that led to a one-year agreement suggesting that some things are going to be fast-tracked, and this is going to be a cooperation in defense innovation and development and production. And we're going to have to see exactly what has been agreed because this is the one area and the prime area of concern for India, and it really promises to be a promising partner here.
Absolutely. Both countries, in terms of technology for defense, are looking towards creating, developing, and producing technology together. Hope that helps them forge these deeper defense ties as well. Not to forget, even maritime security could be on the agenda. Many thanks to you, Sanjay, for bringing us those extensive inputs on that news story. We will keep going back to Sanjay throughout the day. Remember, the bilateral talks are still underway, and we are awaiting the memorandums of understanding, which should be announced, as should be the joint statement in a short while from now. That's all we have packed for you in this newscast. Thank you so much for watching.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky overall, feels like gravity is gone.
Feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
And one of those MOUs, Sanjay, could also be on agriculture, is what we're given to understand. I mean, both countries have been strengthening partnership as far as the agri sector goes. There is, in fact, a visit to one of those units by the Prime Minister after this bilateral that's scheduled too.
Oggi noi con questa visita non solamente colmiamo questo vuoto, ma insieme decidiamo di rilanciare. Questa visita sancisce l'apice di un percorso che in questi anni abbiamo costruito con costanza, con determinazione, per riannodare i fili del nostro rapporto fino a portarlo al livello più alto di sempre. È stato un percorso che ha bruciato le tappe. Nel 2023 io sono stata a Nuova Delhi e in quell'occasione abbiamo lanciato il nostro partenariato strategico. L'anno successivo, nel 2024, a margine del
That's a joint briefing currently underway as Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni setting out the strategic ties between India as well as Italy, as Prime Minister Modi expands the strategic paradigm with the nation of Italy, primarily several aspects of the bilateral trade, which both sides aim to expand to over 20 billion euros by 2029, especially focusing on critical areas like artificial intelligence, as well as diversified supply chains away from the Chinese theater of influence, especially in areas of space technology, green energy, as well as artificial intelligence. Remember, Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Meloni are elevating the bilateral ties to a special strategic partnership as the entire paradigm surrounding the IMEC, which is the India-Europe Middle East corridor, that is also front and center when it comes to expanding those strategic ties. Remember, the bilateral trade stood at 14 billion euros in 2023, and given the turbulence in the entire world and India's entire mission to expand its supply chains as well as remove its dependence from China as well as Middle East-centric supplies, they are planning to raise that trade to 20 billion euros by 2029, as well as expand cooperation in critical sectors crucial for the 21st century economy. I'm joined by my colleague Sanjay Suri on the broadcast. So Sanjay, clearly the mission is on track when it comes to Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni, given the fact that the turbulence that we're seeing in the global order is something all nations around the world are extremely conscious of. And expanding these bilateral ties piece by piece is a step-by-step move to expanding India's strategic edge, given the global headwinds that the entire world is facing.
Well, this is a fundamental shift. The traditional leaning on the US is now a matter of the past. And certainly the faster it recedes that level of dependency, the greater the level of security and the greater the variety of sources for revenue for India and business opportunities for India. So it's not just a matter of the US being one big country and, Iceland being a small country or Finland being a small country. The increase in trade in a number of these countries will together seek to balance out the dependency and reduce the dependency on the US for export and trade. And certainly this is the aim now. So we have a number of smaller countries being targeted in the course of this visit or being corresponded with, let's say. And the aim is to build ties. And these are small countries, but not small economies. And that difference is crucial. Sweden is a very large economy. Norway has a sovereign fund of $2.2 trillion. That is 12 zeros after that, too. A substantial amount of money to invest, and it's the biggest sovereign fund in the world. So it's a small country of 6 million, but a huge financial giant, potentially. And there is a declared aim to have up to $100 billion worth of investment into India from Norway. So these are not small players, though they are small countries. So India is looking to diversify, and through the course of this effort, Italy is a promising partner. There's a great deal of goodwill between the two leaders, two prime ministers. The challenge now is how that can be delivered into actual flow of money, trade, and investment.
Absolutely. And Sanjay, we've also seen that beyond the traditional strategic levers when it comes to economic ties, India clearly looking at these countries to gain an edge when it comes to the technology aspect of the 21st century economy, be it artificial intelligence, space technology, green technology, critical minerals. That is something nations like the European Union, namely nations like Italy as well as the Scandinavian nations, they are central to gain that strategic edge, given the fact that the global headwinds tends to disrupt almost every sector, creating your own economic lines with these nations, especially in the 21st century driven economy. It's extremely essential to safeguard your strategic interests.
Which is why, for instance, the agreement with the Netherlands on the chips is critical. Netherlands makes the machines that make these chips that are at the heart of all computers And at the heart of all systems, whether it's the car or it's the rocket going into space or a weapon system, you have to have the chip. It's the driving power, it's the driving focus in all of these systems. And the agreement with the Netherlands on chips is therefore very critical in that respect. Similarly, Sweden, India's had defense ties with Sweden as a country of just 10 million or so. And the Bofors gun came from Sweden, and that has been a very, very central plank of Indian defense for some time now. And there are other systems. There's innovation going on everywhere. Iceland, tiny Iceland is strong on geothermal energy. Denmark, a small country again, relies on wind turbines out in the seas for its about 30-40% of its electricity needs. All of this, and all of these are areas where India is developing too. But partnerships and cooperation and sharing of technology, and even if it comes to borrowing of technology in some instances, is something India will be looking for. And therefore, as you quite rightly say, technological advances that these countries have recorded are of great interest to India. And we should never forget these are small countries, but there are some giant leaps in technology.
Absolutely. And Sanjay, time and time again, the European nations have been criticized, especially under the ambit of the European Union, of being heavy on red tape when it comes to the movement of any kind of economic as well as strategic agreement with nations beyond the purview of the European Union. But given the two war zones the European nations are facing, the one between Russia and Ukraine and the one in the Middle East, has there been some kind of effort within the European nations to either streamline the processes within the European Union, or are the European nations taking that on a nation-by-nation basis? But we're getting that translation from Meloni. Let's listen to that.
But today, this is his first bilateral mission to Italy. The last visit of an Indian Prime Minister on a bilateral mission prior to this one dates back to the year 2000, 26 years ago. And today, with this visit, not only are we bridging this gap, but together we have decided to revitalize our relations. This visit is the apex of a path that we have built together with determination to strengthen the ties between ourselves, all the way up to the highest level ever. It was a very swift journey. In 2023, I traveled to New Delhi, and on that occasion, we launched our strategic partnership. The next year, in 2024, during the G20 summit in Brazil, we met with the Prime Minister and we signed our strategic joint action plan 2025-2029. And today here in Rome, we are further strengthening our relation all the way up to the special strategic partnership, the highest ever reached in the relations between our two nations. So I think it's safe to say that now Italy and India are closer than they have ever been. Our relations are now capable of expressing their fullest potential. This is something which, of course, has been achieved thanks to our teams, our ministers and diplomats who have worked hard over the years. It's something which is very much brought about by our productive systems, interested in one another, as proven by the fact that over the past year, we celebrated 3 Italy-India business forums, but it is also due to the over 7 meetings that I have had with Prime Minister Modi over the past 3.5 years, during which we have gotten to deeply know one another and our respective points of view. We have also created an honest friendship based on respect and mutual trust. I have personally learned to appreciate the vision.
Eternal city के रूप में जाना जाता है. भारत में मेरी लोकसभा कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी काशी उसको भी अनादि और शाश्वत नगर माना जाता है. जब 2 सभ्यताएं मिलती हैं तो बातचीत केवल एजेंडा तक सीमित नहीं होती. इसमें इतिहास की गहराई, भविष्य की दृष्टि, और मित्रता की सहजता तीनों साथ दिखाई देते हैं। फ्रेंड, पिछले लगभग 3.5 वर्षों में मुझे कई बार प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी से मिलने का अवसर मिला है। यह भारत और इटली के बीच करीबी सहयोग और सामंजस्य को दर्शाता है। उनके नेतृत्व में हमारे संबंधों को नई गति, नई दिशा और नया आत्मविश्वास मिला है। मुझे खुशी है कि हम अपने संबंधों को अपग्रेड करते हुए स्पेशल स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप की घोषणा कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज की बैठक में हमने हमारी भावी साझेदारी को और सशक्त बनाने के लिए विस्तृत रूप से चर्चा की। भारत इटली जॉइंट स्ट्रेटेजिक एक्शन प्लान 2025 to 2029 हमारी साझेदारी को एक प्रैक्टिकल और फ्यूचरिस्टिक ढांचा प्रदान करता है। हम इस पर समयबद्ध तरीके से आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। हमारे साझा प्रयासों में द्विपक्षीय व्यापार के 20 बिलियन यूरो के लक्ष्य की ओर तेजी से बढ़ रहा है। भारत में मौजूद 800 से अधिक इटालियन कंपनीज भारत की ग्रोथ स्टोरी में सक्रिय भागीदार बन रही है। आज आयोजित किया जा रहा बिजनेस फोरम से यह स्पष्ट है कि दोनों देशों के बिजनेस लीडर्स में एक नया उत्साह, नया कॉन्फिडेंस और नया एम्बिशन है। इटली विश्व में डिजाइन और प्रिसीजन के लिए जाना जाता है। भारत की पहचान स्केल, टैलेंट और एफोर्डेबल इनोवेशन के पावर हाउस की है। इसलिए हम डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया एंड इटली एंड डिलीवर फॉर द वर्ल्ड के सिद्धांत पर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फैशन से लेकर फिनटेक तक, लेदर से लेकर लॉजिस्टिक तक, मोबिलिटी से लेकर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तक, हर क्षेत्र में हम अपनी ताकतों को जोड़कर पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम करेंगे। इंडिया EU FTA के समापन में इटली से मिले सहयोग के लिए मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी का विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। हम मिलकर इसके जल्द से जल्द इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के लिए काम करेंगे, जिससे बिजनेस कम्युनिटीज इसका पूरा लाभ उठा सके। फ्रेंड्स, टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन हमारी पार्टनरशिप का इंजन है। AI, क्वांटम, स्पेस और सिविल न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी जैसे क्षेत्रों में हमारे सहयोग की अपार संभावनाएं हैं। दोनों देशों के स्टार्टअप्स, रिसर्च सेंटर्स और उद्योगों को आपस में जोड़ने के लिए हम इंडिया इटली इनोवेशन सेंटर पर काम कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा के क्षेत्रों में करीबी सहयोग हमारी सेनाओं के साथ साथ दोनों देशों के रक्षा उद्योगों के बीच भी सहयोग बढ़ रहा है। हमारे डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल रोडमैप से को डेवलपमेंट और को प्रोडक्शन का मार्ग प्रशस्त हुआ है। मैरीटाइम पावर्स के रूप में भारत और इटली के बीच कनेक्टिविटी के क्षेत्र में करीबी सहयोग स्वाभाविक है। हम मिलकर शिपिंग, पोर्ट्स मॉडर्नाइजेशन, लॉजिस्टिक्स और ब्लू इकोनॉमी पर काम करेंगे। हमने अपनी विन विन साझेदारी को तीसरे देशों तक ले जाने पर भी चर्चा की। इस दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हुए हम अफ्रीका में ठोस प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम करने के लिए सहमत हुए। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इटली एकमत है कि आतंकवाद मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। टेरर फाइनेंसिंग के खिलाफ हमारी साझा पहल ने एक महत्वपूर्ण उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया है। भारत और इटली ने यह स्पष्ट संदेश दिया है कि रिस्पॉन्सिबल डेमोक्रेसीज केवल आतंकवाद की निंदा नहीं करती, बल्कि उसके फाइनेंशियल नेटवर्क को तोड़ने के लिए भी ठोस कदम भी उठाती है। यूक्रेन, पश्चिम एशिया तथा अन्य तनावों को लेकर हम लगातार संपर्क में रहे हैं। भारत का मत स्पष्ट है कि सभी समस्याओं का समाधान डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी के माध्यम से होना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे ऐतिहासिक, सांस्कृतिक और पीपल टू पीपल संबंधों की झलक दोनों देशों में कदम कदम पर दिखाई देती है। इटली में भारतीय कला, योग, आयुर्वेद और खान-पान के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ रहा है। संस्कृत और लैटिन जैसी प्राचीन भाषाएं एक ही भाषा परिवार से आती हैं। यह दर्शाता है कि हमारा रिश्ता केवल डिप्लोमेसी का नहीं, साझी धरोहर का है। अगले वर्ष भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 80वीं एनिवर्सरी के उपलक्ष्य में ईयर ऑफ कल्चर मनाया जाएगा। इससे हमारे सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को और ताकत मिलेगी। इटली में बड़ी संख्या में रह रहे भारतीय मूल के लोग हमारे संबंधों की जीवंत कड़ी है। उनकी देखरेख के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी और इटली के लोगों का मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। 3 साल पहले किए गए माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट से दोनों देशों के लोगों के बीच आवाजाही बढ़ी है। हम यह विन विन सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, आज की बहुत ही उपयोगी बैठक के लिए और आपकी मित्रता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने का एक बार फिर से निमंत्रण देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ग्राजिए मिले।
So as you can see, that Prime Minister Modi's message to the world about the expanding strategic ties between India and Italy, also focusing on the fact that critical technology as well as the expansion of trade to 20 billion euros by 2029 is something that is on point when it comes to the mission of both the nations to expand their strategic edge amid the global headwinds. I'm also joined by my colleague Akanksha Swaroop on the broadcast. So, Akanksha, clearly Prime Minister Modi laying down the blueprint for this strategic partnership with these technology-driven nations like Italy, especially the Scandinavian nations as well, because in the 21st century, this will be the significant economic pillar on which a lot of the future economies are based.
Absolutely. It is a special strategic partnership, as has been highlighted both by Prime Minister Modi and by Prime Minister Meloni as well. And there is going to be renewed focus, as you rightly highlighted. The vision is in fact going much beyond just 2026. And defense will be a key pillar to that, as will be AI and technology. And Prime Minister, in fact, both the Prime Ministers are very much aware of these deeply divided geopolitical times, which in fact require partnerships which are based on not just exchanges but also collaborations, something which we can expect, especially in terms of technology, where India and Italy are not just looking towards creating but also in terms of co-production and co-development of technology which will be utilized in defense sector as well, something that Prime Minister has extensively spoken about. Interesting was when Prime Minister spoke about how anything made in Italy is also known for its make, and that is why Prime Minister is looking towards getting in greater investment from Italy to India, but perhaps also in that exchange bring in Indian investment to Italy as well. As we all know that you have greater number of Italian companies in India when you compare the number to the number of Indian companies operating out of Italy. There are some, but you have over 800. So on an average, we've been given a figure of 1,000 companies across India and Italy operating, but India is looking towards, in fact, increasing its overall trade footprint as well. Maritime security will remain one key concern. We can expect the naval exercises also to increase, but it would be interesting to see Prime Minister's visit to the Food and Agricultural Organization at a time when West Asia crisis has in fact triggered and global energy crisis. Supply chains across the world have been completely disturbed. We are looking towards forging newer partnerships where fertilizers and the importance of food security kicks in and plays a tremendous role.
Right. Akanksha and Sanjay, thank you for decoding that for us. We will continue to track all those developments coming in. For now, quick break. More news and updates on the other side.
And one of those MOUs, Sanjay, could also be on agriculture, is what we're given to understand. I mean, both countries have been strengthening partnership as far as the agri sector goes. There is, in fact, a visit to one of those units by the Prime Minister after this bilateral that's scheduled too.
Well, we'll have to look at these MOUs, but we do want to, qualify and perhaps limit our enthusiasm. An MOU is just that. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's not a contract. It's not a binding document. It's very often a statement of intention. And, it's rather nasty to bring a cynical note into all this. But a lot of MOUs tend to go nowhere. So this is a matter of announcing intentions and announcing plans, announcing concepts, very promising. But of course, the test is going to be in the performance. The test is going to be what really results from this. Will a lot of Italian businesses get excited? And will they explore opportunities they did not before? Will they look for these enable mechanisms to work them, to increase business with India, to step up investment into India? That will be the test for all this. And it is really business and business alone that can make these things happen. You can set up a corridor, but what's the point of a corridor if there aren't enough goods going through that corridor one way or the other? So is the enabling environment that we are looking at. What follows will be the final test.
Of course, we'll have to wait for that joint statement to find out more about what the outcomes are, what the MOUs are that are signed between the two sides. But clean energy, Sanjay, has been one of the cornerstones for this government here in India, for Prime Minister personally as well. And he's been pushing forth with that every single time that he travels abroad, especially to these European countries. Even during this trip, clean energy and focus on that was something that the Prime Minister and India stressed on. Is Italy going to be seeing their fair share of on that front as well?
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Clean energy is now a matter of survival. Everyone is shaken by this crisis and what's happening or not happening through the Strait of Hormuz. And that has been a crisis for just about every country to some extent or the other. And clean energy, you thought of this as something that some of these peripheral faddists would speak of, and the supposedly progressive who are not to be taken very seriously. That certainly was the view of what is normally described as the mainstream. Not anymore. That is now a matter of survival. It is just a matter of economic survival and just human survival as well. And that's why you've seen that thread running right through this tour of the Prime Minister. Petroleum reserves in the UAE, in the Netherlands. The Netherlands makes the machines that makes the chips, which are at the heart of computers, which are at the heart of just about everything from cars to rockets and you name it. And that is a very important an agreement that India has signed with the Netherlands. Sweden, again, very strong on clean energy, and little Iceland, with the population of 300,000, has remarkable progress with geothermal energy. Denmark with the wind turbines in the seas, and that supplies about 30-35% of all of the electricity in Denmark. All these are models that India is looking at. All of this has been discussed. The Prime Minister has met leaders of all of these countries, and energy security now and green energy security really is a compulsion. It's a compelling need. It's a matter of survival now.
Absolutely, especially given the crisis that we've seen in the aftermath of the West Asia war. And Akanksha, as far as that war is concerned, could that be one of the issues that gets discussed in Italy as well? India has always stood on the side of peace. That's something that has been maintained by the Prime Minister, even when we spoke about the Russia-Ukraine war or the Israel-Palestine war. Now that we have another war amidst us while this trip happens for the Prime Minister, is that something that two leaders could also discuss?
IMEC, it's been said umpteen number of times that IMEC is not just a connectivity corridor, it's also a vision to bring countries together through trade, technology, investment, and energy partnership happens to be one key pillar to this overall vision. And as you were just now discussing, India stands to gain a lot through Prime Minister's tour over here. Sanjay was also talking about how India can borrow when it comes to clean and green energy initiatives of these various countries, whether it is Sweden, whether it is even Iceland. But more importantly, India is looking towards partnering. And I must highlight that India has its own set of initiatives. Let me take our viewers through that. The International Solar Alliance having...
Hello and welcome. Good evening. You're watching CNN News 18. This is Nation at 5 with me, including an exclusive news break here on this edition. But first, let's get you started with the headlines. Italian Prime Minister hosts Indian Prime Minister Modi in Rome. PM receives the Guard of Honor. Both leaders issue a joint statement after bilateral talks. Talk about redefining partnership between the two countries. Ties between Prime Minister Modi and Italian Prime Minister Meloni witness a sweet moment. Prime Minister Modi gives melody toffees to Meloni during his visit to Italy. Hop on the trend of melody on social media. But politics brews back home in India. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi takes a sharp swipe at Prime Minister Modi, calls it theatrics, questions what this trip has achieved. Central government and the BJP rebut Rahul Gandhi as he questions the Prime Minister's visit. Commerce Ministry puts out growth figures on social media, asserts India's toffee tale would surely be melodious to Indian ears. Talk about how exports have grown in the last decade. But even as Congress and Rahul Gandhi question Prime Minister Modi, Sharad Pawar sends out a message to his ally, says political differences should not come in the way when it comes to protecting India's prestige. An exclusive conversation between Tisha's mother-in-law and brother accessed on CNN News 18. Conversation throws spotlight on arguments involving Tisha before she died by suicide. Prime Minister Modi and US President Donald Trump likely to meet on the sidelines of the G7 summit in France. Donald Trump confirms presence. Macron invites Prime Minister Modi. New Delhi yet to confirm. Is TVK and Vijay facing coalition jitters after CPM warns Vijay government of pulling out support if TVK takes support of rebel AIADMK faction? Tamil Nadu minister says differences with CPM cleared. Our top focus here comes from West Bengal, where the government under Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari has moved to accelerate border fencing along the India-Bangladesh border. This cleared a key administrative hurdle. Fast tracking of land transfer to the BSF has also taken place. As part of the process, the state has begun identifying and handing over land in phased manners across sensitive stretches. The aim is to speed up barbed wire fencing work and to strengthen surveillance along vulnerable border areas. We already know how porous these borders are between Bangladesh and India. The administration has also directed departments to coordinate closely with the BSF to ensure that pending stretches of fencing are completed in a time-bound manner. This while maintaining law and order support for the project. Now, this also comes at a time when the government in West Bengal has decided to hand over the roads to the center, to the National Highways Agency, as far as the part called the Chicken's Neck is concerned. That is where the focus is going to be. So the security of India, of West Bengal, is priority number one as far as the newly elected BJP government in West Bengal is concerned. Anindya Banerjee now joining us, getting us more details on this. Anindya, as far as the West Bengal government is concerned and this fencing of border land is concerned, even the Supreme Court had pulled up the earlier TMC government, which is why one of the key decisions and one of the first decisions that Subhendu Adhikari took was to hand over this land to the BSF. In fact, that formal letter we're given to understand could be handed out in a few minutes from now when the Chief Minister meets with the BSF officials.
Absolutely, and Poonam, you remember that it has been a campaign pitch when the Prime Minister had mentioned over and over, and Subhendu Adhikari has mentioned in multiple election rallies. As you rightly mentioned, it will be handed over in a few minutes from now, as we given to understand. And what is going to happen as it is that land cannot be obtained in just all lands cannot be obtained at one go. So what we're going to happen is that what Chief Minister has directed that find out lands and find out lands in most sensitive areas that are the most porous lands. A. And then get those lands B and hand over those lands to the BSF and work with BSF at the priority and get them those lands. So infiltration stops. C. So this is the decision of Subhendu Adhikari. But what is the bigger picture? The bigger picture here is that the state government and the center is working with tandem. There is an absolute contrast to what we have seen so far. Earlier, there has been an absolute tutu-mame, what we have seen between the state and the center, but now we see absolute, what the BJP likes to call it, a double-engine sarkar.
And that's where the focus is going to be. This double-engine sarkar will look after the security of the country, was a promise that BJP has been making. Subhendu Adhikari, even on campaign trail, has been making, and those have been one of his key decisions right after taking over. It's just about 10 days or so since he took over as the Chief Minister of West Bengal. Another key decision that he did take was to hand over and clear a highway transfer from the state government to the central government as far as the projects over Chicken's Neck is concerned. This is a Siliguri corridor. In fact, just 2 days after Subhendu Adhikari took over as the Chief Minister, the centre had sent out a letter to the West Bengal government talking about how it was important to expedite these particular projects in that area. This is that letter that CNN News 18 has exclusively accessed. Aman Sharma will be joining us shortly and getting us details of what the centre's move has been. But this is that letter that has been accessed by Aman for us. This is a letter that is dated April 2026. It is written to the Secretary of the PWD in West Bengal government, coming in from the central government, and it talks about the land that has to be given to the center, something that hasn't been done for months together. It talks about how development and maintenance of roads, especially along the Bengal-Sikkim border, are not fortified enough, are not maintained enough, because the state government up until now, which was the TMC, was acting as a hindrance. Due to the non-handing over and taking over, maintenance of important stretches is not being done, leading to a potential disruption of through traffic to Sikkim Northeast and other parts of West Bengal. This is what that letter said. Aman, you've accessed this letter for us. This is a letter dated April. We're given to understand that it was just a few weeks before, a few days before Subhendu Adhikari actually took over as the Chief Minister of West Bengal, where the centre had highlighted how there's going to be a big connectivity problem for neighboring states if West Bengal does not hand over or does not expedite this process.
Well, yes, Poonam. See, what has happened is that in the month of January,
the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, the Union Ministry, had issued a notification that certain very important strategic highways which were under the state PWD in West Bengal, including some that pass through the Chickens Corridor, some which are there leading up to Bhutan and Bangladesh, they should be handed over to the center, to the NHAI, because they are in very poor state and they need development, they need maintenance. But since January, till the Mamata Banerjee government was there, till May 4th, these particular highways were not handed over. The letter we are reporting is dated April, but actually it was sent on 11th May to the state of West Bengal, just 2 days after Shubhendu Adhikari took over as the chief minister. And I read out from this letter and clearly says that due to the non-handing over and the taking over by the center, maintenance of important stretches is not being done. That could lead to a potential disruption of through traffic to Sikkim, Northeast and other parts of West Bengal. In fact, the letter clearly paints out the exasperation of the center that the Mamata Banerjee government was not handing over these stretches to the center for upkeep and maintenance, though they were in bad shape and though they were so vital for national security. In fact, the letter says, Poonam ahead, that the NHIDCL, a body under the NHAI, was asked to take over the stretch immediately and not wait any longer for the state government's instruction. Shubhendu Adhikari took immediate action on this letter. On 9th May, he had taken over. 11th May, this particular letter is written, which is there in my hands, and we can show that on the screen as well. On 16th May itself, Shubhendu Adhikari issued an order. The government, all these 7 important stretches will be handed over to the NHAI. They've already been, in principle, approval has been given, and the maintenance and the development work, I must tell you from my sources, has already begun now on these stretches. And these are very important stretches, Poonam, especially the NH10, the section from Sivok Army Cantonment to the West Bengal-Sikkim border passes right through the Chicken Corridor. It's a very important strategic road, very important because there's a army cantonment also on this road, and that is why the West Bengal government under Shubhendu Adhikari has acted immediately and said that all these roads will be handed over to NHAI. So this actually paints the picture that for months, the center was pleading to the West Bengal government, the Mamata Banerjee government, to hand over these roads, but it was not being done, as was earlier reporting. The same was being done for the borderland. These fences on the border, which have to be made, there are large part of unfenced border between West Bengal and Bangladesh. And for the last 1 year, the BSF had been similarly asking Mamata Banerjee government for this land. In fact, just a month back, Poonam, the High Court of West Bengal, the Calcutta High Court, pulled up the Mamata Banerjee government, saying that you're playing with national security by delaying the transfer of this land. And today, we are believing, as Anindya was reporting, that there's a very important meeting on Nabanna, which is right now on with CM Shubhendu Adhikari there with the BSF officers, and that particular borderland is also being immediately handed over to the BSF. So 2 big important decisions by Shubhendu Adhikari, handing over the borderland to the BSF and handing off over these very important highway stretches in the Chicken Corridor from Siliguri and beyond to the NHAI.
And it's not just about connectivity, isn't it? As far as this Chicken's Neck corridor is concerned, it's also about national security, because this particular corridor is a vital choke point, so to say, which is why the transfer of this land for 7 national highways is extremely crucial.
Well, absolutely. And in normal circumstances, when the NHAI asks the state PWD department to hand over the highways to the NHAI, many states happily do that, because the entire maintenance of that stretch, the road will become wider, the maintenance responsibility goes to the center, the state doesn't have to pay for it in the future. So many a time states are very happy to hand over their stretches to the NHAI. In fact, many states, Poonam, appeal to the center to take over highways because they feel the traffic has grown. But this was one unique case where the West Bengal government was actually blocking transferring the state PWD highways to the center, even though the center has been demanding it since the month of January, saying that the upkeep of these roads is very bad. These are small roads. If the disruption happens, very important lifeline to the the northeast, to Sikkim, to even the Bangladesh border gets disrupted. But still, for reasons best known to the erstwhile Mamata Banerjee government, this was not done. But now Shubhendu Adhikari government, as soon as he took over, within 3 to 4 days, we have seen both these big steps happen, handing over land to the BSF on the border and handing over these important highways in the Chicken Neck to the NHAI.
So national security is something that has been #1 priority as far as the BJP government is concerned in West Bengal. It's also something that the BJP has been attacking the TMC, especially on campaign trail in election season as well. What has been the TMC's defense so far, Aman? Because they faced legal hurdles over not handing over this land to the BSF as well. What has the TMC's version been so far as to why they hadn't done this all this long?
We'll see, Poonam. There has been I would say, what the agencies tell us, a dilly-dallying attitude. In fact, before the Calcutta High Court last month, when the West Bengal government was to give a status report to the court on what they had done to hand over the borderland to the BSF, no status report was submitted. The court came down very heavily on the West Bengal government, saying that this shows a very non-serious attitude of not cooperating with the center. You can have political differences. Of course, the TMC and the BJP have sharp political differences, but that should not come in the way of national security. And the court in that particular case had said the same, that this is a national security issue. Why do you want to keep the border unfenced? You should give the land to the BSF. Even in this letter, what the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways wrote to the West Bengal government on 11th May, they clearly say that the Gazette notification for handing over these highways was passed on 16 January. And these highways were entrusted to the NHAI for their development and maintenance, but they still have not been handed over. And they said, in fact, if we don't want to hand them over, we will immediately take them over on our own now. Thankfully for the center, now that the BJP government, that situation did not arise. And Shubhendu Adhikari acted very quickly within the next 3 to 4 days to realize that this is a matter of national security and those highways have been transferred. But the West Bengal government, what BJP says, extended its political differences even to issues of not cooperating on the issues of national security, which was very unfortunate. And now the corrective steps are being taken by the BJP government in West Bengal.
Well, we'll have to leave it at that. But Aman, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that, both the exclusive inputs and, of course, perspective on how the state government of West Bengal is taking this forward. Shifting focus now to the big headline that we've tracked here all day, and that is Prime Minister Modi's Italy visit. The high-stakes bilateral talks just about concluded between Prime Minister Modi and his Italian counterpart, Giorgia Meloni. In fact, we had a joint statement of the two leaders just a few minutes ago. This, remember, marks the final leg of Prime Minister Modi's 5-nation diplomatic tour in Europe. The summit elevates ties to a special strategic partnership level. Before this bilateral talks happened, we saw the kind of camaraderie between the two leaders. There were articles that were written by the two leaders. It was co-authored, and that was put out in several editorials here in India, several papers in Italy as well. Both those leaders unveiled what was to come as far as those bilateral talks went. An ambitious Indo-Mediterranean vision is something that the two leaders spoke about. A concrete target to surpass $20 billion in bilateral trade by 2029 is a vision that both the leaders shared. There were delegation-level talks that were held. It focused on trade, it focused on defense, on AI, on clean energy. All of this is being planned under the 2025-2029 Strategic Action Plan. Meanwhile, the summit is dominating global social media as well, because a viral video was shared by Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni earlier today, and it showed a light-hearted moment between the two world leaders. There is a term called melody that was doing the rounds on social media since the first time these two leaders met. That social media trend is something that they hopped on, and this video was put out by the Italian Prime Minister before the two leaders sat down for the bilateral talks.
Prime Minister, thank you very much again for being here. This visit of yours is an honor for us and opens a new page in the relations with our countries. It's not going to be the last one in this long book that you are writing together with resolution, doing our work in the best possible way. There is an Indian word which states that very well, which is Parishram, which means hard work. Parishram hi safalta ki kunji, which means tough work is the key to success. And we are used to build our relations in this way, with a hard work, which becomes success at the end.
योग, आयुर्वेद और खान-पान के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ रहा है। संस्कृत और लैटिन जैसी प्राचीन भाषाएं एक ही भाषा परिवार से आती हैं। यह दर्शाता है कि हमारा रिश्ता केवल डिप्लोमेसी का नहीं, साझी धरोहर का है। अगले वर्ष भारत और इटली के संबंधों की 80वीं एनिवर्सरी के उपलक्ष्य में ईयर ऑफ कल्चर मनाया जाएगा। इससे हमारे सांस्कृतिक संबंधों को और ताकत मिलेगी। इटली में बड़ी संख्या में रह रहे भारतीय मूल के लोग हमारे संबंधों की जीवंत कड़ी है। उनकी देखरेख के लिए प्राइम मिनिस्टर मेलोनी और इटली के लोगों का मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद करता हूं। 3 साल पहले किए गए माइग्रेशन एंड मोबिलिटी पार्टनरशिप एग्रीमेंट से दोनों देशों के लोगों के बीच आवाजाही बढ़ी है। हम यह विन विन सहयोग जारी रखेंगे। एक्सेलेंसी, आज की बहुत ही उपयोगी बैठक के लिए और आपकी मित्रता के लिए मैं एक बार फिर आपका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से मैं आपको भारत आने का एक बार फिर से निमंत्रण देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ग्राजिए मिले।
Sir Modi.
Well, shifting focus to some developments here back home, and this is the probe that is transpiring around Tisha Sharma's death. Madhya Pradesh government has now decided to recommend a CBI investigation in this case. Remember, there were several questions that were asked over the conduct of the police, the lapses that were done as far as the investigation goes. The fact of the matter is that even after an FIR was filed and even after an anticipatory bail was rejected, the accused in this case, Tisha's husband, is still missing, has still been evading the law for over 48 hours now, which is why there seems to be questions that are raised over whether the probe by Madhya Pradesh police has actually been independent or fair or biased. Now the state government has decided to recommend a CBI investigation in this case. Manoj, my colleague, now joins us, getting us more details. Manoj, what more can you tell us? Why is it that the government is deciding to give this case over to the CBI?
Yeah, in fact, father of Tisha, Tisha Sharma, he met Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Dr. Mohan Yadav today, and he has been given assurance by the Chief Minister. The Madhya Pradesh government is ready for whatever demand for to give justice to Tisha. First demand of father was that the case should be, handed over to some independent agency and it should be monitored by a retired or judge of the apex court, the Supreme Court. This was his first demand, and secondly, he was demanding second post-mortem of the body. So, in fact, Chief Minister said the government cannot decide as far as second post-mortem of the body is concerned. It has to be decided by the competent court. So, second post-mortem, the matter of second post-mortem would be decided by the Bhopal court today. In fact, the hearing has already been conducted in the court, and we are waiting for what judgment of the court. But as far as CBI probe is concerned, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister has made it clear that he would write a letter to the Home Ministry, to the centre, and if it is accepted by the centre, then obviously the state government is ready for the CBI probe in this Tisha mysterious death of Tisha.
Now, Manoj, this also comes at a time when Tisha's family has been raising questions over the conduct of the Madhya Pradesh police in this case. There are allegations of lapses, allegations of a go slow, because the family involved is a high-profile one.
Yeah, they are raising question over, they are saying mother of the prime accused, Samarth, that is Giribala Singh. She has got, according to the victim's family, she has got political clout, she has got administrative clout, she has got judicial clout, in fact. So these are the allegations they are leveling against the family, against in-laws family. So obviously they are saying that the Madhya Pradesh police is not doing what they have to do. For example, they are saying how a probe agency, any enforcement agency, if you are sending anybody for post-mortem, and if you are not sending the ligature material, the stuff in this case it was gymnastic belt. If you are not sending at the first instance for post-mortem along with the body, so that is important question they are raising. And secondly, they are saying the time of, we have got some CCTV footage. They are also saying that CCTV footage is also tempered. And the date and time given in that CCTV has to be, probed and investigated by the police. So there are so many questions they are raising against Bhopal police, and they are demanding that this case should be transferred from Bhopal to Delhi. Now, obviously, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister has already given them, assurance that he's ready to write a letter to the center for CBI probe.
So the state government is ready for a CBI investigation. But the big question, Manoj, really is, where is the main accused? I mean, it has been 48 hours since the court rejected his anticipatory bail. So far, the police have not been able to track down Samar Singh. There is a bounty that has been declared on his head. There are lookout notices that have been issued as well. And yet there's absolutely no idea where he is.
You are right, because rupees 10,000 reward has already been announced by Bhopal police. But he is lawyer in Bhopal court. He's criminal lawyer himself. Secondly, his mother, she is a retired judge, and she's already serving in consumer forum here in Madhya Pradesh government. So this question is being raised by the victim family also. If he is innocent, if husband of Tisha, if he is innocent, why is not surrendering? Why he has not been arrested by Bhopal police even after 8 days? Why he is absconding in this case? Particularly remembering the fact that his mother was a retired judge and he knows how law works. So if he is innocent, he should come forward, he should surrender, or the Bhopal police should take all efforts to arrest him.
And those efforts seem to be lacking, or at least that's the allegation that Tisha's family is making, which is also why they wanted an independent probe or a CBI probe, a central agency probe, and not the Madhya Pradesh police's probe, because questions are being raised against the conduct of the Madhya Pradesh police in this entire case. There are also questions raised about the timing of the FIR and how the FIR was filed much after the incident. Isn't it, Manoj?
Yeah. In fact, the incident, according to the family, after this unfortunate incident to family and according to in-laws also, and according to FIR also, she committed suicide by hanging herself. So when this incident took place, it was first reported to the police, according to the victim's family, by them, not by in-laws. So there is first question is this only: why it has not been reported by the police immediately after this incident? So they started with this, and secondly, they are saying when this incident took place, before that they have got certain WhatsApp chat 2 days earlier, 3 days earlier, in which she was raising question over harassment, mental torture, and the medical termination of her pregnancy. That is very important point. Forced medical termination of her pregnancy, and this something is there in this point because both the families have their own point of view as far as medical termination of pregnancy is concerned.
Right. Manoj, stay on with us. Simran is also now joining us, getting us more details on this. Simran, the latest that we're gathering in this entire investigation is that a CBI probe could be announced in this case, or the CBI could be investigating this case. At least the state government is open to that, is what we're learning.
Well, absolutely. In fact, after 8 days of the family demanding that there should be an impartial inquiry, with the family also alleging that the initial PM report and the final PM report had different variations as far as the proceedings of the initial PM report were concerned. Now, the family has also met the Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, and they have also said that right now their demands that have initially been made of a CBI probe will be looked into. The Madhya Pradesh government and the CM has assured them that in this particular case, their demands will be looked into, and a CBI inquiry is something that could be taken up in the entire case if they are dissatisfied. Probe that has been conducted by the state government or the state police as well. And in this regard, the family is also a little relieved, as we understand in the initial comments, what has been confirmed to me, that they are saying that there is some justice, that it could be delivered after the CBI takes over this case, which is likely to bring a fair and impartial inquiry into the entire matter of Tisha's death.
Right. Simran, thank you so much for getting us the latest on that front. We'll have to see if the CBI actually takes over. But for now, there's a recommendation that has come in from the state government. We'll keep a track of the developments in this particular case. News and updates will continue here on CNN News 18. But for now, it's a wrap from my side.
Like a dream come true, you make me rise with you. In the sky of our own, feels like gravity is gone.
feels like summer. Monte Carlo, it's the way you make me feel.
And one of those MOUs, Sanjay, could also be on agriculture, is what we're given to understand. I mean, both countries have been strengthening partnership as far as the agri sector goes. There is, in fact, a visit to one of those units by the Prime Minister after this bilateral that's scheduled too.
Well, we'll have to look at these MOUs, but we do want to, qualify and perhaps limit our enthusiasm. An MOU is just that. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's not a contract. It's not a binding document. It's very often a statement of intention. And, it's rather nasty to bring a cynical note into all this. But a lot of MOUs tend to go nowhere. So this is a matter of announcing intentions and announcing plans, announcing concepts, very promising. But of course, the test is going to be in the performance. The test is going to be what really results from this. Will a lot of Italian businesses get excited? And will they explore opportunities they did not before? Will they look for these enable mechanisms to work them, to increase business with India, to step up investment into India? That will be the test for all this. And it is really business and business alone that can make these things happen. You can set up a corridor, but what's the point of a corridor if there aren't enough goods going through that corridor one way or the other? So it's the enabling environment that we are looking at. What follows will be the final test.
Of course, we'll have to wait for that joint statement to find out more about what the outcomes are, what the MOUs are that are signed between the two sides. But clean energy, Sanjay, has been one of the cornerstones for this government here in India, for Prime Minister personally as well. And he's been pushing forth with that every single time that he travels abroad, especially to these European countries. Even during this trip, clean energy and focus on that was something that the Prime Minister and India stressed on. Is Italy going to be seeing their fair share of on that front as well?
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Clean energy is now a matter of survival. Everyone is shaken by this crisis and what's happening or not happening through the Strait of Hormuz. And that has been a crisis for just about every country to some extent or the other. And clean energy, you thought of this as something that some of these peripheral faddists would speak of, and the supposedly progressive who are not to be taken very seriously. That certainly was the view of what is normally described as the mainstream. Not anymore. That is now a matter of survival. It is just a matter of economic survival and just human survival as well. And that's why you've seen that thread running right through this tour of the Prime Minister. Petroleum reserves in the UAE, in the Netherlands. The Netherlands makes the machines that makes the chips, which are at the heart of computers, which are at the heart of just about everything from cars to rockets and you name it. And that is a very important an agreement that India has signed with the Netherlands. Sweden, again, very strong on clean energy, and little Iceland, with the population of 300,000, has remarkable progress with geothermal energy. Denmark with the wind turbines in the seas, and that supplies about 30-35% of all of the electricity in Denmark. All these are models that India is looking at. All of this has been discussed. The Prime Minister has met leaders of all of these countries, and energy security now and green energy security really is a compulsion. It's a compelling need. It's a matter of survival now.
Absolutely, especially given the crisis that we've seen in the aftermath of the West Asia war. And Akanksha, as far as that war is concerned, could that be one of the issues that gets discussed in Italy as well? India has always stood on the side of peace. That's something that has been maintained by the Prime Minister, even when we spoke about the Russia-Ukraine war or the Israel-Palestine war. Now that we have another war amidst us while this trip happens for the Prime Minister, is that something that the two leaders could also discuss?
IMEC, it's been said umpteen number of times that IMEC is not just a connectivity corridor, it's also a vision to bring countries together through trade. Welcome back. Mr. Modi may be receiving laurels on foreign soil, but domestically, it's been bringing him flack. Because amid Prime Minister Modi's five-nation diplomatic tour, leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has launched a fresh political attack on the Prime Minister, triggering a major political storm. Rahul Gandhi accused the Bharatiya Janata Party and RSS of selling out India and used strong language, even referring to Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah as traitors, escalating the political confrontation sharply. The BJP has strongly hit back, calling Rahul Gandhi's remarks irresponsible and an insult to India's global image at a time when the Prime Minister is representing the country abroad. Even others from the alliance like Sharad Pawar have schooled Rahul Gandhi. They have stated that Prime Minister's visit is in the national interest. Meanwhile, the BJP has attacked Rahul Gandhi over his traitor remark about Prime Minister Modi, saying he is frustrated by repeated election losses. Listen in to the war of words.
आज मोदी जी का व्हाट्सएप यूनिवर्सिटी वालों ने देखा, वो इटली की राष्ट्रपति मेलोनी है, उनको नरेंद्र मोदी जी टॉफी खिला रहे हैं। रील बनाई है हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री इटली के प्रधानमंत्री को मेलोनी टॉफी दिए हैं। अब देखना, नोटबंदी के बाद नरेंद्र मोदी ने रोते हुए कहा था, मुझे फांसी पे चढ़वा देना अगर काला धन खत्म नहीं हुआ। याद है आपको? रोते हुए कहा था। कोविड के समय लॉकडाउन कर दिया, मजदूरों को मरवा दिया, किसानों को खत्म कर दिया। हाथ जोड़ के रोते हुए कहा, मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो, मुझे फांसी पे चढ़ा दो। फिर से हाथ जोड़ने का टाइम आ रहा है। जब ये आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता आपके सामने आएंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी की बात करेंगे, अमित शाह की बात करेंगे, उनसे आप सामने उनको कहो कि आपका प्रधानमंत्री गद्दार है, आपका होम मिनिस्टर गद्दार है, आपका संगठन गद्दार है, आपने हिंदुस्तान को बेचने का काम किया है।
All right, staying with the story, getting in breaking inputs. This as after the BJP President Nitin Nabin, now Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also hit out at Rahul Gandhi for his derogatory remarks. He's taken to X and saying, let me quote, the mother of divisive and appeasement politics of the Congress, the comments of the Yuvraj show their negative politics, intemperate thinking and their disrespect for democratic values. The Yuvraj of Congress should publicly apologize to the entire country for his offensive, unparliamentary and offensive statements. Rajasthan Chief Minister and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta also now have in fact echoed what Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister is going on to say. But before we in fact tell you at length, let's quickly go across to Arun Dhanta, who's been tracking that story for us. So Arun, a host of high-profile voices now coming out of the BJP after BJP President Nitin Nabin also lashed out at Rahul Gandhi.
Well, absolutely, and everyone is speaking in one voice that it's an insult of 140 crore Indians, what Rahul Gandhi has done. He has not only made that comment for Prime Minister Modi, but he also, of course, spoken about Amit Shah and RSS. And now, of course, we are seeing Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, Rajasthan Chief Minister, Delhi Chief Minister, and in fact, as you rightly mentioned, BJP's National President Nitin Nabin, all of them are coming out and saying that it's a frustration of Rahul Gandhi. He is not able to hold on to the India alliance, and also, of course, all these elections which are taking place in the country, they are getting massive troubling from the people's side. Therefore, their frustration is reflecting on that. We've spoken about this earlier also, Kanksha, that there are parties who are part of the India alliance. They are also not agreement with Rahul Gandhi when he makes such comments, when he is calling, Prime Minister a traitor. That's something which hasn't gone down well with many. In fact, Sharad Pawar has spoken about it publicly. He said that he may have certain disagreements with Prime Minister Modi. But when it comes to Prime Minister representing India on the foreign soil, we should stand by him. So this is the reality, of course, the entire alliance of Congress and others. And also, essentially, we've seen that he's, of course, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha. There needs to be a decorum, and that's the point which everybody is talking about, that you can criticize the government. That's the role of the opposition, but you cannot really use such unparliamentary words, because if you do so, that shows your frustration, that you're not really able to convince people towards your side, and you have only left with one option, to say all these things to Prime Minister Modi. So BJP, of course, going berserk. We are seeing not only chief ministers, even the union ministers,
Right.
the likes of Dharmendra Pradhan and others, also
Stay with
coming
me.
out
In
and
fact, I can see
criticizing.
Pallavi is also joined in on the broadcast. Pallavi, the BJP senior leaders like Nitin Naveen and Yogi Adityanath jumping to Prime Minister's rescue is on expected lines. But what's not on expected lines is, say, a senior opposition leader like Sharad Pawar himself schooling Rahul Gandhi, reminding him that Prime Minister's tour is not a holiday, but what he's doing is in national interest.
Yes, and Akansha, it's again not the first time. I mean, there have been multiple occasions on which, say, a Sharad Pawar or say a Mamata Banerjee in the past, all of them have not maintained the same stand. And in fact, even if you see now, you don't see much of the other allies of the India bloc taking pot shots at the Prime Minister's foreign visit, because they all have been observing the working of any government, and they do understand this, that as the Prime Minister of the country, he is expected to fulfill his diplomatic duties as well, which includes traveling to other countries or even receiving dignitaries. Because when you're traveling, we saw what happened today also with Italy. Multiple negotiations and agreements were signed upon. This brings in big business, it brings in big investment into our country, shores up our foreign exchange reserves as well. So these are essentially to be seen as business trips which are conducted by any head of government or state, and particularly by our Prime Minister. So therefore, there is a sense of unease, I would say, within the India bloc every time Rahul Gandhi or the rest of the Congress leaders use these kind of words whenever the Prime Minister is traveling abroad.
Many thanks to you, Pallavi and Arun, for sharing all of those inputs and details to that news story. On that note, let's also listen into the reactions that have come in. Let's listen into what BJP President Nitin Naveen has had to say. Not to forget, the interesting one coming in is from an opposition leader, Sharad Pawar himself.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं ना कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है। मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति में जहां सुचिता, सामाजिकता और कहीं ना कहीं एक दूसरे को सम्मान देने की प्रक्रिया है, उसमें उनका यह बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं मानता हूं कि लगातार हो रही हार, निराशा कहीं ना कहीं उनके स्वभाव और उनके चरित्र में दिख रहा है, और यही हताशा और निराशा आज उनके इस सब तरह के शब्दों के बयान आ रहे हैं। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं राहुल गांधी जी, आपके पूर्वजों ने इस देश की जमीन और जमीर को हमेशा गिरवी रखने का काम किया, कभी हमारे सैनिकों के मनोबल को बढ़ाने का काम नहीं किया। और मैं मानता हूं कि भारतीय राजनीति का आप राहु हैं, जो कहीं ना कहीं पूरे तरह से देश की राजनीति की वातावरण को गंदा और दूषित करते हैं।
देश को दिशा चल रहा, नरेंद्र मोदी दिशा तो प्रधानमंत्री है, राष्ट्रीय दिशा संबंधी आंशिक तंत्री भूमिका की मेरी असू सकते, पर आज भारत का सब है देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जपण्याचं काम मोदी करतात, ही गोष्ट आपल्याला दिसून चालणार नाही। तिथं देशाची प्रतिष्ठा जिथे तिथं राजकीय मंत्री हे करायचे नाही।
All right, shifting focus over to a CNN News 18 mega exclusive in inputs shared by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. We are being told that Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi has paid a third consecutive visit to Tehran. This is with regards to the ongoing US-Iran peace talks, which Pakistan is trying to mediate, of course, in another attempt of Pakistan's shuttle diplomacy, which continues. Pakistan's Interior Minister Mohsin Naqvi, in fact, has taken United States' latest response to Tehran today itself. Naqvi, we are being told, did this after meeting Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir on Tuesday. He met both of them in Quetta. After that, he's again returned to Tehran. This, remember, in the last 1 month is the third time that Mohsen Naqvi has been to Iran. He's also briefed the senior Iranian leadership in terms of what the United States is expecting. He's already had a set of meetings with the Iranian leaders. Mohsen Naqvi first visited Tehran in the latest spate of meetings on Saturday, 16th of May. That is when he was able to gather a sense of understanding in terms of what the Iranians are looking for, which was, of course, communicated to the Americans. And now what we're being told in the latest is that he has communicated the American side. He's returned late on Sunday night. Then he again left for Tehran on Monday. In his third consecutive visit, Mohsen Naqvi is heading back to Tehran with fresh US response, is what we are being told. A lot hinges on this meeting, which is all set to take place. At the same time, there are parallel developments taking place because Israeli media is reporting that there was a late last night phone call between the US President Donald Trump and the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was a dramatic phone call, is what we are being told. At the same time, the US president himself has indicated that he's held back on his plans to, in fact, wage a war, a renewed war against Iran after he was urged by the US allies in the Persian Gulf, namely Saudi Arabia and the UAE. For how long will they be able to hold back the strike that the United States and Israel are planning on remains to be seen, because a lot hinges on how Tehran chooses to respond, because the US president has at the same time made it amply clear that having a nuclear weapon is off the table for Iran. How Iran chooses to go forward with regards to its ambitions of uranium enrichment. Will it be handing over Russia its already enriched uranium, is then the other key critical question. All of that can perhaps only take place if the two sides meet in Islamabad, because remember, after the first talks that had taken place in April that ended in failure, Pakistan has again been trying its level best to bring the two sides back to Islamabad, but that's not been happening. With that, more breaking inputs coming in. All right, Israel's Channel 12 has reported that Prime Minister Netanyahu and US President Donald Trump had a lengthy and dramatic phone call overnight amid ongoing tensions with Iran. Nobody knows what exactly was deduced after that phone call. But remember, there's a lot of pressure on the US president in terms of coming up with some concrete takeaway with regards to holding off Iran's nuclear ambition. This amid a geopolitical crisis as far as energy is concerned. The US president in his defense is saying that the energy crisis is peanuts when compared to Iran's nuclear ambitions. Iran, of course, maintaining that the IAEA's own assessment goes on to indicate that they were not planning to pursue any nuclear ambitions or come up with any nuclear weaponry. But that's besides the point. As of now, we can tell you that in another phone call that the Israeli Prime Minister and US President have had in just the last week, they've been constantly engaged with regards to whether or not to go ahead with a joint strike or not. It seems like the US President is holding off on those plans, and perhaps that is what can be expected. He's communicated to the Israeli Prime Minister as well. There's a very uneasy ceasefire currently holding in West Asia, at the same time in Israel. We are being told that Lebanon continues to come under Israeli attacks, even though it is there is a ceasefire on, but for how long is the big key critical question right now. Will the United States and of course the Iranians come to the talking table? The Iranians are making it amply clear that they will continue to have autonomy over the Strait of Hormuz. That is their big bone of contention as well. The freedom of navigation currently is also being challenged, but much will be able to shape up only after perhaps the two sides come to the talking table. As of now, it is Iran's nuclear ambitions, which it is ready to, in fact, give up. But as far as a timeline of 20 years is concerned, that we are being told through sources within the Iranian government is becoming a sticky point for Iran. The uranium enrichment is also another issue. Remember, they're sitting over 440 kilograms of enriched uranium at the moment. Will Iran be able to give up on that? It's certainly not going to give it to the United States. That's what's been made amply clear. But it may give that enriched uranium to Russia, has been indicated by Iran. And with that, shifting focus to some more breaking inputs coming in. All right, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni has shared an video on Instagram of Prime Minister Modi gifting Melody toffees to Prime Minister Modi, and in fact, Prime Minister Meloni being gifted those Melody toffees by Prime Minister Modi. And this particular Instagram video has already crossed 100 million views in just a few hours. That's the popularity of both the prime ministers. Some call it camaraderie, some call it chemistry, and some say it's just the same political ideologies which eventually translate when they are on camera. And that's exactly the moment that's being captured on camera, where you see Prime Minister actually gifting those toffees, which, as we all know, are Melody toffees. And that's also the keyword that's used for Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Meloni. It, of course, creates a record of sorts, given that it's crossed 1 million views in just a few hours. 100 million views, to be precise, only goes on to indicate that there's a crackling chemistry between the two. But many foreign policy analysts would also want to know if this crackling chemistry would yield any concrete sort of partnership between India and Italy. Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi have both announced that the two countries have entered a special strategic sphere as far as this bilateral relationship is concerned, which will be resting on key pillars like trade, technology, AI, and of course, energy. Let's take it forward with Sanjay. Sanjay, heartwarming visuals over there of Prime Minister Meloni and Prime Minister Modi. That video now crossing 100 million views. But the big question remains, will this chemistry translate in terms of the bilateral partnership?
Well, that is the big hope, because all this is very sweet and charming so far as it goes.
Right.
But if it were to remain an end in itself, it would have been a charming side story. The real story we want is a story of a real growth. And we have some indications of the directions in which that is intended. The Prime Minister said, the Indian Prime Minister said, that the aim is to develop and design in India and Italy and deliver to third countries. He mentioned Africa particularly. So there is a direction that he has indicated. He has indicated also that there is considerable interest from business people here that he has spoken with. So to the extent that we have some specifics, we do have these indications. But we haven't had any MOUs declared or signed yet, or that we know of. We have an official briefing to follow in a short while from now. Perhaps that's where we will get some indication, if at all there is any movement of that kind. But so far, it has been a sweet story. And the danger with this sweet story is that, well, you have elections in Italy next year.
Right.
So there's no guarantee that Meloni will continue as Prime Minister, following that. And so this needs to be a story between India and Italy, and not just a story between Modi and Meloni.
True. That's a very interesting point you've just now raised, because remember, as many are saying, that this chemistry that the two share is perhaps also a result of common political beliefs. And if you talk about the commonalities, Prime Minister Modi in his address also spoke about common civilizational ties when he said that just like Rome being an eternal city, the city which happens to be my constituency, that is Kashi, is also an eternal city. if you can take us through those commonalities that both countries have shared or have been highlighted through Prime Minister's visit this time around.
Those commonalities are now remote. People are not living those commonalities or those either shared values or individual values of each culture as it has known across that similarity. These are not everyday experiences. What we're talking about is hard-nosed business. What will sell where? What will be best invested where? That will get you good returns. It is that is going to deliver. It's not going to be parallel values that go back many centuries.
So I have to wrap up. So quickly, if you could also take us through the emphasis on the word, the Indo-Mediterranean being used constantly during Prime Minister's visit, the significance that it holds.
Well, that is the promise. It is a very interesting promise because it indicates a shift in focus. A great deal of business focus has been America. Wherever you are in the world, you look at America first. Now, Trump has taken the world out of all that. The new shift is to look for bilateral and new regional areas of doing business because there are shared interests across those. The Indo-Mediterranean spells a change in that direction. It's a promise, but as of now, only a promise.
All right. Interestingly, you say that as of now, it's just a promise. We'll have to see if that promise actually translates on paper. Many thanks to you, Sanjay, for bringing us all the latest developments. Remember, CNN News 18 is the only channel on ground in Italy, bringing you a minute-by-minute development. And that's Sanjay for us, bringing us all the latest. That's all we have back for you. Thank you so much for watching. Up next is Plain Speak.
And one of those MOUs, Sanjay, could also be on agriculture, is what we're given to understand. I mean, both countries have been strengthening partnership as far as the agri sector goes. There is, in fact, a visit to one of those units by the Prime Minister after this bilateral that's scheduled too.
Well, we'll have to look at these MOUs, but we do want to, qualify and perhaps limit our enthusiasm. An MOU is just that. It's a memorandum of understanding. It's not a contract. It's not a binding document. It's very often a statement of intention. And, it's rather nasty to bring a cynical note into all this. But a lot of MOUs tend to go nowhere. So this is a matter of announcing intentions and announcing plans, announcing concepts, very promising. But of course, the test is going to be in the performance. The test is going to be what really results from this. Will a lot of Italian businesses get excited? And will they explore opportunities they did not before? Will they look for these enable mechanisms to work them, to increase business with India, to step up investment into India? That will be the test for all this. And it is really business and business alone that can make these things happen. You can set up a corridor, but what's the point of a corridor if there aren't enough goods going through that corridor one way or the other? So is the enabling environment that we are looking at. What follows will be the final test.
Of course, we'll have to wait for that joint statement to find out more about what the outcomes are, what the MOUs are that are signed between the two sides. But clean energy, Sanjay, has been one of the cornerstones for this government here in India, for Prime Minister personally as well. And he's been pushing forth with that every single time that he travels abroad, especially to these European countries. Even during this trip, clean energy and focus on that was something that the Prime Minister and India stressed on. Is Italy going to be seeing their fair share of on that front as well?
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Clean energy is now a matter of survival. Everyone is shaken by this crisis and what's happening or not happening through the Strait of Hormuz. And that has been a crisis for just about every country to some extent or the other. And clean energy, you thought of this as something that some of these peripheral faddists would speak of, and the supposedly progressive who are not to be taken very seriously. That certainly was the view of what is normally described as the mainstream. Not anymore. That is now a matter of survival. It is just a matter of economic survival and just human survival as well. And that's why you've seen that thread running right through this tour of the Prime Minister. Petroleum reserves in the UAE, in the Netherlands. The Netherlands makes the machines that makes the chips, which are at the heart of computers, which are at the heart of just about everything from cars to rockets and you name it. And that is a very important an agreement that India has signed with the Netherlands. Sweden, again, very strong on clean energy, and little Iceland, with the population of 300,000, has remarkable progress with geothermal energy. Denmark with the wind turbines in the seas, and that supplies about 30-35% of all of the electricity in Denmark. All these are models that India is looking at. All of this has been discussed. The Prime Minister has met leaders of all of these countries, and energy security now and green energy security really is a compulsion. It's a compelling need. It's a matter of survival now.
Absolutely, especially given the crisis that we've seen in the aftermath of the West Asia war. And Akanksha, as far as that war is concerned, could that be one of the issues that gets discussed in Italy as well? India has always... Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. After Prime Minister's Italy visit and a melodious moment shared with Italian Prime Minister Meloni, all hell has broken loose in India, with the Congress not just attacking the PM's foreign visits, but also questioning him sharing light moments when the economy is under threat in India. But before we get to the political fight, take a look at what exactly happened. True to form, Prime Minister Modi and Giorgia Meloni broke the internet with their melody moment on this trip. A moment meant to happen, really, because since the Jodi has been dubbed Melody, what's that one thing that comes to your mind? Certainly the Melody toffee, because it's a sweet chocolatey candy that most Indians have grown up eating. So no surprises that the PM gifted the Italian Prime Minister a bag of these Melody toffees, and the moment quickly went viral, as it often does with these two. Take a look at what they said.
Prime Minister Modi brought us a gift, a very, very good toffee.
Before that, the pictures of the two together on a balcony overlooking Rome also set the internet ablaze with comments and memes galore. Now, netizens routinely joke about the couple-like chemistry that the two leaders share, and instead of trying to run away from them, the two embrace the banter and turn the tables on everyone. But this moment has now come under attack by the opposition, especially Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party. That fight over the Prime Minister's Italy visit and that melody moment is coming up first. Later on the show, we'll also get you the latest in the Tisha death case, which is now being called a suicide by the police. And finally, stay tuned for more on how the OBC quota list in Bengal was skewed in favor of one community and how the new Bengal government is revising that list. So back to the top focus. Reacting sharply to the viral melody exchange, leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, has made a slew of fresh attacks against the Prime Minister over his foreign visits, accusing him of indulging in theatrics while the country faces mounting economic challenges. So lots of attacks coming in from Rahul Gandhi today. Let's break them down for you. He said there is an economic storm looming over the country, but the Prime Minister is busy distributing toffees in Italy. He further went on to say that farmers, youths, women, laborers are all suffering, but the PM is smiling for reals while BJP leaders also clap along. He accused the Prime Minister of hypocrisy, alleging that while citizens are being advised on their spending and cutting foreign travel, the PM himself is continuing on his extensive overseas visits. Escalating this criticism, he even alleged that the PM has weakened and sold India's economy through its policies and economic management, not a charge he has made for the first time. Now, he further accused the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, Amit Shah, and of being traitors, those from the RSS being traitors, attacking the Indian Constitution every day, and have as I mentioned earlier, sold the country's interest to select industrialists. Rahul Gandhi has come under sharp political attack over the choice of words targeting the Prime Minister. Did his language and tone both cross a line? Listen in to what he said.
नरेंद्र मोदी कहेगा, आपसे कहेगा, रोएगा, जैसे कोविड के समय रोया था, जैसे नोटबंदी के समय रोया था, रोएगा और कहेगा मेरी गलती नहीं है। जब ये आरएसएस के कार्यकर्ता आपके सामने आएंगे, नरेंद्र मोदी की बात करेंगे, अमित शाह की बात करेंगे, उनसे आप सामने उनको कहो कि आपका प्रधानमंत्री गद्दार है, आपका होम मिनिस्टर गद्दार है, आपका संगठन गद्दार है, आपने हिंदुस्तान को बेचने का काम किया है।
Can the call to spend wisely at home be compared to a Prime Minister's official visits? Because these visits are planned ahead of time, but also they create value for the country. They're not the same as going on a holiday, as the opposition is calling it. Now, during this recent 5-nation tour, look at the kind of engagements that the Prime Minister has been part of. Norway announced plans aimed at investing nearly $100 billion and creating 1 million jobs in India. In the UAE, there was a strategic investment pact worth $5 billion that was signed. In the Netherlands, ASML and Tata Electronics partnered on an $11 billion semiconductor fabrication project. In Sweden and India have set a target to double bilateral trade over the next 5 years from the current $7.75 billion to more. Meanwhile, in Italy, both countries are aiming to take their bilateral trade to $23.2 billion by 2029, which is another 3 years. So, of course, the questions will be asked. While the Congress attacks Prime Minister Narendra Modi over his foreign visits, has the party also forgotten the overseas tours under former Prime Minister Manmohan Singh during the global recession? Take a look at these visuals. While India suffered amidst that global recession in 2008, then PM Manmohan Singh also continued with his global visits. Between October 2008, when that crisis first began, and June 2009 alone, the Indian PM visited as many as 10 countries, from Germany, US and France to begin with, to Japan and China later. Most of these visits, in fact, came in late 2008, like to Oman and Qatar. And in November, another visit to Washington. By early 2009, the first half, Manmohan Singh had travelled to UK and Russia on diplomatic engagement. And certainly, no questions could have been raised, as these were all state visits. So the big question we asked today is simply this: is it churlish to attack the Prime Minister's official visits? That's coming up with our guests.
नरेंद्र मोदी क्या कहता है? कहता है विदेश मत जाओ, और अपने जहाज को उनके वजह चला जाता है।
What Mr. Gandhi said is less than what we hear on the streets about the government.
Narendra Modi, Mr. President, the first account, Modi Sarkar, he wrote after the 2009.
राहुल गांधी जी का आज का बयान बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और कहीं न कहीं उनकी अराजकतावादी मानसिकता को दिखाता है।
ये घटिया मानसिकता, ये उनकी छोटी सोच और उनके परिवार का कैसा पोषण हुआ उनका ये दर्शाता है।
All right, let's go across to our guest joining us. Radhika Khera, spokesperson, BJP. Saral Patel of the Congress Party with us. Also Rajiv Dogra, former diplomat, with us. Saral, I begin with you. It has never happened before that Prime Minister's official visits are attacked, regardless of what the economic situation globally may be. Manmohan Singh wasn't responsible for the recession in 2008, and certainly his visits weren't questioned. So why is the Congress adopting this now? Certainly there are better issues to attack the current government on.
Shivani, Rahul Gandhi is not against diplomacy, foreign relations, or India engaging with the world. But whenever Prime Minister of a sovereign country travels abroad, the headlines usually are that India has signed a major agreement, India has secured a technology transfer, X many jobs will be created, such and such strategic partnership is finalized. That is what serious diplomacy looks like. But what are the headlines from this visit? Night walks with Giorgia Meloni, dinner optics, melody movements, reels and viral clips. So the country is forced to ask, is this diplomacy or content creation? And this comes at a time when India is facing a serious economic storm. The rupee is nearing 96 against dollar, which is the weakest in India's independent history. Foreign investors are pulling out. Petrol, diesel, LPG are rising again and again. Farmers are struggling with fertilizer shortage and diesel costs. Young people are facing unemployment and endless paper leaks. And in the middle of all this, Prime Minister looks more focused on producing Instagram content than addressing the people's suffering and security.
Saral, are you not being unfair because there is that one melody moment? We have talked about how much of the investments and diplomatic pacts, MOUs have been signed in all of the 5 countries that he's visited. Just picking that one moment and attacking, the entire business that has been conducted on these trips. Again, is that serious criticism?
Shivani, I believe that you and my friend later in the show, Ms. Radhika Khera, will also keep saying that, these foreign visits have increased India's global standing. So I would like to ask on the onset itself, which global standing are we talking about? The global standing where US president announces ceasefire before our own government, the global standing where India was pressured into a compromised trade deal with the United States, the global standing where after years of talking about strategic autonomy, India quietly reduced Russian oil imports under American pressure, the global standing where India stopped buying Iranian oil, hurting our own energy security.
First of all, I didn't bring in global standing, but since you're talking, you're talking about this, I just want to ask you, do you believe, are you against the Prime Minister going on official visits? What is the criticism that the Congress is mounting here?
I'm against Prime Minister's this entire government's policy of having surrender dressed up as a policy, and this foreign policy is being driven by event management and image management rather than securing India's strategic autonomy, and that has been the case for last 12 years. And this,
can I bring in Radhika? Radhika, light moments being shared when the entire country is in a somber mood. Is this timing all gone wrong?
Good evening to everyone. Congress spokesperson, I'll come to what Rahul Gandhi has said, but we'll start with what the Congress spokesperson was saying here. He was talking about global standing. Well, I will not talk about global standing. I will talk about the standing of the Congress party in India under the leadership of Rahul Gandhi.
Because there is nothing to talk about, Radhika.
Sir, I did not speak over you. I did not speak over you. Please share the same courtesy with me. I think there is enough time that you got. Despite the number of seats that you have got enough time. Now,
we have got enough number of votes also.
Sir, I did not speak over you.
All right.
Sir, I did not
speak
over you.
Let's not get into this.
The fact that you have to keep on coming between, even before I start my part, just shows how rattled and how scared you are, because you know that your leader has once again let you down. The way he has spoken about the Prime Minister of an elected Prime Minister of India, elected for the 3rd time. The entire India Gathbandhan got together, and yet they could not manage the number of seats Bharatiya Janata Party got alone this time. So please, what your India standing in India of the Congress party is for everyone to see a party which has not come back to power ever since it left West Bengal, ever since it left Uttar Pradesh, states of the Northeast. There's so many states, in West Bengal, they were rejoicing over 2 seats.
Okay, can we come back to the subject? Radhika,
no, this is the subject. This is the subject.
Question I asked you was,
if you talk about global standing and if you insult the Prime Minister of the country the way Rahul Gandhi was talking today, Are wo gaddar hai,
Shivani, I would like to respond to that.
One second,
Pradhanmantri gaddar hai. This is the culture and upbringing of the Shehzada of Congress party. It is shameful. Coming from the party, from the family of Jawaharlal Nehru ji, Indira Gandhi ji, who went and studied in Cambridge. His father went to Cambridge. Rahul Gandhi himself has been to multiple countries to study. He has studied in the best schools of Delhi. This is the culture. This is the upbringing by Madam Sonia Gandhi ji. that ऐसे आप सब छोड़िए, Shivani, that he is the prime minister, you hate him because you are not able to defeat him. He is a man who is much older than you. Does our culture, our Sanskriti, or even Italian culture for that matter, Shivani, Indian in Italy, you respect your elders. वहाँ पे भी same system है, the same family values are there like they are there in India. Yet you talk about the prime minister like that as if he is some junior. But what else do we expect? A party which, for their lust of power, chose to remain silent when their alliance partner TVK went on to pay homage to the man who is responsible for the death of his father. अरे जब अपने पिता का नहीं हुआ, why do we expect him to say any nice words for the prime minister? Now coming back to the global standing.
No, global standing बाद में मेरा सवाल आपसे ये था. My question was, yes, the prime minister's visits are official visits, and I don't think they can be curtailed beyond a point, austerity or no austerity. But was the mood reflective of what the national mood in the country is? Is the opposition wrong in reminding that, see, here ordinary citizens are suffering from day-to-day issues, price hikes? We don't know how long we'll have petrol. Yes, it's not of our making. But
let's start with price. Let's start with price
saying
hike.
Called read the room.
Shivani, enough of your reporters have gone to the ground and asked people, and they said, we have seen what is happening in the world, and yet India is a country where price hike is the lowest when it comes to diesel and petrol also. Let's give the example when we reduced, when we ensured by seizing the tax excise duty for the producers. At that time, there was no price rise in India. But what the Congress Himachal Pradesh Sarkar do? Increase petrol and diesel by 5 rupees. Why? Did it decrease anywhere in India? No. The price rise was only in Himachal, ruled by Congress party, because briefcase jaane hai na. Priyanka Gandhi's house is also there, sponsored by the former Congress government. So, but I will not come back to that. When you talk about austerity drive, like you said, the people of India are well aware that these trips are planned much before anything happens. It's not like ek Pradhan Mantri se aap milne ja rahe hai ek country mein, so it will be just like today I decide to pick up my phone, go and make my trip or some other thing and plan my visit and go. They are planned much in advance. And what have we got out of these trips? Let's start with UAE. We went on to ensure that we have full supply of LPG and never stops. We've been given money to ensure that there is a separate place kept for us, separate amount kept for us, so that there is no shortage in India. And Mr. Saral Patel was talking about, we stop buying Iranian oil. Well, sir, please read and come. Please know the itihas of your party. Under the Congress government led by Dr. Manmohan Singh, India succumbed to pressure by the US and stopped buying Iranian oil. Okay. In fact, to the point that when Hillary Clinton was visiting India, we succumbed to US pressure and stopped buying fertilizers also from them. So it is shameful how much you have succumbed to pressure. And when the Iranians captured our ship MV Deshanti, even despite begging in front of the Iranians, you could not get the tanker back for over 20 days.
Can I bring in Rajiv Dogra? Purely from a diplomatic point of view, you know, the Prime Minister, of course, shares a certain rapport with certain leaders. That rapport shows up when they meet. In some other cases, it's not so much the case. For example, the other Nordic countries he visited. Is it wrong of the Prime Minister to share a light moment on a visit like this? Also, diplomatically, is it fair to criticize his official visits, regardless of what the economic headwinds around the world may be?
Well, as you know, Shivani, I don't like to comment on internal political dynamics, so I'll maintain that same position.
Sure.
I'll respond to you as a professional issue. Your first question is whether there should be light movements and high-level visits abroad. You know, a prime minister or a president or a minister is not going on a mourning mission. He is going in order to ensure that relations improve, even if it requires some kind of stretching the hand a little extra. And one of the ways in doing that is the ASEAN way, for example. Whenever an ASEAN summit is held or meetings at other levels, even official levels are held, it is always the custom that the dress of that country is given to all the participants, be it President Bush of America when he last attended. And there's this famous picture of him dancing with the local hostess in a cultural function. Every dignitary was dancing. So there's nothing wrong in sharing a coffee or a packet of coffee, because lightens the atmosphere. Also develops a distinction
Sir, sorry, I'm having to intervene because I'm not getting a very proper audio signal from you. Let's try and correct that and I'll come back to you. Saral, the other question that has been raised, there is, of course, there was this incident that happened in the country that he visited earlier. There's a foreign journalist who seemingly attacked the Indian Prime Minister, and not just him, but the Indian state, by questioning why should, for example, Norway trust India. That's not a question about who's in power right now. It's a question about India as a country, as an independent state, and also as a civilizational state. The Congress seemingly, piggybacked on it to mount attacks on the PM. Today, the language in which the leader of opposition spoke, does it behoove him to speak like this? Is this language becoming of the LOP? Can't the Congress find not just better ways, but also better issues to attack the PM on?
Shivani, before I respond to your question, for 10 seconds, I would like to respond what my friend from BJP was saying earlier about the culture of the Congress party. The culture of the Congress party has been of mutual respect, but that same respect has not been extended to us for last 12 years. The Prime Minister, if anyone who has stooped down to the lowest level of the decorum in this country in last 12 years, it is the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who called a widow of the former Prime Minister Srimati Sonia Gandhi a Jersey cow, who called the opposition MP Rahul Gandhi a hybrid bachda. This is the kind of language that he used for 12 years. And now if he is getting back the same language that he used for other opposition leaders, Radhika Kheda should not be rattled. She should understand that this is merely opposition has had enough, and we will pay back the Prime Minister in the same language and the same tone and tenor that we are going to get.
Radhika?
Number one. Number two, coming back to your question was about...
my question was about the language itself. You are seemingly justifying that this language is now par for the course. It doesn't matter whether you're speaking of the Prime Minister or about him.
You talked about Norwegian journalist also. When she asked that question, I would be very proud if, just like Dr. Manmohan Singh, when he was asked a question in US about the Afghanistan invasion of the US, he stood on the US soil itself and gave an earful to the United States, standing on their own country. But what did the Prime Minister Narendra Modi do? Apparently, he has a 56-inch chest, but he decided to walk out of the room. He did not muster up enough courage to give it back to that journalist, saying that instead of asking us why should Norway trust India, please tell us why should India trust Norway? You are part of that same continent which colonized half of the world for 300 years. Prime Minister should have said that, but our Prime Minister did not have the guts to do it.
Okay.
And this is
the
why
question
opposition
posed
is
to the PM was slightly different than what was posed to the Indian diplomat, but fine, I'll take it together and I'll go across to Radhika. Radhika, first of all, I think the opposition or this Congress party is very clear. Some opposition parties may differ, but the Congress is very clear that, you make fun of their leaders all the time, including of Rahul Gandhi. All kinds of innuendos and memes have been furthered by the BJP. So you should be the last party to say, oh, please respect us while you talk of the PM.
Like I said in the beginning, a man who has no respect for his father and is standing with the party who is praising and paying homage to the killers of his father, उनसे हम कुछ भी expect नहीं करते, और वो मेरे देश के पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री हैं, शिवानी, most importantly. And I do not accept this, that my former Prime Minister of my country, a very loved Prime Minister, he was killed because of that man. And Congress party goes on to still continue just for the lust of power. Nobody in this country who is anywhere should have the guts or the audacity to pay homage to a man responsible for the killing of my country's Prime Minister. This is Bharatiya Janata Party. And that is Congress, who continues to be in power and is fighting with them कि AIDMK को मत ले, इसको मत ले, हमें इतने सरकारें दे दो, हमें इतने मंत्रालय दे दो. For God's sake, that man killed your father, and you continue to be in power, continue to be in government just because अरे कहीं तो हम बच के रह जाएंगे सरकार में. तो हमें इन लोगों से कोई उम्मीद नहीं है. Coming back to when he's talking about we will only give you respect if you give respect, but the nation is not giving them respect, Shivani. How many elections? Over 95 elections. Rahul Gandhi ki leadership mein the Congress party has lost. They have gone on to call him Chai Wala. The Congress president. Now, what else do you expect from Saral Patel over here? When his national president goes on to call the Prime Minister a terrorist, तो वो तो ऐसे बोले नहीं हम तो कर लेंगे. करिए. और देश की जनता आपको बाहर एग्जिट का रास्ता दिखा रही है. They are not learning from their mistakes. हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता शिवानी जी. They can go on and come up with the choicest and nastiest of abuses for the prime minister. We don't respond. It is the country, the nation, the people of the nation who respond with one little finger, one button. But coming to the foreign journalists, we saw who have been created by the social media head, Supriya Shene, to Rahul Gandhi, to everyone in here. Saral also saying we should have responded. You remember the question that that lady spoke about? Freedom of speech, she was talking about. Freedom of the press. I have the data from the same freedom press that she was talking. When in 2002, the first data came, India was ranked at 80. And by the time Dr. Manmohan Singh's government went out of power, it reached 140. During his tenure in 2010, it was 122. From 80, it went to 122. And by the time he finished his tenure in 2040, it reached 140. 60 times it fell. So this is where they left it at. So please, you do not give us lectures. And it is shameful. I'll give you an example of Italy only, because Sonia ji bhi Italy se aati hai, Rahul Gandhi and his party will connect. And right now the Prime Minister is in Italy also. We saw how when the world, other people were attacking Meloni ji, the entire opposition stood with her, rock solid, and said, you will not speak against our Prime Minister. Does Rahul Gandhi or even Saral Patel have the courage to say that you will not speak against the Prime Minister? But no, we had Supriya Shene and the likes of Pawan Kheda making a mockery out of it. And humne melody chocolate di, because that is depicting what Parle has given to the country for 94 years. प्रधानमंत्री कहते हैं हिंदुस्तानी चीजों को खरीदिए और प्रमोट करिए. We are promoting. Have you seen the amount of toffees that are being sold all of a sudden? That brand has been relived.
No, it was a light moment. It doesn't need to be. It was a light moment.
Melody bhi kha lo.
It doesn't need to be over-explained. The moment you over-explain that moment, then it loses its charm. But I think Rajiv Dogra is back with me. He hasn't had his full say. Yes, Rajiv Dogra, I'm sorry. We had to intervene because your audio was not correct. The big question that goes out is any government or administration supposed to curb or tone down its foreign visits, because there is lots on the agenda that helps the country or serves the country on these visits. So how do you weigh this?
Well, I'll give you two responses to your question. Number one, look at the example in the rest of the world. Ukraine is going through an extremely hard economic time for the last 3 years and more. Zelensky has not reduced his visits. In fact, his visits have invariably led to some benefit for Ukraine. Putin is right now in China. Why is he there, despite the fact that there's a major war going on between Russia and Ukraine? Or look at Iran. The foreign minister is traveling all over the world, despite the fact that he is under sanctions, Iranian economy is bad. Why is he doing that? For him to reach out diplomatically. India, fortunately, is not in that bad a position. Yes, we are in economically difficult times in case this prolongs, but that should not mean that we should all lock up our houses and stay inside, including the Prime Minister or other ministers of this government. It has never happened before. And it should not happen even now. I'm not saying I'm pro-Prime Minister or against Rahul Gandhi, or pro-Rahul Gandhi and against Prime Minister. I'm only putting objective facts on ground that the more you travel, even in times of difficulty, the better are the chances that you'll be able to reach out and get some benefit out of the interaction. Whether it is 1 on a scale of 1 to 10, 5 on a scale of 1 to 10 is a different issue. But another point in this entire thing, and I'm referring here to the questions which some critically inclined people in Norway and even in Holland had raised, the journalist I'm referring to. And they were talking about democracy. Now, isn't it not a sign of democracy that the leader of opposition and other opposition parties or the media question Prime Minister for his foreign travel or need to travel, and for the government party, in this case BJP, to respond with their viewpoint? So that's the sign of healthy democracy, and that's the best answer to the snide questions that those two journalists had raised. Purely out of pique.
The journalist only heckled the Prime Minister by saying, would you take a question from the freest press in the world? That's not a question. That's actually baiting someone into it. But anyways, I don't have time to get into that episode. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Healthy democracy is a term that Rajiv Dogra used. I'll just end on that healthy democracy does mean criticism of the government of the day. But what is the issue on which you criticize the government is equally important to the public. Moving on to the other big story we are tracking, the death of Tisha Sharma in Madhya Pradesh. Now, a big update is coming in after her parents met Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister. The state government has assured the family that they will recommend a CBI probe into the matter. This even as the death case in Madhya Pradesh has taken a turn after the police investigation and post-mortem classified it as a suicide. The post-mortem report says a gymnastics belt was used as a noose, even though the said belt was not submitted originally when the post-mortem was done. Police say that the marks have matched and there is no other theory as of now. But Tisha's family has been raising questions since day one, has questioned this lapse and has approached court seeking a fresh post-mortem in this case.
पुलिस की जांच कहां तक पहुंची?
नहीं, हम मामले का इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टिगेशन में अभी हमें वो जो 304B का जो केस है वो लड़के की गिरफ्तारी के लिए हमने पार्टियां लगा दी हैं। बाकी जो दूसरी एक्यूज्ड है लड़के की जो मदर हैं उनके खिलाफ हमारा इन्वेस्टिगेशन जारी है।
सर, इसमें एक बात आई है कि इससे अब जो केस आपका है वो तो सिर्फ खुदकुशी का है, हत्या का तो दूर दूर तक नहीं है।
अभी तक का जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें ये सुसाइड नेचर का केस ही आया है। अभी तक हमें हत्या के कोई एविडेंस नहीं मिले हैं।
लिगेचर स्टफ जो है, मटेरियल है, जो कहा कि वो जो भी ट्रैप था, फंदा था, उसको लेके क्या जो परिवार ने भी आरोप लगाया, क्या लापरवाही हुई, दोबारा जांच हुई कि नहीं हुई और क्या रिपोर्ट आई?
नहीं, उसमें जांच हो गई है। वो पहले वो FSL ने उसको जब्त किया था, थाने वाले उसको नहीं बेच पाए थे। वो क्यों नहीं बेच पाए थे उसका हम अलग से जांच करवा रहे हैं, लेकिन कई बार हो जाता है। लेकिन उस आइटम को हमने दोबारा भेजा और दोबारा डॉक्टर की रिपोर्ट भी आ गई है, तो उसका हमारे इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे कोई एडवर्स इम्पैक्ट नहीं पड़ा है।
Meanwhile, the hunt for the accused husband, Samarth Singh, is intensifying. Multiple police teams, we are told, are carrying out raids both inside and outside Madhya Pradesh, while a lookout notice has also been issued. Police are also moving to cancel his passport amidst fears that he could flee abroad. Now, Samarth Singh is a Bhopal-based lawyer with an academic and professional background in law. It is being alleged by the family of Tisha Sharma that his and his mother's influence, who has served as a judge, have been instrumental in covering this case up and their role, including the fact that there was a bail given to the mother-in-law, although in dowry cases that is not done, and the delay in filing the FIR in the first place. So is this matter as simple as a disturbed individual committing suicide? Because the police is now ruling it as well. Alleged chats of Tisha with her mother show otherwise, which is why the question arises if she was driven to suicide, if that is the case. Because in her chats with her mother, Tisha allegedly said that her life has become hell. She said, "Take me out of here. They won't let me live. I can't do this anymore. Please take me home." She allegedly told her mother she is suffocating at her husband's house and that nothing is going to be all right anymore. In this ongoing case, contrasting reactions have emerged from both sides of the families. The mother-in-law of Tisha, Girubala Singh, has claimed the matter is not a dowry case at all, while sister-in-law of Tisha, Manvi Sharma, said it was wrong to defame Tisha as a drug user. Listen in.
देखिए, जहां दहेज लेन देन की बात ही नहीं हो, दहेज प्रतिषेध अधिनियम ही कहता है कि शादी के समय अगर कुछ भी दिया गया तो लिस्ट बनती है। अगर उनको लगता है उन्होंने मुझे दिया तो बताए ना वो लिस्ट। और रूल्स हमारे कहते हैं, सेक्शन 7 कहता है मध्य प्रदेश के कि उसमें उनको लिस्ट जमा करनी चाहिए। तो अब कुछ उन्होंने दिया है नहीं है तो वेयर इज द क्वेश्चन दहेज। तो जब दहेज नहीं तो दहेज हत्या का मामला ही कहाँ है?
बच्चा जो इस दुनिया में नहीं है उसके बारे में कुछ भी ऐसा गलत आरोप लगाना ना